presentations at SPNH. We're starting bright and early. Remember, tomorrow we're going to start at 8, not 8:30, so you're going to have to get up earlier tomorrow. First of all, I want to thank all of our sponsors that you see on the slides. Please make sure you visit them at the vendor booths next door. For this session in particular, we want to give a particular thanks to our sponsors, Picture A and Delta Design, for sponsoring this session. I'm going to get us started off right away so I don't dip into the first presenter's time, and I'm going to let each of our presenters introduce themselves because that's part of their title slide anyway. So please welcome our first speaker for today.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shu-Juo Chen from the National Museum of Natural Science, Taiwan. Now I'm an assistant research fellow there, and I work as an anthropologist. Today, I will talk the different of ethnic of repatriating anthropological relics in Taiwan museums. And as you see, this is Taiwan. It's about 12 times smaller than California, but it's there's more than 3,000 meter high mountains there. So it's a very highly biodiversity places. And according to archaeological evidence, there are many different Austronesian peoples moved to Taiwan more than thousands of years. But the Han people didn't come until the most recent 400 years. And today there are 23 million citizens, but only 0.6 million Austronesian people in Taiwan. And from the 17th centuries, Taiwan was colonized by the point of view of Austronesian people by the Dutch, the Spanish, and 3 Han regimes and the Japan regime, and now today still the Han settlers. So for indigenous people in Taiwan, they were colonized until today. And what important for Taiwan indigenous, because the Austronesian language in Taiwan are the most diverse place. And as the Jerry Diamond wrote the papers in Nature 2000, there are 10 subgroups of the Austronesian language. 9 are confined to Taiwan. And that's all Austronesian language outside Taiwan, including Madagascar, Maori, and Hawaiian, belongs to the 10th, the only one type of Austronesian. So the most diverse language of Austronesian language are in Taiwan. And that's why Taiwan, the indigenous relics were very famous or very hot in collections since the Japanese regimes. Now we have 20 or 30 museums has indigenous collections in Taiwan. The first one called the National Taiwan Museum, the oldest one, and it established in 1908. And then the second one is the National Taiwan University. And my museum is listed as 10 or 20 somewhere. And in the special issues for the National Taiwan Museum, for their founded 19 years, you will clearly understand how they collected the indigenous relics by the Japanese period, like the Japanese government through their administrative authorities. It's kind of samples that they collect those things. And the other evidence is from the National Taiwan University, the second oldest collections. And there's a papers published in 1953. And I translated in English, says that acquiring specimens from indigenous communities who did not have a monetary interest could be quite challenging. It requires emotional pressures, sometimes involving resorting to plantings or even exerting through official and military channels. various diplomatic tactics may be necessary. So for indigenous people, it's a very black history for their relics has been colonized and collected. And still today we can find those things has been collected worldwide. Something we can find in the American Museum of Natural History. And by searching their collections, we will find the donor said Asai, Professor Asai, he sold those things to the American Museum of Natural History in 1946 something. And the purchase records are very clear that the Professor Asai is clear notice is by purchase. So those things are sold worldwide to many museums. And today, the Taiwan government, just like the Clinton, apologized to Native Americans. And in 2017, our president also apologized to our indigenous peoples. And they also hold a transitional justice committees to do something well or to transitional justice things to our peoples. So it says, the president says, I know that even now there are some around us who see no need to apologize, but that is the most important reason why I am representing the government issues this apologize today. So, but we see this one things, but we can also see another things happens. That our government created an act called the Cultural Heritage Preservation Act. According to the act, the antiquities in the museums or some places should be categorized as national treasures, significant antiquities, or general antiquities. And today we have 3 antiquities has been labeled national treasures. And among that 300 national treasures, 4 are originally from the indigenous people. One I just show you, this belongs to just originally from Taiwan tribes. It's their ancestral spiritual pillars. It has been collected by the National Taiwan University since 1932 and labeled as national treasure in 2015. And I worked with this journalist and to see what happens in this process, because actually in the process that the Taiwan University want to register it as a national treasure, they ask the community, says that how can we do together? But the community says that we want these things back because it is my grandmother's spirituals inside. But we don't have that law like the American has the NAGPRA law. It was established in 1990s. So finally, they make a deal together, say, they borrow the idea from the traditional wedding ceremony. And we will see the picture later. See that's, okay, we see the sentence that, but we realized that there was no simple way to have it returned. And finally, they borrowed the idea to marry the principal of the university. And this kind of invent of tradition, but in a very modern way. But these things make the other tribal members from other communities very angry, say, how can you remarry your grandmother to a strangers? Okay, this is the principles of National Taiwan University. And the other, some tribal member even make a joke, say, what if the Muagai is the pillars, the name? The Muagai divorced the president. Can we split the entity of that university? So it's make a very big issues in the community. But still, so now we see the community return back to the replica, and what the spiritual medium told to the tribal members, say, the Muagai is very happy that today there has two different pillars that he can go anywhere if she wants. So there's a kind of modern explanation. And the other things happens for the fourth natural treasures of indigenous relics, also the Paiwan ancestor pillars. But this time they borrow another idea about the brotherhood worship ceremony. So they again and again create the new and invent the new traditions for those repatriation things. But what we see on to the comparison that the Han people can very easier or easier to repatriate their spiritual relics. These two examples, and the third one I don't have that photo records. That what if the Han people want their spiritual relics returned? It's kind of easier. And the Han people are also easier to negotiate that if you don't return the real things, we can easier to make the replica. But it's not the same situation for indigenous peoples. So this is my conclusions. Why this happens in Taiwan? Because the Han Chinese but not indigenous cultural relics had been repatriated is the facts that I just introduced you. Because the indigenous relics in Taiwan is produced by natives, collected by others, and exhibits out of place. And the true reason is that the numbers of Han Chinese curators or collections managers are far exceeded the numbers of indigenous people. Now there's no any indigenous curators or collection managers has been hired by museum. Even my wife is indigenous people, but I am a Han people, so I work with her very well. Every day I come back to my home, she challenged me a lot, say, how dare you do for our relics? So it's a confession situation all the day. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
We have a couple minutes to maybe take one or two questions, if anybody has any. Any questions? Can you speak into the microphone right there? Then people online can hear.
Thank you for your presentation. I was curious, we face this a lot in museums here as well, that we have very few indigenous people working in collections management. Is there any sort of training program, or how are you working to try and get more indigenous population and people into those positions in the museums?
We learned that the indigenous people get higher education it's not quite just later than the normal people in Han people than with other Chinese the Han peoples. So our museum will start a new program called the Indigenous Culture Centers. We want to create a project to recruit the real members and to train the indigenous students. So that's the new way that we will start to do.
Thank you. I'm having each of our speakers introduce themselves. So Carrie,
Thank you.
welcome our next speaker.
Hello, good morning. My name is Carrie Levitt-Bussian, and I'm the Paleontology Collections Manager at the Natural History Museum of Utah. And I will be speaking to you about the digital and physical curation of fossils seized by law enforcement with associated records in 2 separate database systems. And I want to take a minute to recognize my co-authors, my wonderful volunteers, Ann Johnson and Randy Johnson, who did most of the actual curation of this awesome collection. So once upon a time, 500 million years ago, some awesome critters lived in the Cambrian of Utah, and they were living their wonderful soft-bodied and hard-shelled lives. And then they died, and then fast forward 500 million years to the future, and they are fossils now in this wonderful place called Utah. And so what is amazing about Utah is that there's so many different aged rocks exposed at the surface. It is a wonderful place for fossils. But because of that, we have to be very concerned and conscientious of what land we're on when we're digging. Now, I'm trained in vertebrate paleontology, and so it's really important to make sure that we have the correct permits, signed permits, in our backpacks every time that we're going fossil collecting. But we have Utah is a very checkerboard of different land agencies: BLM, Nature Conservancy, state land, all sorts of different lands. So we really have to be careful of which land we're on. We've had it happen where, like, there's a fence, we collect up into the fence, and then we realize later that the fence was in the wrong place. So we have to be very conscientious of where we are. So that's for vertebrate fossils, but for invertebrate fossils, the rules are slightly different. You can collect lots of invertebrate fossils and lots of paleobotany fossils to your heart's content, as long as it's for casual collecting, not commercial collecting. There's minimal ground disturbance, and you're not doing it, obviously, to sell at the end of it. So we have lots of really great Cambrian formations exposed to the surface in Utah. And so some wonderful priceless fossils were collected in Utah. But the thing is that it was collected in a quarry that had permits that you were allowed to dig there, but you were digging for flagging stone. That's what you're supposed to be digging for. And the people who dug there were digging it for malicious intent to do commercial selling of these beautiful fossils. We're doing it collecting for fossils, not flagstone. And then they crossed the borders and went to Canada and sold to a Canadian museum these beautiful fossils. And then that's when Border Control and Customs got a wind of it, got hold of it, and then luckily returned it back to Utah. And so that's when we got a bunch of boxes filled with Homeland Security tape and customs, oh my gosh, all these bad things and all this legal paperwork that was pretty scary. And we got to start curating them. Now, it was 88 boxes, which was a chore. Over 2,260 individual specimens, so a lot. Numerous pieces of evidence and data, so that's good. Photos, inventory, spreadsheets, and an access database. Wow, that's incredible. We get so many things that are like phone calls from law enforcement, like, there's an abandoned storage locker full of fossils. Do you want them? And we're like, yeah, but it doesn't have any data. Like, oh God. But this way, we had a whole database. That was so cool. So a couple good thing is, like, we have data. Yay, data, hurrah. What wonderful news. We have some locality data. Most of the stuff was dug up in this flagstone quarry, but not all of it. So some locality data. Yay, locality data, hooray, hooray. And then even better, some Cambrian experts took the time to inventory, photograph, assign preliminary taxonomic information. Thank goodness, because I'm a vertebrate paleontologist. I would have been schmear on rock, schmear on rock, schmear on rock. So great that they put preliminary taxonomic information on that, which is awesome, and put it in a database. Yay, that's awesome. Great news, best case scenario. Bad news is it was an access database, which is not the same or equal to EMU, which is what we have. So had to figure out how to get all those data out of that, including the pictures and stuff. And then they didn't have all locality data. So boo, sad face. But what's an interesting challenge with this awesome collection is the specimens were so important to science that researchers wanted them on loan now. Like right now. This is incredible. And so isn't that a good news, right? Hooray. It's so important to science. We are making science happen. This is amazing. Hurrah. The bad news is it's so important to science and we need to loan them out to the researchers right now. And of course, if I had my way, I'd be like, we got to curate the whole thing. Can you just please let me just curate the whole thing? And then we can loan it out to science researchers. And my curator is like, no, just give it to them. It's fine. And I'm like, but I really want, okay. So we had to deal with the fact that we had researchers all the time being like, oh my God, I heard you have these amazing fossils. Can we have them now? And I'd be like, oh, okay. And then so case by case, I would put them in the database and I'd put them, get them all ready to be packed up and curated, which was also terrifying when they show up in like a suitcase. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. So that was an interesting challenge, but it was very cool. And these researchers were so excited because they were the first of a species ever seen, or the first in the species in America ever seen, all new different species. They were very excited about sponges. Ooh. So that was very cool too. So I got excited by their excitement. So step by step, we systematically unpacked it and inventoried the boxes. We used the Access database system that we had with this seizure and generated a spreadsheet out of it. We created specimen tags. We foam lined, housed, striped, numbered the fossils, organized them by formation. There were 3 different formations, the Weeks, the Wheeler, and the Margam, and then assigned them taxonomically where we could, and then put them away. And some of the fossils are just beautiful. This is an animal called an Emeradella brutoni. Ta-da! And it was the first time it had ever been found anywhere other than the Burgess Shale in Canada. So that was very exciting to be found in Utah. This is the side view. You can see all the appendages and how adorable it is. Already been published. So that was one of the first things that was on loan. This is neat. This is a worm that has been pyretized. So beautiful. And it's amazing to think something soft-bodied and flat could be pyretized. So that's cool. Another really cool segmented animal called Beckwithia. We had lots of those. And you can see all the segments there. So it's beautiful. And trilobites, of course, everyone's favorite. And so these were the researchers that we worked with. They had infectious enthusiasm. They were so excited about all of the fossils that they saw every time. So this is Dr. Rudy LaRosa Abril and Dr. Javier Ortega Hernandez. And they come at least once a year to see what we have and to return their loans and take stuff on loan. But it was a great symbiotic relationship because I know nothing about the Schmears on Rocks, and they're very excited about the Schmears on Rocks, and they were able to tell me what it was that we were looking at. So we could update the database and we could update our specimen cards to make them actually mean something to science. And so then they're beautifully curated in our wonderful hermetically sealed Delta design cabinets. Thank you, Delta. And all labeled and put away for more science. And they have already generated several publications by this group. More to come with the sponges, which is very exciting. And then we have the unknowns. They are labeled as unknowns until someone tells me what they are. And so this is how we first received the data, being in this Access database, and it was very well done. And we're still using the original photographs as kind of like, you know, for the first photograph, the beginning of the condition report kind of a thing. And then our awesome digitization team led by Allison Wilkins is going through and photographing it with like our scale bars and taking out the background and making them look all pretty. And then they'll be uploaded into those pictures will be uploaded into EMU and then accessible online for even more researchers to be excited about them. And then, you know, we took it out of Access and put it into Excel where we got to massage all the data and then import it all into our EMU database. So this is what the data looks like now. And we, of course, kept all the other numbers because a lot of the times the researchers are referring to the box numbers that were generated from law enforcement. And so they're like, how about that box number? And so it's, of course, obviously really important to keep the original number associated with the collection. So as for next steps, the ones that are labeled unknown, we have an undergraduate research student, Emma Bowen, who is using XRF analysis to try to figure out which sediment these came from. So some of them are kind of easy to tell from someone like me who's like, well, the Weeks formation stuff looks yellow and the margin formation stuff looks gray, and then the Wheeler stuff looks kind of rose colored. But obviously science is better than just being like, look, it's pretty. And so they're going to be doing the XRF to try to figure out the unknowns. And then we're constantly emailing Dr. LaRosa Abril and Dr. Ortega Hernandez pictures of these beautiful fossils to have better taxonomic identifications for them. And they get really excited about it. And then they write all this stuff back, and then I update it in the database. So that's cool. So with that, I want to thank my co-authors, Ann and Randy Johnson, who are the wonderful volunteers who curated the majority of these specimens. It took them 3 years to do it on Wednesday mornings, coming in every Wednesday, doing it, which was amazing. And now they're accessible for science. So yay, volunteers, they're the best. Thank you to these wonderful researchers who were so excited and who give us really great taxonomic information. So it's not just schmear on rocks, which is way better. And then I'd like to thank, obviously, the U.S. Department of the Interior and U.S. Customs for getting our fossils back to us, and Dr. Scott Foss and Quentin Saratin, who were the ones that did the preliminary identifications and put all this stuff into an Access database so that it wasn't just like here, try to figure out what it was. It was so great to have all those data in a database, even if it wasn't like the best database, but it was so very helpful. So I guess the take home is always know what land agency you're working on, and have a permit in your backpack that's signed. Very important. So that was really quick, but with that, I would like to take any questions. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie. Thanks so much for your talk. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the exact agency on which this quarry was situated, because I feel like something that comes a lot, especially in invertebrate paleontology, more than vertebrate paleontology, is this idea of casual collecting, and at what point that casual collecting sort of exceeds the limits that are allowed for invertebrate fossil collecting, depending on the agency. Would you go into a little bit more of that detail if you can?
Yeah, so it's hard because it was in a quarry that had been at one point on BLM land, but then it was, I think, private land. So they had permission to dig in the quarry, but they weren't supposed to resell it. That was the main big thing. And so, yeah, I know it's very, very fuzzy with invertebrate and paleobotany stuff, but it's all just making sure that you are in the right place and collect the right amount and don't have the ground disturbance. And it's for casual instead of collecting and selling it. So we have a lot of specimens in our collection that also came from those flagstone quarries, and they're huge, sandstone blocks, but they are completely covered in footprints, for example. And so, yeah, it's a very, very gray line for that. I guess y'all just have to be careful. So,
yeah. I guess you had a lot of paperwork for those specimens. How did you link that in your database to the specimens?
Yeah, so we exported them out of the Access database, but then all the legal paperwork, then of course we scanned them, PDFA, and then attached them both to like the accession information and the where you'd put the permitting information. So most of them is in the multimedia tabs, but linked to the transactions record that they are in. So
thank you.
Yeah. One more.
Great.
So I think I missed it. How did you guys identify that it was crossing the border? Was it just 88 boxes showed up one day, or there was some preamble discussion that happened?
Yeah, so it was sold to a museum in Canada. That whole transaction happened, and then I think that's when Border Control kind of got wind of it, or obviously it crossed the border, and then I wonder if people were just like put their feelers out. I'm like, that seems wrong, or why was that? And they pursued it a little bit more. But the transaction and actually selling of the fossils to a Canadian museum happened, and then that's when it started to get investigated. So, all right, thank you so much.
And then our final presenter for this part of the session, we're gonna, after this presentation is over, we're gonna kind of wrap right into the next one. So Peter?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Wimberger. I'm the director of the Puget Sound Museum of Natural History, formerly known as the Slater Museum of Natural History. And I'm here to talk about Stanley Jewett, a museum collector from the early 20th century. So, the Puget Sound Museum of Natural History is a medium-sized collection. We have over 100,000 specimens. And one of the things that museums sometimes face are disasters. And in the February of 2020, just before COVID hit, we had a gigantic sewage flood in our basement when a sewer main broke. And sometimes those disasters lead to the unearthing of treasures. So we had to move everything out into containers while the basement was decontaminated and remodeled. And in the course of unpacking specimens, Madison Mayfield, who is right there, who some of you know, came up with some boxes of unlabeled boxes of documents. They were old field notes, day books, those kinds of things. And it turns out it was material that had been donated to the museum in the 50s that that came from Stanley Jewett. So in this material, there were 40 consecutive years of his work day books. There were some field notes, exchange ledgers, a little bit of correspondence. And then we had catalogs and card catalogs of his that we knew about already. And in his correspondence, there was also a 9-page autobiography that he wrote when he was 35. So I thought, in reading through the field notes, I became interested in some of the observations that he was making about landscapes of the West that are really gone, and distributions and abundances of birds and mammals that we don't see anymore. So Jewett collected over 20,000 specimens that are in museums around the world. He's known in the museum world. We have 5,000 of his skins. There's 4,000 mammals in the Smithsonian. San Diego has over 7,000 of his specimens. I became obsessed with learning more about Jewett, partly because I thought these observations were so interesting. I thought, what did he do? What was his life like? And as I tried to find out about him, I found out that there wasn't even a Wikipedia page on this guy. And the more that I learned about Jewett, the more I discovered that his life intersected all these really important threads of early 20th century biology. He's kind of like a Forrest Gump of 20th century. So I developed this, what I call a neck bromance with Stanley Jewett. So Jewett was born in Canada in 1885, ultimately moved to Portland in around 1904. He had no formal biological training. He started collecting when he was really young. He ended up getting a job with the Bureau of Biological Survey in 1911 as an assistant, and then became the head of predator control in Oregon and Washington. And he really used that position to not only do predator control, but to document distribution of birds and mammals throughout Oregon, mostly the Pacific Northwest. He ends up being appointed as the first supervisor of Malheur National Wildlife Refuge in 1935, and then becomes the first Pacific flyway biologist for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. He retires in 1949 and dies in 1955. So what I'm going to do, what my goals in this talk are, is to do sort of a brief kind of rundown of his life And then what I want to do is talk about a few of the museum issues or museum kinds of things that we've been discovering looking through these kinds of things. So first and foremost, Jewett was a naturalist. His autobiography describes him at 4-year-old wanting to collect plants. He ends up spending a lot of his time documenting birds and mammals. He starts collecting at a young age. He's trained by collectors in Canada to skin birds. During his lifetime, he collected over 20,000 specimens. We have ledger books where he's part of these collector networks, trading, exchanging specimens. And at a Portland exposition, he meets 2 workers for Charles Merriam, who were mammalogists, and they said, you know, you got to branch out from birds. You got to do mammals too. We don't know anything about mammals. And so he starts sending mammals to the Smithsonian, and that leads to his first job as this really sort of untrained biologist. In 1916, he gets promoted or gets the job as the lead predator control agent. There, he's working with ranchers, with hunters all around the Northwest. He's providing them ammunition, poison, all this kind of thing. During this whole time, he's collecting. And his notes from this time end up really, he has bird lists in his day books. Any day that he's in the field, he keeps bird lists and mammal lists. Everywhere he goes, he's trapping mammals. I don't really know what his ideas about mammalian predators were, except for a comment that one of his grandkids made that he had an Aldo Leopold moment when I think he shot a wolf and realized that he didn't want to shoot more wolves. He's spent a lot of time documenting stomach contents, and it's pretty clear from his notes that he was interested in showing that birds of prey were actually eating the same rodents that the rodent control people were trying to kill. So he was a conservationist. His best friends were important conservationists of the early 20th century. William Finley was one of the first wildlife filmmakers, lived in Portland, traveled the country showing wildlife films, was a friend of Teddy Roosevelt's, was the person who got Malheur, Three Arches National Wildlife Refuges established. His sort of other colleagues and friends were also sort of big names in the conservation world in the early 20th century. In 1935, he becomes the first supervisor of Malheur. He supervised the building. If you've ever been there, all those buildings are buildings that he supervised, the CCC in building. I think partly because he grew up on a farm, he was really good at talking to people. So he ended up negotiating with ranchers for the government to acquire more land to add to the refuge. He worked with ranchers to restrict grazing on the refuge. He worked to divert water back into the lakes. And it's clear from the few notes that we have that he spent a lot of time fighting government bureaucracy. One of the things that he really wanted was he wanted land set aside in southeastern Oregon for pronghorn antelope protection. And ultimately in 1936, Heart Mountain National Antelope Refuge was established by FDR. And that was largely because of his work. So it's remarkable that he sort of had this huge impact as really an untrained biologist. He's one of the last career U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologists with no formal biological training. There's some evidence that the lack of formal training ended up influencing his career in that he didn't get promotions that he applied for. He published over 80 books and articles, including the first Birds of Oregon, Birds of Washington. So probably his largest impact is as a museum collector, or his most lasting legacy. So he collected over 20,000 bird and mammal specimens. He was using them to describe geographic distribution, variation, stomach contents. And one of the things that I think is really important to tell museum visitors is that when these specimens were collected, the collectors had no clue that they were going to be used for genetics. They didn't even know what DNA was, right? And stable isotopes, contaminants, looking at pathogens. And I think that these old specimens only increase in value as time passes. So one of the things that I found as I started doing a deeper dive into some of both the catalogs and some of the other material that we had, the field notes, the day books, was that there's additional data in these field notes that end up providing, I think, useful information for people interested in museum specimen metadata. So I would go through museum specimens, I would look on VertNet, I would look at other data portals, try to find out where some of these specimens were. And it was not uncommon to find mistakes in the metadata or lack of detail that field notes, even the collection, even his collector catalogs had. In addition, there's a box of orphan tags that, so he did something that I think sort of we might be appalled by, but he cut off all the original collector tags from specimens traded and put his own tags on, transcribed the information on the original tags, and he did include the original collector, so he credited them with that. But we have those, and some of those tags are actually tags of birds that are in other collections. So I'll ask all of you collections managers out there, do you want those tags? I have some of them here with me. So San Diego, if you're here, I've got some tags for you. The other thing that ends up being really useful are these old field notes. So his field notes paint these pictures of vanished landscapes, landscapes that we'll not see again in our lifetimes. So high desert areas that now have been converted into agriculture, undammed rivers, old growth forests. I mean, documents spotted owls in Corvallis, in the town of Corvallis, Oregon. And one day while he's out there looking for pronghorn antelope, he talks about, creates a little bird list. And at the bottom it says, and 1,000 sage hens by lake. I don't think there are 1,000 sage grouse in Oregon anymore. And so these fall congregations of sage grouse near water are things that we will never see again. One of the things that I've done with his field notes is I created an eBird account. So eBird data, like when people use eBird data, they usually use eBird data to about 2000 to document trends. And I think that these field notes that a lot of us have in our collections could actually be really, really invaluable resources for thinking about changing distributions and numbers. And I think if we can do it, sort of entering those into these community science databases is going to be incredibly valuable. The structure of his list was really prescient. It anticipated eBird, so it turns out it's really easy to take his bird list and enter them into eBird. So I've spent some time doing that. And finally, the last thing I want to talk about is a little project we did this, a little project that we did this last semester. So right now, we end up using human power to transcribe field notes, those kinds of old documents. There's one project called Transcribus. I'm curious if anybody has actually used the paid version to use AI, optical character recognition to actually transcribe field notes. So I worked with 4 senior computer science students here, Emily, Sung, Ben, and Maddie, to try to use open source OCR software from Google called Tesseract to train it to read Jewett's handwriting. And one of the unanticipated problems was the things that we do automatically as humans, which is pre-process images. So all of these lines are not an issue for us. It is for an OCR. So figuring out how to actually get rid of lines, all those kinds of things took a lot of time. The next thing that took a lot of time was that they ended up having to put boxes around every letter of cursive text. And so they had a limited training set, 50 lines of text. And we actually compared the results of this AI OCR with college students who admittedly most of them can't read cursive very well. It did better than the students by a lot. So the OCR got 82% accuracy, and when we post-processed with a dictionary of scientific names, we ended up with up to 95% accuracy. So I think that this would be really useful for people who are interested in archival materials and be interested in talking to folks about that. So finally, I'm really interested in people's feedback. I've just started becoming obsessed with Jewett and starting this project. So I'm interested in thoughts about both the sort of project, thoughts about use of archival field notes, transcription, all those kinds of things. So time for your questions and thoughts. Thank you very much.
Nice.
So we're going to transition to the next one.
Okay.
I encourage all of you on Oxford Abstracts to seek out the speakers, and you can chat with them there too. So if you have any questions that we didn't get time for or you thought of in addition, then please seek them out there. And we move on.
Hey, good morning, everybody. First off, I'd like to say thank you to Delta Design Limited and Picture our sponsors once more. And it's just welcome to the next session. This is the return of the specimens. I'm the moderator and the first speaker. So let's just get on with the show. Oh, yeah, and sponsored by Axial as well. Just want to say that too. Thanks to Axial. Let me just remove the laser pointer. Well, good morning once again. My name is Mike Rutherford. I'm Curator of Zoology and Anatomy for the Hunterian at the University of Glasgow in Scotland. It's a great privilege to be here to talk to you today about natural history repatriations, shells and Galliwasps. So this session, Return of the Specimens, it's really kind of an idea I had to get more of a conversation going, look at why we should be looking at repatriating natural history objects. I'm going to have a little look at the Hunterian collections themselves to discuss what sort of specimens we have. But most of the time, I'm going to be focusing on two case studies. One that was completed about 10 years ago on some shells from Trinidad and Tobago, and another one that's very much a work in progress on Galliwasps in Jamaica. So first off, why repatriate? I was sort of looking around for some legalese to back this up, and the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, General Comment number 21, says the necessary conditions for the full realization of the right of everyone to take part in cultural life, paragraph 16, part A, involves the accessibility to nature's gifts, including the flora and fauna found there, which give nations their character and biodiversity. And this really struck home with me, basically saying that in order to be able to truly appreciate your biodiversity heritage, you have to be able to access that. And that's not just the species that are found in a country here and now, but also specimens collected either 10, 20, 100 years ago or more, geological specimens and so on. Being able to access all of that is important for a country to be able to truly appreciate their biodiversity. The natural history museums and collections have been undertaking repatriation in the past. Many of you will know of cases where human remains or cultural items, sometimes containing plants and animals, might have been sent back to source countries from your collections. But what about zoological, botanical, geological, paleontological specimens? Many of those are equally sort of worthy of being considered for repatriation. I just want to go on to briefly look at what's sometimes been referred to as the 4 R's: return, repatriation, restitution, reparation. Sometimes those words are used kind of interchangeably, but they've all got slightly different subtle meanings. Return is very much simple, sort of sending something back. Repatriation, slightly more specifically, the return of something to its country of origin. Restitution, return of something that has been lost or stolen. And this is getting more into the heart of where we should be taking this whole conversation. It's like acknowledging, for a start, that many specimens were taken from countries when there was a power imbalance, when countries being colonized and people there maybe didn't have a choice or a say in whether or not objects are going to be collected and taken to a colonizer's main, home country. So that leads on to the final one of reparations, making amends for past wrongs, and as much as admitting that wrongs have been committed, but then also looking at ways of writing that, looking at collaborations, looking at building relationships and partnerships with source countries. So I'll go into that more later. Just looking at the Hunterian itself, we have collections from at least one specimen in our collections from all the countries highlighted in red. You can see it's quite comprehensive. Obviously, lots of them being a British collection connected to parts of the British Empire, past colonized countries, but also many other countries as well. Some of them date back to mid-1700s, including specimens from Captain Cook's voyages that came in via the Hunter collection, but also more recent scientific expeditions by scientists and researchers at the university. And this has led to this worldwide collection. We got quite a variety of specimens, a rough count of maybe 600,000 objects, and the vast majority of those insects, but maybe 100,000 vertebrates and non-insect invertebrates. Obviously quite a preponderance of specimens from Europe, but good collections of, say, birds and mammal skins from the Himalayas, from Sri Lanka, from Australasia, to name a few. So quite a wide range. Not many types. It's never been a major type collection place, but there's certainly lots of species of conservation interest. Over 1,000 species or 1,000 specimens are either critically endangered or near threatened, according to the IUCN Red Lists. So lots of potential interest to source countries. The Hunterian itself has a repatriation policy, but it's very much a reactive one, and it prioritizes human remains, culturally significant items, and unethical acquisitions. That last one could cover quite a wide range of objects, but is more focused on, say, specimens acquired through wartime problems. And it's reviewed every few years, every 3 years, and I'm definitely looking to try and shift it from being a reactive policy, which waits for people to come to us, to being more proactive and actually looking at what we've got in the collections and going to a source country and saying, we have this, how can we work with this with you? Right, moving on to first my case studies. This is shells return and research. And this was something that I was involved in about 10 years ago when I was curator of the University of the West Indies Zoology Museum based in Trinidad and Tobago. I was working on a land snail project. I was doing surveying all throughout the islands, but also wanted to compare what I was finding with historical collections. So I looked at North America and Europe, where the vast majority of those collections existed. I was lucky enough to have a trip to the Netherlands in 2011 to the University of Amsterdam. That's their logo with the X's. And met the curator there, Robert Mullenbeek, who showed me a wide range of land snails collected throughout the Caribbean, including boxes of specimens from Trinidad and Tobago. They were unaccessioned, unidentified, and because the University of Amsterdam were involved in moving all their collections to Naturalis, he actually offered, say, give me this box of specimens, save him a bit of work, cataloging them in Naturalis, and so he just offered to send them back to Trinidad. So the specimens themselves were collected by this gentleman, Wagner Hummerlink. He worked at the University of Utrecht, but he spent many years traveling around the Caribbean from the sort of 30s to up to about the 70s, collected thousands of specimens, made them available to researchers to study, and then encouraged them to publish their findings in the journal Studies of the Fauna of Curacao and Other Caribbean Islands. I'm sure if any of you have done work on Caribbean species, you might have come across articles from this journal. The specimens themselves, he collected and kept in University of Utrecht. They eventually moved to University of Amsterdam, and then, like I said, onto Naturalis. So I took these shells, cataloged them, identified them. Most of them are fairly common species, but there were a few unusual ones. You can see the tiny little millimeter-wide shells on the lowest picture there. And they actually turned out to be a new species. And during my surveying, I've been coming across these tiny little shells, which I've been unable to identify based on any other literature from the islands. And at first, I had the thought that, well, if I'm only finding these now and people have surveyed the islands in the past, is this a recent introduction? But fortunately, with this historical collection of specimens collected in the 50s, I could say with some certainty that They'd always been there. They were just overlooked because they were so small. So I described these as a radiodiscus holidii. This was in honor, as a small aside, of my maternal grandfather. I'd happily have a discussion about eponyms. I know that's sort of a little bit of a hot topic at the moment, but happy to discuss that later. So the specimens were kept and stored in the University of West Indies Zoology Museum, nice new cabinets, and made available to researchers who are doing any land scale work in Trinidad. And the specimens themselves were also added onto GBIF, thus making the data available globally. But I want to acknowledge that and realize I was in a very privileged position. First, to be able to travel to the Netherlands, to be able to interact directly with a curator in a museum, to be trusted enough to say, here you go, there's a box of specimens, just take them with you. And I know that that's certainly not the case for many other curators and researchers in source countries being able to go to collections in the global north. So moving on to my next project, which is very much one in progress. And just to first off tell you what Galliwasps are. I've had a bit of confusion with many people thinking I'm talking about gallwasps or other things. So Galliwasps are small lizards in the family Diploglossidae, the burrowing skink-like lizards found in the Americas and the Caribbean. Mostly I'm interested in the nearly endemic genus Celestis, which is just found in Jamaica with one species in Haiti. There's about 11 species in Celestis. Unfortunately, most of them are endangered, critically endangered, or even extinct. And the reason that I got interested in Galliwasps is this specimen here. I just started at Hunterian about 2 years ago, and fairly early on, I was doing some conservation work in a wet collection. This specimen's jar was starting to fail, so I had to take it out, find a new jar, and took some pictures, read up on the history of it. It's an example of the Jamaican giant Galliwasp, the largest species, Celestis occidus. It's a fairly large adult. It's got some damage to the head. It's a bit malformed from being in a jar too small for it. But it was an interesting specimen, good backstory. Unknown collector. It came into the university's collection as part of a mass donation from the Andersonian College in 1888. This was another museum in Glasgow. But unfortunately, there was very little data that came with it, apart from its name and the fact that it came from Jamaica. But I kept it in the back of my head for a potential future work. And that came up in the shape of the Curating Discomfort project, which was a project the Hunterian's been doing for a few years, looking at trying to match up community curators with the subject curators, get everybody to work together to reinterpret, to look at our specimens in new ways. The Galliwasp was part of a shortlist that I provided to community curators, and it proved quite popular. It was selected by one of them, Chernjeet Man, and she wrote a label for it, looking at the extinction story behind the Galliwasp. Unfortunately, the Galliwasp is a victim of plantation economy, victim of colonialism, innocent bystander of colonization of Jamaica. The habitat where it lived was cleared for sugar plantations. The introduction of invasive species such as rats and mongoose also led to its decline and eventual disappearance in the 1850s. And so it's very much a good symbolic specimen to talk about the problems of colonization. And then I thought, well, what happens next? I didn't want this to just go back on the shelf after the display finished. I have such an interesting specimen. So I thought it was a perfect candidate for repatriation. It's endemic, it's critically endangered or likely extinct, as I said. It's a natural heritage icon in Jamaica. People sort of are very aware of Galliwasps. Unfortunately, many of those are aware of them in a negative way. Galliwasps are sometimes looked on as venomous, they're not, and looked on as something that's killed whenever you find one. There's much folklore surrounding them. But the main reason I looked at this for repatriation was there are no specimens in Jamaica. Currently, as far as I can tell, there are 5 in Scotland, so there's 16 in the rest of Europe, 12 in the USA, but none there. So I got in touch with the University of West Indies Mona campus in Jamaica. There's the curator there in blue, Shannen Robson, and she was very interested in the idea. She got in touch with Dwight Robinson, who's the head of life sciences, but also the Institute of Jamaica, who are the umbrella organization for Jamaican collections, and the Natural History Museum there. Tracy Commock, the director, Elizabeth Morrison, the zoology curator, and Dion Newell, the entomology curator, all got together with myself and had a good online discussion. They were very interested in getting a Galliwasp back, and they've wanted one for years, but they never expected to get one. All of them existed in collections in the north. So the next steps, the project originally, naively, I thought, well, I'll just stick it in a courier, send the lizard back to Jamaica, or if I'm lucky, maybe go across to Jamaica too and hand it over. But I realized I wanted much more out of this project. So the aim now is to bring several of the curators and zoology staff over to the Huntarian in Scotland to start building up a relationship, to get them to look at our collections from the Caribbean and Jamaica, to study what we have, to have developed exhibitions and displays, to basically get a kind of a circular exchange of knowledge and experience going. And I feel this is very much a way we should be looking for, working with repatriation. Obviously, there's issues. If we took all the specimens we had in our collection and sent them back, well, what are we going to have for a start? But also sometimes places aren't prepared. They don't have facilities to store them. So using symbolic specimens to start that connection, to start that relationship, is something I'm very sort of interested in seeing and hearing more about. But yeah, so a bit of further reading. A couple of interesting bits about the curating discomfort you can see there. But ultimately, thanks for listening. And hopefully at the end of our session, we've got one of our speakers pulled out. So we've got 15 minutes at the end of our second session this morning where we can have a bit of a discussion going. And if you've got any further questions, the rest of the panel members will be up here and we can see sort of, who's been doing what in repatriation, who has concerns, and any further questions. Okay. Right. Okay. And on to our next speaker here. I'll let you introduce yourself.
You can kind of see me, yeah? Hi, everyone. My name's Jessie Cohen. I am the Repatriation Registrar at the Yale Peabody Museum. And my goal for the next 15 minutes is to explore the varying intentions of how these historical specimen human remains collections came into the Yale Peabody's collection and what we're doing to repatriate. Oh, and there we go. So a brief history lesson first. While YPM's collections were initiated in the early to mid 19th century, Yale College's first collections were initiated earlier in the late 18th century. You see here Ezra Stiles, 7th president of Yale, who died in 1795, but not before amassing what has been described as an ad hoc museum. It consisted of various skeletons, bones, horns, shells, fossils, minerals, stuffed animals, and Indian curiosities, plus a variety of miscellaneous junk, which misguided donors had thrust upon the college. Well known, obviously, for his theological contributions to higher education, Stiles' decades-long study of Native American tribes, particularly those of southern New England, definitely helped shape his creation of an 18th century collection. Typical of college collections at the time, Yale's had an assortment of natural and cultural curiosities. As was also typical of the time, many of these items were lent to local collectors and scattered away from campus for good. Benjamin Silliman, who you see here on the right, is credited with initiating the systematic collecting necessary for teaching and research in the early 1800s. So moving on to further explore and really expose the collecting intentions of those involved in building Yale Peabody's collections, we can turn towards O.C. Marsh. Marsh comes to Yale as an undergraduate student in the mid-19th century, and after pursuing studies abroad, he returns to Yale to become the country's first professor of paleontology at the Yale University Peabody Museum of Natural History, formally founded in 1866. Building upon the work of Silliman at this time to expand the growth of a uniquely formed collection of scientific specimens to be used in scientific instruction. Between 1870 and 1873, Marsh led 4 Yale College scientific expeditions of students throughout the American West. On the precipice of the infamous Bone Wars, the goal of these expeditions was to expand Yale's collections with vast array of fossils. Marsh's personal connections granted him access to all U.S. Army posts, Army Scouts, and Native American guides. Evidence relaying information about the cultures who inhabited the region for centuries was also collected. For instance, an 1873 expedition that toured the Pacific Northwest and parts of Alaska saw the collection of Miocene fossils from Oregon, mammoth bones from Alaska, sea otter skulls and crocodile skulls, as well as Indian skulls from the Dallas Memaloose Island. Okay, we're going to skip forward to NAGPRA. Implementation of the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, or NAGPRA, began at YPM in 1993 with the hire of the museum's first NAGPRA coordinator. With the ultimate goal of repatriating all eligible collections, the NAGPRA statute, adopted in 1990, required all museums and institutions that receive federal funding to participate. Participation includes creating inventories of all Native American human remains and funerary objects, sacred objects, and ceremonial objects, as well as objects of cultural patrimony. Museums were then tasked with consulting with tribes to create a cultural affiliation between human remains and cultural items to particular modern-day tribes or groups of tribes. So along the bottom of the screen, you'll see the NAGPRA requirements as well as the various updates and changes to NAGPRA's regulations over the years. The statute has remained unchanged, but the regulations have seen pretty regular updates, seemingly in an effort to expedite the process, which was initiated in 1990. So with this very brief introduction to NAGPRA, we can now turn back to how it has looked to implement the law and regulations with regard to these historically collected specimens. Human remains collected by Yale's scientific expeditions were generally accessioned and cataloged into the museum's mammalogy collections. Items associated with the mammal collection date to the early days of the museum in the mid-1800s. The Division of Anthropology, however, was not founded until 1902. While some human remains may have been transferred earlier, the museum record shows that many cataloged human remains previously accessioned into the mammal collection were formally transferred to the museum's anthropology collections in the 1990s, seemingly with the passage of NAGPRA. NAGPRA's passage and the required actions forced a reinterpretation of human remains within museum collections. Okay, so now we get into some numbering systems and documentation, the nitty-gritty of what these transfers become, and also, looking to this historical record to help inform how we consult and eventually repatriate. So you see here the museum's accession record for all collections. This particular page lists some of the earliest human remains accessioned in YPM, including that 1873 scientific expedition. Both provenients and the collectors have been recorded. So this first handwritten paragraph reads, received December 1873, 3 boxes from San Francisco, Cal. Number 1, Indian skulls from Dallas, Memaloose, Oregon, OH and OCM collectors. So the OCM is OC Marsh. Moving through to more documentation, here's the documentation that transfers the remains to the museum's Division of Anthropology. The updated accession catalog here demonstrates that each individual had received multiple catalog numbers, first while a part of the mammal collection, and then once transferred to anthropology. You'll also see that all are connected by the same accession number, which is outlined in black, 493. Finally, we can follow this particular repatriation and the collection taken from Memaloose Island, Oregon. We have the published notice of inventory completion that represents the consultation efforts between the museum and the tribes, thereby finally legally repatriating those ancestors to a group of tribes. Okay, so what's happening in NAGPRA now? As YPM continues to have evolving conversations on museums' interpretations of and understanding from the human remains within our collections, the regulations by which museums implement NAGPRA are proposed to change. It is clear that these proposed changes are happening to address both technical and philosophical issues associated with how NAGPRA has operated to date. It is also clear that confronting our historical and sometimes ongoing understandings of human remains as specimens first and ancestors last has and continues to be complicated work deserving of respectful reinterpretation. So I wanted to highlight here a couple of the examples of those technical and philosophical changes that are expected to be changed in the proposed regulations. First, even the definition of Native American will be updated to include more stringently outlined framework. The proposed definition appears to become more inclusive by expanding upon what constitutes as a tribe, people, and culture. However, this is just the definition of Native American in respect to the identification of remains and cultural items. Within the proposed regulations, the parties with which museums must consult include, quote, any lineal descendant and any Indian tribe or Native American organization with potential affiliation, end quote. So what does Indian tribe mean? Indian tribe means any tribe, band, nation, or other organized group or community of Indians, including any Alaska Native village, recognized as eligible for the special programs and services provided by the United States government, and it goes on and on and on. Essentially, in layman's terms, this means that at the outset of consultation or repatriation, museums will be limited to consulting with lineal descendants and federally recognized tribes. Non-federally recognized tribes or other groups, such as state recognized tribes, will be limited in their opportunities to make repatriation claims. Probably the most wide-reaching and fundamental proposed change is of the removal of culturally unidentifiable. To date, NAGPRA human remains and cultural items fall into two categories: culturally affiliated and culturally unidentified. The repatriation or disposition process of culturally unidentified collections can be slow, very slow, and much slower than that of culturally affiliated collections. Further, the classification of ancestors as culturally unidentified has long been determined to be offensive to those tribes who very much are identifiable. A new classification of geographical affiliation that you see on the right will prioritize the provenience of ancestor remains as basically enough information for any tribe with Aboriginal ties to that provenience, to that locality, to be eligible for making a geographical claim. The other final noteworthy proposed change is the addition of real timeframes and deadlines for the completion of all required actions within repatriation. The goal is clearly to complete NAGPRA. For something that's been going on for 30 years, once the proposed regulations are dropped, anticipated January of 2024, museums will have to be finished and have completed and submitted their notices of inventory completion within 2.5 years. So for the purposes of this crowd in particular, I wanted to quickly highlight an example of the ongoing critical reevaluation of our non-ancestor remains collections. In December of 2021, author Adrian Mayer tweeted the central image here, seen along with the following text, quote, "Ammonite amulet rubbed with red ochre worn by Lakota medicine man obtained by famous paleontologist O.C. Marsh. This historical sacred object is not in the Peabody's medicine bundle collection, but in a drawer full of other ammonite specimens," end quote. So firstly, this tweet may have gone wholly unnoticed by YPM had another Twitter user not tagged YPM's own very prolific Twitter user, Mariana DiGiacomo. So thank you, Mariana, if you're in here, for alerting everyone of this. And this should be followed up with, while we don't want to make a habit of reacting to every single tweet or social media post, this one seemed like something we could focus on really well, and the author was wholly correct. So the ammonite appears in a couple of publications between 1983 and 2010. The 83 article seen here identifies the ammonite as powerful plains medicine and compares it to other known fossil medicine. In 2010, an AMNH publication analyzed the mineralogy of the red material that our Twitter user posted as identified as red ochre. The material is in fact identified to be hematite. The presence of red ochre in the Native American archaeological record is significant. It is in this case confirms this item to be sacred, likely used as medicine, making it eligible for NAGPRA. The ammonite was promptly removed from the invertebrate paleontology collection and placed with other sacred and ceremonial items within the Division of Anthropology's collections. And we anticipate, that we'll see other examples of this as we critically reevaluate the museum's natural history collections. So thank you very much.
We've got 1 minute. If anyone's got a quick question. Anyone come up to the microphone? Okay, I think you got away with it for now. We'll have more discussion in a moment. Okay, for our next speaker here. I'd just like to say thank you to our sponsor, Axial, once again. And we'll just give a, how many time are we doing? Another minute? Yeah.
Test. Okay. All right. A very good morning to everyone. I am Shivaram Rasu from the Lee Kong Chian Natural History Museum at the National University of Singapore. And today I'm going to be presenting on a digitization initiative that we've recently begun. And it's called the Singapore in Global Natural History Museum's Information Facility. I know it's a mouthful. And we're going to call it SIGNIFY in short, henceforth. So moving on. Many of you may be unfamiliar with the name of Lee Kong Chian Natural History Museum. So we are actually the de facto collection of the Raffles Museum, which dates all the way back to the 1800s, to the middle of the 1800s. And we were also known down the road as the Raffles Museum of Biodiversity Research. And finally, after one last rebranding, today we are known as the Lee Kong Chian Natural History Museum, and we remain as such. So where do we begin for a digitization initiative? Let us look back at the past of Singapore. Now, we all know Singapore's position in the Malay archipelago places us at a very strategic point. And many collections have taken place in this island, and collectors have come over the last 2 centuries and even more to trade specimens and collect specimens from the island itself. And all of these specimens have now been split to their respective countries from where these collectors originated, and they are strewn all over the globe today. So we at SIGNIFY are actually trying to find out and trace the footsteps of all these collectors, and we want to see where these specimens have gone over the years. And we sort of want to connect the dots to see how we can investigate the travel of these specimens and find out more about our own history so that we can learn about our natural heritage and protect whatever is coming in the future. Now, the project has a few aims, and we've split it into the vision and the outcomes. So for the vision of the project, we are actually trying to aim to get nearly, or if not all, of the type specimens that were taken from the island. These are species that were described from the island, and we also are trying to get non-type specimens that may be of specific historical interest. So these are specimens that may have had interesting collection events, or perhaps specimens that have interesting biodiversity histories attached to them, and other stories that we could actually get from these collection events. And the focus will be on zoological specimens because the National Herbarium at Singapore actually handles the botanical specimens, and they have a separate digitization drive. So we are keeping it specifically to zoology for the purposes of this project. And everything is going to be in a digital format. There will be no physical repatriation for this project. And we're just trying to get everything back into a centralized database. So as for the intended outcomes, we are actually placing the ballpark figure at about 10,000 specimens. And these are from all the categories I mentioned earlier, types, non-types, and any other material that we actually get from our searches. And as is the case with any digitization project, we actually try to get high resolution images that will be of use to researchers and taxonomists who actually want to use these images for future research. Everything is, of course, going to be open access. And once the project publishes all of its data, it will be free for researchers across the globe to use. And this brings me to my subsequent point, which is research collaborations. We are very interested in working hand in hand with collection managers who currently act as hosts to our collections all over the globe. And we want to see what kind of research can be output from all our collections, as many of these collections aren't on any online databases currently. And it leads us to a search that is more physical, and it brings us to a point where we are uncovering research that previously no one knew about. So all in all, SIGNIFY is an archive of Singapore's historical biodiversity for a global digital future. Now, we all know the pandemic made things very difficult 2 years ago, and for a digitization initiative which requires its participants to travel to all these countries, stuff was very slow. So what we actually did was the prep work. We engaged in extensive bibliographic research where we scoured online databases, an example of which would be the Biodiversity Heritage Library. And we tried to go through old publications, and we went through thousands of publications to try and amass a list of which collectors came to Singapore, what they collected, and we built a list basically. And of course, we also went through physical records as well as contacting curators and collection managers who would know more about the information we were trying to find out about. And after the pandemic, when travel resumed, we managed to launch the project successfully simultaneously in both Singapore and London. Now, we all know that London hosts the bulk of the Singaporean specimens owing to our history. And NHM London has been very gracious as one of our key partners for the project. And with the help of our friends and colleagues over at NHM London, we actually managed to get an initial trip going to investigate just what is housed there in terms of Singaporean type specimens and other specimens of interest. And of course, as a result of this trip, we managed to uncover some interesting biodiversity stories, because we ultimately want to get people interested in the history of Singapore's natural heritage. And one of the stories you see here is actually Singapore's firsts. So what I mean by Singapore's first is that these are animals that were collected or described for the first time, and they are representatives of their specific taxonomic group. So the species you see here is the green broadbill. It was the first bird to be described from Singapore all the way back in 1822. And what's interesting is that when we visited the NHM at London in 2022, it was the 200th anniversary of the description of this bird. So it was quite timely in a sense. What you see here is the mangrove pit viper. It was described just 10 years after the description of the green broadbill. And this represents the first snake specimen to be found from Singapore. And as you can see here, the figure plate shows that the specimen is really quite old, and most people, or if not, no one would have actually seen this specimen unless you were a researcher who happened to visit the museum and wanted to take a look at the specimen. So we're trying to bring back all this history for people to see and appreciate. And perhaps the most interesting specimen from this Singapore's first story would be the Singapore Sicilian. What's special about this specimen is that it's the only representative of its species that was ever found. Although it was collected in 1840 from Singapore, it was only formally described more than a century later. And this type specimen remains the only specimen of its species to have ever been seen, and no living specimen has ever been discovered. Now, I'll come back to this specimen later because, as we can see, it's muddled in taxonomic uncertainty given that it has never been seen again. And for our next story, we're going to talk about fossils collected from Singapore. Now, we're all familiar with Singapore's tropical location, and you wouldn't really expect a tropical location to such as Singapore to yield fossils because of the way its geology works. Now, we actually have Elizabeth Alexander here, who was based in Singapore in the 40s, I believe, and she was the first female geologist to actually work on the geology of Singapore. And she conducted extensive surveys and ended up actually collecting a pretty decent number of fossils from Singapore, which was quite a surprise at the time because not much work had been done in this arena. And some of these fossils actually turned out to be from new species to paleontologists, and she ended up describing them as new species to science. And we actually did not know about the existence of these fossils prior to visiting the collections at the NHM at London and actually interacting with the collection managers and uncovering this important piece of our history. And what's most noteworthy about Elizabeth Alexander's work is that her findings about the geology of Singapore actually managed to get a specific patch of forest protected by the government then. And this patch of forest today still harbors the most extensive patch of primary rainforest in Singapore and serves as an important refuge for our biodiversity. So we can see that historical work by collectors actually ends up being beneficial in some ways to our future in terms of preserving our natural heritage. Of course, I can't cover all the stories that we uncovered during that short trip, but this network just shows the number of links we managed to make between the people who are involved in collection events of natural specimens in Singapore, as well as other events that took place across a historical time. And of course, this brings me to a point where people might say, why don't you just outsource a digitization initiative? You could contact these museums or institutions and get them to just do the digitization work for you. Why spend all these resources to send a team to all these institutions and get them to digitize the specimens physically? Well, you see, the networks here we found were not available on any online database, and you can't just glean this information online because many of these objects are hidden in the collections and you don't really know what you're going to find. So working hand in hand with collection managers and bringing the Singaporean context with us as local researchers actually helps us to uncover these valuable information and reveal much more than what a regular outsourced digitization initiative would. So apart from the NHM at London, we've also managed to travel to the Oxford University Museum of Natural History, the University Museum of Zoology at Cambridge, as well as the World Museum at Liverpool over the last year or so. And we've uncovered many interesting findings which will be published over the course of the project because we're still in the process of sorting out all of this data. So as I mentioned earlier in the vision and outcomes, we want high resolution data to be made available as a result of this project. And researchers will be able to view our figure plates on a website, which will help them reduce the need for them to travel in an age where climate change has become more pertinent. And basically, we are removing the need for people to travel and look at these specimens physically as much as possible. And of course, we acknowledge that digitization is a proxy and will never be a complete replacement for someone to look at a specimen physically. But this serves as a worthy alternative to consider in a time such as this. And as I mentioned earlier, for specimens that might be muddled in taxonomic uncertainty or for specimens that need further research done upon them, we actually went a step further to perform extensive imaging such as CT scanning. The skull you see on the right is actually the skull of the Sicilian I mentioned earlier. And given that it's the only representative of its species, we decided that, we might actually find something more interesting if we did something further. And also, you might also benefit from doing ancient DNA on some of these specimens and uncover valuable molecular information where it would previously have been unknown to anyone. So this begs an important question. Why not physical repatriation? For that, I think we have to look at a brief summary of Singapore's material in just Europe alone for now. So as you can see here, Singapore's type material, it's strewn all across Europe and it numbers well into the thousands. And this is just a ballpark figure. We haven't actually gone to all these places yet. But you can see that these museums are custodians of a very important type collection that is currently housed all over Europe. And we could request for these specimens to be returned, but of course, there will be a lot of bureaucracy involved in this process. And as well as the fact that natural history specimens of a zoological nature don't really come across, they don't really come with the histories that are associated with anthropological specimens. So we in SIGNIFY believe that science is global, and the fact that all these specimens are in these institutions may actually benefit researchers more because they will be able to travel to these places, or as a part of SIGNIFY, when we centralize all this information, they will actually be able to view it either way. And we're actually going to say that we don't want our specimens to come back. And let's look at the case example here. This is the Selangor Museum of Malaysia. It was extensively, unfortunately, bombed during the Second World War. And a huge collection was lost as a part of this project. And of course, many European museums have also undergone similar calamities. And we're trying to take an approach where we don't really want to put all our eggs in one basket, especially given that we are going after type specimens. And as a result, we believe that we are comfortable with leaving these specimens where they are at the moment. We just want to know where they are. We are okay with bringing back the images and leaving them where they are. So as long as they are useful for research and information is made open access, these specimens do not need to be repatriated back to Singapore, because of course we need space to house this, and we are a very small island as well. So as the website I was talking about, the centralized database will look like this. Currently, we have a small number of specimens because the project is still in the process of gathering all the data together. And the end result will be what you see here, a bunch of figure plates for specimens that can be viewed in higher detail. Researchers can open the figure plates in higher detail. They can look at the labels, the specimens at various angles. And we hope that all this information will be able to assist them in their research if needed. And there will be a separate section of the website that covers the other biodiversity histories that came with these specimens. And you might be familiar with the two stories I covered here earlier. And this page will continue growing. And of course, we'll also have publications that are associated with these specimens. And this serves as a proof of concept that research can be generated from a large digitized collection. Last but not least, we would like to acknowledge the Lee Foundation, Mr. Terry McNeese, as well as Mr. Go Gyok Kim for their generous support towards SIGNIFY. And please feel free to follow SIGNIFY on their social media platforms if you want to find out more. Yep. And I'm available for a chat as well across the duration of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shivaram, and thank you, Jessie, as well, for those talks. We've got one more speaker in the session after the break. But just want to take the moment to say thank you to our diamond sponsors, Delta Design Limited, Brunziel, and Picture. And now you can go off for coffee and hopefully lots of pleasant chats. Okay, we'll see you in half an hour. Everybody, welcome to the second session. Unfortunately, we're not all standing outside waiting for fire alarm to be resolved. And our next speaker now can take the lead. I'll just say once again, thank you to our diamond sponsors, Brunzil and Picture, and Axial as well. And on to our next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. All right. Hello, Spinach. My name is Bailey Jorgensen. I am the current collections manager at the Alf Museum of Paleontology, and I'm here to talk about fossil repatriation, but specifically the relationships and dialogues that come from these processes and how that can benefit museums. I have a little QR code you can scan if you want. That's just the institutions that I'm going to mention, as well as additional information, works cited sorts of stuff if you're interested. And let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is me. Yeah, this is me. So as I said, I'm the current collections manager at the Alf Museum of Paleontology, which is built on Gabrielino Tongva land. And though my career has pivoted into paleontology, my background is actually archaeology and history. So as a result, I was put in charge of the repatriation efforts at the Alf Museum, the final repatriation efforts of our archaeological and anthropological collections that we no longer have, which has been a wonderful process. And the Alf Museum has also been involved in the fossil repatriation discussion as well, which I'll obviously go into a little bit more in a minute, but these topics have begun to crop up in my day-to-day work. And I'm also currently a grad student focusing on maritime science and museum history. So something we really try to emphasize at the Alf Museum, being a paleontology museum, is the deep time perspective. So when you first enter our museum, it's a time spiral. You're going to see exhibits from the dawn of time, and you'll circle around the museum, which is a little circle all the way through to the modern time. And it's intended to give visitors this sense of the vastness of time, the depth of time. And I think that's a really important perspective to take when looking at our looking at our work as well. So, life has existed for millions of years. Humans are only a small fraction of that. So we're going to zoom in a little bit to the history of fossils and fossil collecting, because nothing we do happens in a vacuum. Everything fossil collecting has a long history that's important to know. And this is a topic I can go on for a long time, so I'm going to try to not do that because I only have 15 minutes. But we're all natural historians. We all are familiar with sort of the history of natural history collecting, how that's been happening for centuries, the past these specimens have traveled, and fossils are a big part of that. So as far back as 13, 14, 1500s, fossils were very common objects in European cabinets of curiosity, especially American fossils a little bit as time went on. But for centuries, widely accepted European science,
deep time and extinction were two things that were not understood until relatively recent human history. So fossils were truly curiosities. They were not fully understood for a long time, and were just sort of these mysteries. For example, the famous conquistador Hernan Cortez, one of the very first ships of goods that he shipped back to Spain from the Americas, contained a gigantic mastodon femur. And it was seen as evidence that giants lived somewhere in the Americas. And it is necessary, I think, using this example as well, to keep in mind that, sorry, I'm trying to zoom in on my notes. Fossil study was not done or understood in one way. So using this example as well, the native people who showed Cortez this femur described it as a giant that their ancestors, the evidence of a race of giants that their ancestors had killed off, essentially. And that was knowledge that had passed through generations and generations of their people. But Cortez, obtaining this femur, saw it through his perspective, which was that God created the earth in completeness with nothing taken away. He didn't believe that these things could actually be extinct. Even though there was a lot of ancestral memory tied to this femur that's basically proved that these things had gone extinct. I think that was fascinating. And this is worth mentioning because it's important to remember that there's more than one avenue in which to practice and understand science. So here's a picture of a dog. This is Roxas, who visited my collection recently, and I couldn't find a better picture for this slide, so I thought you all would enjoy seeing this. So this might be a phrase you've heard before, colonial pathways. It's something that's common in many disciplines, particularly natural history collection, which basically is the pathways that specimens traveled to get to the natural history museums that they're at today. And those pathways that those specimens traveled were established back in colonial times, and there's been shifting through time of these pathways, but it is by and large specimens coming from countries that today are considered poorer countries and flowing into countries that are today considered more wealthy countries. And it's the sort of river, I suppose, of information that's considered a colonial pathway, and it follows these really historic paths. And yeah, I already mentioned Cortez's femur, for example, leaving South America, going to Spain. And that is one of the colonial pathways that is evidenced today. And there is a real phenomenon of, like I sort of mentioned, the countries that these specimens are coming from, as the object is taken away, very little of the knowledge and benefits that are associated with that specimen, those memories, that knowledge is taken away as well. And I'll go into that a little bit in a minute. So this is a photo of the founder of our museum with a bunch of students on a trip. That's one of his famous slogans that we like to use and abuse. It's, what will you do with your moment in time? So we like to present the visitors of our museum with a vast perspective of time, and then narrow it back down to their moment of time. So we have this small but profound collective moment of time. What are we going to do with it? And as collections people, we're not passive participants, obviously, but active players in these colonial pathways and such. And so repatriation is a key issue affecting many museums, particularly museums with archaeological, anthropological collections. And it's been a complicated relationship through the years, but it's something that's increasing through time, which is great to say. And fossil repatriation is beginning to be discussed, obviously, as well, not just archaeological things. And I'll go into that in a moment. So, and one of the common sort of arguments that you hear a lot in repatriation is sort of this fear that if you repatriate something, it's not going to be able to be taken care of in its home country. And that's also something I'll go into in just a moment. Let's see. So now I'm going to talk about the initiatives that the ALF Museum has been a part of recently and how it sort of relates to everything I've been trying to say. So we have two initiatives that we've been working with. The first one is with the Institute for the Study of Mongolian Dinosaurs. And this is a project that is done by Dr. Balor Tsegbinjin, and is essentially the repatriation of Mongolian fossils. So Balor, when she was a child, was raised by a paleontologist father. She ended up going to America to study in New York for her degree. And a phenomenon that she noticed in America, talking to American children during outreach events, seeing people at the museums in America, and the children were obsessed with dinosaurs and loved dinosaurs and could name tons of dinosaurs and were so excited to see the dinosaurs. But when she would go home to Mongolia, none of the children she interacted with knew what a dinosaur was. Sometimes their parents didn't know what a dinosaur was, or if they did, they only knew that if they saw something that they could maybe sell it for money. And there was none of this sort of joy for paleontology for dinosaurs in her home country, even though so many Mongolian fossils are in America, because the formations there produce the best velociraptors and things like that. Some of the most famous dinosaurs come from Mongolia and have historically traveled in vast numbers to America. So basically her initiative, highly encourage you to check it out, sort of tries to reverse that. It's to bring fossils back to Mongolia. She's established this institute. She's interacting with local children, and a big part of her initiative is reobtaining fossils that have been collected illegally from Mongolia, in particular. And the Alpha Museum does not have Mongolian fossils, but what we do have is a partnership with her where she will send her students to our museum. So our museum is located on a high school campus. So we are actively training younger kids in paleontology and things like that. So she will send cohorts of her students, young students, to us. We have another cohort coming up this summer to be trained in how to prepare and care for fossils and curation and things like that, as a way to sort of facilitate. And in exchange, we take trips with our donors and our alumni to Mongolia to go camping, to look for fossils, and to do sort of fun quintessential paleontology things. But it's become this system of exchange, essentially, between training and tourism. It's an equal exchange. The other initiative that the Alp Museum has sort of just begun is with the National Museum of Brazil. So you might remember in 2018, it suffered a catastrophic fire and most of their collection was lost. Now the Alpha Museum had, when I arrived, a drawer of Brazilian fish fossils that had been there for forever. Who knows when they were donated by who? We're pretty sure they were not collected legally, like there's no way, but no, everyone was afraid to touch this drawer because they were afraid of legal repercussions. They were afraid to talk about them. They knew it was collected illegally. But when the National Museum started to rebuild, they put out this call that was like, we are looking for specimens to rebuild our collection because they service so much of the Brazilian populace and they wanted more specimens to regrow their collection. And we had already, through the Fossil Friday chats, like outreach initiative done by Brittany Stoneberg and Gabriel Santos at my museum, had come into contact already with Brazilian paleontologists who had previously worked at this Natural History Museum. So I just reached out to them and I was like, they put out this call, like, what's the deal? Would they be interested in these fish? And they connected me directly to the director of the National Museum in Brazil. And he was quick to respond. We set up a Zoom meeting and I sent him pictures of the fish. We talked about it. And the conclusion was that these fish are apparently very, very common in Brazil. They're just rolling out of the hillsides in this one formation. He's like, these actually don't mean anything to us. We have millions of these. But thank you, like, for this taking time. Feel free to use these fish to talk about these fish. And that's going to be the little piece of Brazil that's there in your museum. And if you have anything you can donate to us so that we can have a piece of California in our museum, it will create this sort of scientific bettering for both of us if we've got common stuff that we don't care about that we can exchange. And I was like, that sounds honestly great. So I haven't shipped anything down there yet. This is in process. But it was sort of an unexpected outcome where they didn't want the fish back, but it was a chance for us to support one another, to increase our our scientific viability. Now I can use these specimens, I can take them places. No one's like scared of them because of their status. And in exchange, he can take some of our casted specimens in Brazil and talk about the fossils of California and things like that. So it's in both cases at the Alf Museum, in neither case have we shipped something back to these countries. It's a lot more than that. It's about a relationship that we've established with young students, with museum professionals. So I think I like to encourage, I guess, think of it less of like an exchange, like we're going to get rid of these things because we're scared the government's going to come after us, whatever, and more of a chance to like truly reverse colonial pathways and have the flow of knowledge go both ways, where it's a collaboration. And I can't provide like a framework for anyone who's looking into fossil repatriation in their own museum. Every museum is going to be different. Every case is going to be different. But I honestly think the best way to sort of begin this process within your own museums is just improving justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion within your museums. And all the cases I just mentioned, it was the involvement of Mongolian people, of Brazilian people in our day-to-day, those friendships that we built that led to these sort of repatriations, these discussions, and that sort of thing can't happen without active desire to improve those things within your own institution and to invest in those things, in your staff and in the people you talk to and you do interviews or things like that for outreach. If you want to consult a professional, like consider expanding into different demographics than you might normally first think of. And here's just this slide again. So if you want to see the link tree with the websites for the institutions I've mentioned. And yeah, I think there's going to be a question and answer soon.
Okay, thank you very much, Bailey. If I could like to stay up here and you can invite up Shivaram and Jessie as well. So we've got the opportunity to have a brief question and answer. If anyone's got anything they want to sort of bring up, contribute, but just want to sort of kind of summarize up. There's a nice mix there of the virtual repatriation idea, sort of the data sharing, which is the whole other side of repatriation. As long as the information is available, that's one big aspect. The relationship building, sort of even if there's not something physically going back, you've used the collections as a way to start a conversation, a way to start building connections with other museums, with other universities, with community groups, and so on. Or also the issues of what is a certain object? Is it an anthropology object? Is it something of sacred value? Is it I wouldn't say just, but is it a paleontology specimen? And all these issues are certainly things that we're looking at in new and different ways. But yeah, do we have any questions? Anyone want to start a debate going? Look at some problematic issues of repatriation. Just to sort of fill in a couple of other interesting papers that I found while sort of researching repatriation and natural history collections. There's one quite a while back, 2010, by Estrella Figueiredo, looking at the colonial legacy in African plant taxonomy. And she was very much interested in trying to get herbarium collections, this particular example held in Portuguese collections, sent back to source countries in Southern Africa, mainly South Africa, with her reasoning being that quite often collections are just sitting, languishing in cupboards, languishing in storerooms in the global north. No one's worked on them. No one has had the time to do anything with them in the decades or even centuries that they've been there. And sometimes it gets to a stage where people are moving collections or tidying up and go, well, we've never done anything with this. Should we get rid of it? Even sort of speaking to some people in the conference already, they've been pointing out that they've heard of collections managers or curators or even higher management going, well, do we really need this? Let's just dispose of it, rather than going, do we need this? Well, let's send it back to where it came from. Let's start using it to build connections. But then the other side, of the sort of restitution, restoration, repatriation. There's an interesting paper by Solomon Sebuliba and colleagues in 2021. With a study called Ready for Restitution, Meeting Challenges of Colonial Legacies in African Collections, where he examined museums in Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda, and looking at the state that they were in, sort of looking at the state of their collections, the availability of staff and researchers, and asking the question, would they actually be ready to take on a large number of specimens being returned? And his general conclusion was that in many cases they weren't. They were underfunded. They didn't have sort of facilities, training, staff. So very much pushing the point that it can't just be a return. It has to be reparations as well. It has to be building relationships where the global north is starting to look at, righting the wrongs of the past by providing funding, providing training, helping build, the collection spaces in many other countries and source countries, but very aware of doing that in a shared way, doing it in a knowledge exchange way, not just a neo-colonialism imposing, ideas to begin with. So lots of discussions to be had. But if anyone would like to add in anything more, discuss something, please feel free. I don't want to hog the microphone for the whole time.
I can say in terms of readiness, probably you're going to see a mixed bag. In terms of NAGPRA specifically, if the regulations effectively do change in January of 2024, by July of 2026, all institutions will have to have legally repatriated their NAGPRA collections. I can't imagine a world where all tribes will then be ready to accept all of those individuals and ancestors and collections. So I think there's still ways to go in terms of the readiness portion.
Really? Go to the microphone.
Okay. Yes. And I know that the Taiwan didn't have that law already, and so I came here to learn what the experience in here, especially the NAGPRA works here for 30 years, and I learned by the literatures that there's still a lot of debates in the museums and the indigenous communities. So I want to know what's your opinions, especially the collection managers here, and that's we can appeal our government and the community, indigenous community in Taiwan, to have a better future or the better ways to deal with this kind of repatriation things. That's the goal I hear. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Shivaram, I did have a question for you. In the sort of the work you've been doing with the virtual repatriation, have you come across any specimens or objects that you kind of thought, we would really like that one back for museum?
Okay, personally, I haven't really encountered a specimen like that. If it were up to me, of course, I would say all of them would be great to have back in our museum. But as I mentioned earlier, it's a lot of bureaucracy to go through. And I'm sure conversations could be had with regards to certain specimens, but right now there's been no talk about it. So personally, I would say sometimes the specimens that we really want back would be the ones that have interesting stories attached to them. Like if you visit the SIGNIFY website, there was actually a voyage that happened. There was a boat called the HMS Alert. And this was a ship that passed by Singapore and collected extensively along our shores. And specimens like this would be very useful for informative exhibits for the front-facing galleries of museums. So, of course, the digital specimens are very useful in this case. But personally, I would say specimens like these are the ones that people technically want in galleries because of how valuable they are to the public in helping them learn more about natural heritage. Yep. But of course, it's not a must. We can always have a digitized version of it existing in a more virtual exhibit in a public gallery. Yeah.
Thanks. And I've got a question for Bailey. The sort of looking at the training that was going on. With the sort of places, the Mongolian collections, were the training requested, were these ideas from your institution, or were these sort of methods and things that were requested by people in Mongolia?
Yeah, great question. So it was Balor who approached us after we had made the connection with her to say, I want my students to know how to prepare fossils the way you prepare fossils. I want them to know what kind of glue to use, what kind of tools we need to invest in for the Institute, and that sort of knowledge and like the curatorial stuff, like the acid-free boxes and things like that, like where to obtain those things. Because a big part of fossil collecting is then the preparation of the fossils to prepare them for either curation or exhibit, because they're still like really encased in rock many times. So most of her concern was learning how to prepare those fossils and also the materials that she would need then in her institution to purchase. And her students being here or being in our museum as well and participating in our programs, it also gives them an opportunity to travel to a lot of other California museums, which she was also interested in, that the students could see a wide variety of museums and then go back to their own institute and be able to kind of compare and think about what they would want to implement in their institution.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's the same sort of thing that in discussions been having with the curators in Jamaica, and on their request was, more training for wet specimen preservation, but also dry skin preservation, birds and mammal work, and just conservation information as well. But I did want to sort of see what knowledge that they had that we wanted as well. They're certainly much more advanced than we are currently at the Hunterium with their objects uploaded to GBIF, for example. We're embarrassingly far behind with that, but we'll get there one day. But yeah, it's trying to get a exchange of knowledge as much as knowledge going in one direction is something I think was very important. But yeah, we just got about a minute left. Just really wanted to hammer home the final point. It's just being proactive, which everyone is being. Everyone is sort of going out there. Good question. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
I have a question for Shivaram. So you have both digital collections that are not physically in your possession as part of this repatriation stuff, and then also physical specimen is in your collection. How do you indicate in your collections management database system, like, this is not here, this is digital, this is only digital? Do you direct it to a link, or do you flag it? Do you keep both of those collections, both the physical collections and the digital collections, in the same collections management database system, or do you have them separate?
Thank you for the question. So currently our project is still in the early stages. We haven't sorted out everything into a collection database management system. So currently our data is all restricted to the website and on a private list, which we haven't made public yet. But eventually, of course, they will be sorted out into the specific collections that you just mentioned. One will be virtual and one will be physical. And we'll be very clear about which ones that we actually have in our possession. So the Singapore one is called the Zoological Reference Collection. And those are the ones that we have physically with us. And everything else will be flagged as overseas specimen that we only have in a digital format. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And Bailey, I also have a bunch of Brazilian fish that nobody wants to touch. But we did contact Brazil and they also said, no, thank you. We don't want them. We have so many. But I loved your idea of then giving them a piece of California. So maybe we can give them a piece of Utah in exchange. So thank you.
Okay, well, that's our 0-minute warning. So I'd just like to say thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the morning session, and we're passing on to the next moderator and speaker. And thank you to all the panel for all their wonderful stories. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Just as I suspected, I can't see over.
That's why I changed my glasses.
The next symposium is ZooMu. This is Zoo and Museum Pathways. And first, we'd like to recognize the wonderful sponsors for this conference and appreciate their contributions, especially Picture and Delta Designs. So the first speaker in this symposium is Greg Watkins-Colwell, one of the originating founders of this ZooMu group.
Thank you. I'm gonna, as they told us, stand on the X and don't push the button. Because it's probably a trap door or something. All right, so I'm going to talk about how ZooMu started, what is ZooMu, where ZooMu is now, and a brief glimpse into maybe where we hope it's going. All right, and there'll be a few QR codes throughout, so feel free to, do your thing and get signed up for stuff. All right, so ZooMu in essence is zoo and museum initiative to bridge the gap between zoos and museum collections and to ultimately land on zoos being thought of as research collections. All right, so if you don't know what a zoo or an aquarium is, and when we say zoo, we lump them together. All right, zoos are collections of living things. They, as you'll see in a later slide, they tend to be things that are not extinct. They focus on charismatic and or endangered things and mostly vertebrates, a very vertebrate heavy sort of thing. Zoos in the modern era sort of began about 200 years ago and focus on biodiversity to show the public how cool stuff in the world is and help to educate the public about conservation issues and things like that. Data from animals in zoos tend to be very locally housed at that institution. In some cases, the software that manages one institution manages others, and you can see across boundaries that way, but mostly it's per institution. Zoo research tends to be about reproductive biology, behavior, conservation biology, things like that, things that are part of the mission of the exhibit as well. Researchers often use cryopreserved material, including frozen gametes or frozen embryos, and they may or may not use the live collection that's on display. Natural history collections, as you know, contain organisms from around the world and from deeper into time. In other words, we keep things after they're dead. Zoos have them while they're alive. All right, so there's a difference in time scale of the individual specimen's career in a way. Museums began, roughly 400 years ago. Specimens and data are available for researchers. And we have organisms, we have tissue samples, etc. You know what we have. Natural history collections tend to be used for a variety of research projects beyond behavior. Behavior is often inferred if it's part of it. All right. We also are part of several aggregation sites such as iDigBio or GBIF, and we participate in fun things like OVERT, CT scanning everything. This is our standard slide for sort of a sky-high view of zoos and museums. And the differences are exactly what you would expect, but what I like to focus on is the similarities. Like we both have digital data management systems. All right, both have researchers that use material. The scale can be a bit different. Zoos have extant organisms only, fewer taxa, fewer individuals because you got to feed them. All right, we have sort of everything for all times, all of it. So it's a little different in sort of the scale. All right, so the idea of the ZooMu initiative is to bridge these gaps and build networks involving specimen transfer and data and research between museums and zoos. Our timeline, this is a fun one I like because it has pictures of us in it. So we began in 2019 following a symposium at a conference on the extended specimen concept in museum specimens, and a couple of the zoo people in the crowd came up and said, hey, how come we weren't involved? And the answer was, you should have been. So in 2019 is when we sort of started. And 2021 is when we really got going. We got permission from iDigBio to host our first workshop. It ended up being virtual because of COVID. And we participated in the iDigBio Digital Data Conference in 2021. In 2022, we had our second iDigBio workshop, participated in the Zoo Registrars Association meeting, and published a paper in Bioscience that you may have seen. And if not, there's a QR code coming up. All right. In 2023, which is now, we participated in the AZA, that's the American Zoo and Aquarium Association, or American Zoo Association, mid-year meeting. And we are here at Spinach, and then we have a half-day symposium at the joint meeting of Ichthyology and Herpetology in July in Norfolk. And right now we have an NSF grant proposal pending, and it's for an RCN to pull together people from zoos and museums and build networks. Every day I hit refresh, and we're still pending. So I was hoping if I talked slowly enough, I could change this slide at the end. The picture, by the way, is the 4 founding members of ZooMu sequestered at a hotel in Charlotte last summer writing the grant proposal. Post-it notes all over the wall, magic marker on the windows. It was great. All right, so there's our big bioscience paper, QR code to download it. Authors from all of those wonderful institutions and then some. And what I like to point out is it's almost a 50-50 split between traditional natural history collections and zoos working together for one gigantic paper. All right. The ZooMu initiative identifies 3 main concepts that are important for this process. One is physical infrastructure, then cyber infrastructure, and human infrastructure. Physical is pretty basic. Physical transfer of specimens or tissue samples. If the specimen of zoo dies, transfer it to museum. If you have excess blood samples from your last checkup on the animal, transfer the blood to a museum for archiving as a cryo tissue sample. Cyber infrastructure is basically all of the FAIR principles. Are the data from zoos interoperable or accessible? Can the data be transferred to people? And that might be the part we need to work on a bit more. Human infrastructure, there are cultural differences between zoos and museums. You've heard me say a few things that are culturally different. We have dead stuff, all right? Zoos have stuff that's alive. And one of the cultural things is we say it died. They say it passed away, okay? It's a subtle thing, but it's real. And it sort of speaks to some things we have to address. Some sensitivity training. All right, and this is a nice little picture of what a network looks like. All right, this map is not from the back of the magazine on your flight home. This is 2 cases, one from a zoo perspective and one from a museum perspective that we already have data for. Oklahoma City Zoo, those are all outbound flights of specimens and tissue samples going to institutions for researchers. The blue lines for Peabody Museum are all inbound flights of zoo specimens coming to the museum. Many, many museums on this map would make it look a lot more complicated. And zoos, I'd say about half the zoos I've talked to do this on a regular basis. But I bet you every museum, I bet you've got a zoo specimen somewhere. All right. This is from our grant proposal. So this is a hint of what we hope is to come. Same color scheme. Every orange square is a zoo in the US. Every blue dot is a natural history collection in the US. The stars are where we propose having meetings to coordinate the region. But if you look closely, there's a lot of overlap. There are a lot of places that have a blue dot and an orange square. Minimally speaking, know your neighbor. You know, go across the street and say hi to the zoo. You know, that would be the simplest beginning. So if we get the grant, or when we get the grant, the picture on the left will, is it your left too? Yes, left. Imagine all those little dots having outbound and inbound flights on the right side. That'd be great. All right, so that's the end of my summary. If you want to join up and talk to us more and be part of the initiative and help us get it to where it's a network, join the ZooMu Google group. We're happy to have you on board and answer questions you have and ask you questions right back. All right. So that's what I've got. I knew it would be fast. All right. And I'm going to slow down because Shannen is up next. I told her if she could moderate me, I'd moderate her. And we both would moderate Jen. All right. Any questions so far about ZooMu? I have 5 minutes to go, she says. Okay. And I don't want to start early unless, yeah. Microphone. Okay. Oh, I can repeat it.
Are there permitting issues for animals that are permitted for zoos and permitted museums?
Stick around at least 15 minutes. That's Jen's talk. She asked if there are permitting issues about transferring from zoos to museums. There are. And I hate to say it, but there's probably Nagoya issues. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for that. So the cultural differences that you're talking about are interesting because we have a zoo in Tacoma, so I'm at the Puget Sound Museum. And one of the things that we talk about with like the zoo vets, so they're always necropsying the animals.
Yeah.
And it's trivial in some ways, but it's also major in terms of getting these specimens back and working with vets to train them to actually necropsy an animal where the damage is minimized. Is that part of the discussion?
Yeah. We've talked a lot about where a full necropsy is necessary by law or a regulatory issue. There are some species that are critically endangered and they have to do a lot of necropsy to know why that one died. Or it's on loan from another institution and they want to know, or it's on loan to them from Brazil, and maybe the nation of Brazil wants to know. And for things like primates, it's almost necessary in case it's a zoonotic to human. So they do a lot of necropsy for things like that. But then there are things they don't need a necropsy. And we worked with some of the zoos that we receive things from the concept of cosmetic necropsy. If it's a bilateral structure, don't take both. If you need to do histology on the kidneys, can you do one? Leave us some soft anatomy, that kind of thing. So in many cases, it's just a conversation, and the zoo veterinarians have a primary goal of why did it die? And that's a noble goal. Our usefulness of it is later on the list for them. But I think that there's room for that.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, hi, Randy.
So I'm super jazzed about this. I'm sure a lot of people are after your talk. So I'm going to ask a question that probably a lot of people are thinking about. What if we already have a really good relationship with the zoo nearby? How do we sign on to this initiative and bring our partnering zoos and aquaria, for my case, aquariums?
I would say start with join the Google group, just be part of the conversation. And yeah, there are many of us who have pre-existing relationships with zoos. And many zoos who automatically send things to some institution nearby, or they come pick it up. So let's highlight that, No need to reinvent a wheel. Just recognize, hey, man, there's a wheel.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
You talked about moving lots of data from your zoo specimens over into a natural history collection, but zoos can sometimes have basically an entire lifetime of data associated with that one specimen. How do you decide what's important enough to go into the natural history database and collections there versus just kind of throw it away as not important?
I think throwing it away makes my stomach hurt. So I think we've been facing that all along. We'll get tons of data from a specimen when we get it, and there's 100 dates, none of which is the collection date. Right? Because it wasn't collected then. That's the date the keeper said, oh, he ate well. Okay, great. But where do we put that in our database? And the answer is maybe we don't. Maybe there needs to be another aggregator, or maybe zoos feed straight to GBIF with that sort of data and link it to the specimen record that it now represents. So maybe we don't need the data here in our institution. We just need to know where it is.
Cool, thanks.
Sure. All right. I have 1 minute, so I can slowly introduce her. All right. Jen Robson. Actually, when did we find out about you? You came up to us after something.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, this is how a network grows. All right, Shannen is from the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County, and she's gonna talk about zoo specimens and vertebrate collections, natural history collection, and the zoos.
So hopefully this is a good example of exactly what you were asking. So last year, Kat Halsey, who's a mammal preparator at our museum part-time and also works at the LA Zoo part-time, has been through just casual relationships at the museum and the zoo been transferring specimens to us. And when we found out about the ZooMu network, we had a lot of the same questions, like, we have this great relationship, how do we formalize this? So hopefully this networking part answer some of those questions. So as we tried to reach out to the LA Zoo to try and discuss some of these more formal transfers, the ZooMu bioscience paper came out, and it was very exciting. I didn't know that iBio workshops were going on. So from a session like this paper came out just before Spinach last year, and I approached Greg and asked the exact same question. This is fantastic. How do we get involved? Can you give me more information about how to set this up? So we seem self-evident from a collection management standpoint. An animal is born, it has this life history, and it dies at a zoo, and then it seems like the natural biodiversity pipeline should then be a transfer, preparing the specimen for the collection, installing, and then allowing it to continue to be used in a museum setting. Some of the comparisons that Greg had made in his previous slide about zoos and museums have living animals, preserved animals, and it didn't occur to me until just now, like the thought of feeding my specimens, like, no, that's overwhelming. Zoos have detailed life history data, and museums have these Darwin Core data standards that we can use for maybe some of those data questions about what information is the most important to start with in the data record. And then zoos, though, the data is by request. We make our data available in aggregators, and that information is available to anyone on the internet. Access is by request, and whereas in the museum, you can find out who the collection manager of mammals is. It's not always clear at the zoo who to approach to request all of that information. And then those standardized positions are made available at the zoo, at a museum, and are much less clear at a zoo. So a lot of it is, how do we get started? Because I don't know who to contact, and I don't know who's in charge of what. How many captive animals could be incorporated into museum collections was one of those questions that I was really curious about. And so in captivity data is a lot of it's managed in a program at zoos called the Zoo Information Management System. It's an online database of animals that are under human care, and it's used a lot by zoos. And as Greg mentioned, some of them move across the system from zoo to zoo. So by using this online portal and sharing that information, and it tracks an animal no matter where its location is. So there are currently 1,200 or so participants in institutions. It's called Species 360. And there are about 1 million animals or more in these scientific institutions that are noted with the dots. And over the last 45 years, I think it actually was founded in 1973 or 1974. So they have 50 years of database information of over 10 million animal records and 22,000 distinct species. So ZIMS alone is an amazing resource as we talk about data standards and data information. Even if it's not transferring the specimens, I think there's still opportunities to try and partner with zoos, at least to get more biodiversity information. So the data for wild biodiversity is limited. So the next question I had was, how many animals from the wild can contribute to collections? And this is the IUCN Red List data. So the International Union of Nature is considered the information source that's most comprehensive on wildlife biodiversity, extinction risk. And it starts in 2000. So this is only a graphic of the last 25-ish years. And the number of species that we know in blue that have been measured and the total that are threatened has, exponentially increased in the last 20 years about our knowledge. But also what's also increased is the number of species that are threatened or going extinct. So the the point of this graphic was, as data improves, we know that the number of species becomes more restricted. So where are natural history collections going to get collecting? And as the wild populations are more limited and collecting in the wild is more restricted, then zoos are also another great reservoir of information for natural history collections. With those increased species risks as well, zoos and aquaria have launched species conservation initiatives to breed these species in captivity for three main purposes. The first is to maintain a genetically diverse population, a demographically varied population, and a biologically sound population. Since the mid-'80s, when these kinds of programs started to become these collaborative and cooperative networks of individuals, animals in these species survival programs. There are now 238 members in 13 countries in the AZA, 800,000 animals of 8,700 species, and 800 of them are IUCN Red List species. And to me, that means these are potential species that we won't be able to collect or add to our collections, and could be sources from zoos and these population programs. WAZA, is that right? The World Association of Zoos and Aquariums are attempting to expand this to the global level. There are 400 global levels, and currently they have 9 global species management plans going on for some very, very rare and extinct animals, of which there are only a few. And so, again, this is another way of, as those species become more limited, the value of them after their deaths to museums is also incredibly important. So how many specimens in museum collections are from captivity? So you'd think this would be straightforward. I went to GBIF. I looked for instances of zoo, aviary, captive, and aquarium or captivity. I restricted it all to chordates because, as Greg noted, I and many others are vertebrate focused. The basis of record is preserved specimen, but also, as Greg mentioned, a lot of museums have either observational data or they also have records of genomic resources. So I excluded those. Just preserved specimens of vertebrates in museums. And it came up with 832,000 specimens. However, if you search for the word zoo in GBIF, it also includes the word zoological collection or the Museum of Zoology or zoological lab or any collection code that also includes zoo. And then the terms avium and zoo and captivity were not consistently used in fields. I found references in locality remarks, higher geography, the collector was a zoo, the occurrence remarks, something in georeference about it being a zoo. So the data about trying to identify captive specimens in the museum databases is not straightforward. So if I did the whole search again with zoo, aviary, captive, and aquarium, but excluded the entire collection of the National Museum of in London, which has this code zoo. So all 450,000 records of their collections were included in this. And then also a university in Poland, AMU, their code is also NHC zoo. So if I excluded those two and then only included aviary, captive, and aquarium from those two collections, it went down significantly to about 200,000 specimens that showed up. This is a hard thing about museum data that we need to probably address, maybe a captivity flag or some other data solution, which I'll talk about at the end. In any case, the percentage of specimens in museum collections from captivity is less than 1%, if that's the case. Out of nearly 31 million preserved specimens, 200,000 of them are from zoos or captivity or aquaria, which is a surprise. It surprised me. I thought it would be larger. So there's not a lot of transfers between institutions. So that's what I'm taking that data to suggest. And so I can give you a local example of, I think museums and zoos see this as a natural collaboration, but what happened? Why are we not having consistent transfers? And in our museum's case, I can give you a little bit of history. We started out at the LA Museum of History, Science, and art in 1913. The art section was moved out in 1963 to form its own art museum. We expanded and added the Page Museum at La Brea Tar Pits in 1976, and then did a big renovation. And now we have, as we've expanded, several locations, offsite collection centers, and expansions. So we have a large collection and 16 collecting departments. The history, oh, I'm so sad. Then my slides showed up. My pictures showed up. Well, the primary purpose of this slide is to show you that it started off as the ostrich farm, where people were riding and having and taking rides with ostriches, which is my favorite part of this slide. But the history of the LA Zoo also overlaps with the LA Museum. So in 1885 is the ostrich farm, and then the Selig Jungle Zoo for different Hollywood studios was set up, and then Griffith Park Zoo and various versions until there was a bond initiative in 1966 by the city to develop the city-run LA Zoo and Botanical Gardens. So we've had overlapping and for over a century, we've had in the institutions nearby, know your neighbors, as Greg said, and we've existed together. But as you can see from this graphic, that the transfers between the institutions have been extremely inconsistent, both in space and in time, and by vertebrate class. They're very heavy on the birds. So we have nearly all of the 6,000 specimens that have come from captivity over time are birds, and then less percentage and for the mammals and herpetiles, and nearly nothing for the fish. So when you calculate 6,000 specimens from our chordates specimen list, it's about 1%. And it's been dropping off for the last 20 years, especially at a time maybe when I'm trying to argue that these specimens become even more valuable because they're more difficult to get. So we should actually have that be increasing and not decreasing. But the specimens that are captively sourced at our museum are heavily used. So here's some illustrations of the specimens that have been used in LACM Mammalogy, which is, I'm the collection manager of that department. We regularly loan out material to institutions of higher education around the area. We're using them for, we have several informal education initiatives and YouTube science content producers that have used the material in their productions for children. And then in the last 3 years that I've been at this museum, I've had research loan requests that include all kinds of terrestrial mammal species. There was variation in toothware and ungulates. So a lot of the argument about including these specimens is that they're captive, and so maybe they're not representative. And I have found that the morphological studies of these specimens is invaluable to, especially right now when CT scanning and 3D scanning is so important. The two examples that I really like is the Topsy story. There's a camel. Surprising to me to find out that the Army Corps of Engineers after the Civil War thought it'd be a really great idea to have a camel corps for the Army in Arizona. So these camels then didn't fare very well, and some of them were transferred to zoos. And the Topsy is one of those original Camel Corps animals that are now in our museum. It was borrowed to be a reference for an anatomical atlas at a medical vet school, which was great. So 120 years later, this specimen is still contributing significantly to the collection. And then just recently, I'd say 3 weeks ago, I had a researcher from Duke who came by and said that he's doing molar morphology on old world primates. And our museum is only one of 3 that has any Allen swamp monkeys in any collection in the US couldn't get them transferred or sent from Europe. And so this one specimen from the San Diego Zoo is one of the only ones available for research in the US. Currently, there are 2,100 animals at the LA Zoo, representing 270 different species, 60 of which are considered endangered. And recently, the AZA accreditation standards actually has mandated that AZA member institutions should develop agreements for transfer and donation of non-living animals, parts, materials, products, and specimens to universities and museums. So I feel like that's an important way to maybe not I mean, that's not a strong arm tactic, but it may be like as an initiative that the zoo community also agrees that this is an appropriate and important part of the collaboration. So in the process of developing an institutional agreement, so this is where I talked to Greg at the last Spinach meeting and said, how do we get started? So I emailed the ZooMu Google group and said, does anybody have any advice for us about how to get started? And several people wrote back and gave us some examples of MOUs that they had been trying to determine. But I think some of the questions that we just had, that's the exact same thing. So we have been working with the zoo and the museum, and we have listed in our MOU the things that we'd like to transfer. And one of those could be a cosmetic necropsy. And then all the other stuff. And this, anyway, there should be more discussion about needs for data standards improvements. And this could all be very naive from a permitting standpoint. Like, this seems self-evident and we should just transfer the material. But I think Jen is going to indicate why this is a little more challenging. And if anybody has any questions or suggestions, feel free to email me or let me know in the chat. Next up is, yeah, thanks. Is Jen Donato, who's the registrar at the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. For the next slide, oh, it's the arrows. Perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Greg and Shannen, for inviting me to talk here. And you guys are very lucky that I only have 15 minutes for this talk, because I can talk all day about permits. And so if you have any questions for me, even after this symposia, you're welcome to reach out. So I also wanted to thank our host, the California Academy of Sciences. I actually went to the Icebreaker event last night and got a chance to tour again Cal Academy. And one of the exhibits that they have right now is a traveling exhibit called The World's Largest Dinosaurs. I had actually, I previously worked at the American Museum of Natural History as a traveling exhibitions registrar. And so while I was looking at this exhibit, I had this nostalgia of how easy it was to travel fossils than it is to travel living collections. So with that, I wanted to talk about the permitting landscape that basically combines both the regulations for living collections as well as preserved specimens. And I wanted to give you a chance to have a bit of a crash course on what is current and also what is in the works, and also all the tools and resources that are available out there to learn more about the permits, processes, and what to do with them. So I wanted to go over a few, and by a few, I mean, this is a lot actually, but these are just some of the ones that we come across in our work. So for example, the Endangered Species Act of 1973, that's a primary law in the United States to protect plants and animals that are at risk for extinction. This law regulates activities conducted with species listed as either endangered or threatened. And permits, you will see this as indicated as E or T. Import-export permit is issued by the Fish and Wildlife Services International Affairs Division of Management Authority, branch of permits. And the marine mammals that are in danger are regulated by the National Marine Fisheries Services. And this is both for domestic and international transactions. The Lacey Act of 1900 is a conservation law in the United States, prohibits the illegal trade and trafficking of wildlife and plants. And it also bans the import and transport of species that are injurious to the health and welfare of humans, wildlife resources, and agriculture. So we refer to this as injurious wildlife. The Fish and Wildlife Services Office of Law Enforcement is responsible for enforcing injurious wildlife provisions of the Lacey Act, and permits are issued by them. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act, enacted in 1972, is to address species and population decline among migratory birds. Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918, federal law that protects migratory birds between the United States and Canada. And migratory bird permits authorizes activities such as capturing and collecting live birds from the wild, salvaging dead birds, killing birds, taking samples, importing and exporting live birds and their parts and products. Eagles are an exception. Eagles require a separate permit for possession and exhibition. The Marine Mammal Protection Act, enacted in 1972, addresses species and population decline among marine mammals due to human activities. The permits are issued by Fish and Wildlife Services, again, the Division of Management Authority, branch of permits. And jurisdiction for MMPA is shared by Fish and Wildlife and also the National Marine Fisheries Service, also known as NOAA. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services has jurisdiction over walrus, polar bear, sea otter, marine otter, West African manatee, Amazonian manatee, West Indian manatee, and dugong. And all others are by NOAA Fisheries. And there's the Wild Bird Conservation Act, 1992. This regulates the import of exotic birds into the United States. It's a supplement to CITES, which is a Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species adopted in 1973. Regulates international trade in animal and plant species, ensures trade is not detrimental to wild populations. And that is also, the permits are issued by the Management Authority, branch of permits, Fish and Wildlife Services, according to Appendix 1, 2, and 3. In Europe, that's very different. They use Annexes A, B, C, and D. And then there's the Animal Welfare Act of 1966, the primary law that regulates the use, treatment, and care of animals in research and exhibition. USDA APHIS oversees the Animal Welfare Act and issues permits for the import, transit, and release of regulated animals, animal products, veterinary biologics, plants products, pests, organisms, soil, and genetically engineered organisms. For live animals, certain species have import and quarantine requirements, and then for export, there is a veterinary health certificate that is issued, and it follows the receiving country's requirements. Then there's a Public Health Act, and as part of it, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, regulates the importation of infectious biological agents, substances, and vectors for human disease in the United States. That was a mouthful. I am very sorry, but those are all the things that keep me at night. However, how do we know the status of species? So this is what I always get asked. I'm not a walking encyclopedia for species and what they are, but for the most part, if you ask me, what is the status of African lions? Does everybody know? Well, they're actually CITES too. A lot of people think that because they are endangered species, that they are one of the highest ones, but actually they are not. At CITES 2, you only need an export permit from the sending country in order to have African lion samples imported. But how do I know this? Usually I look at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services EDEC. So this is one of the most important tools that you all need to remember, is that every importation and exportation of samples, including samples from endangered species, would require a declaration from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, and that is in the form 3177. When you file this EDEC, it used to be on paper, and now everything is online. You can there is a search tool, and that is the website for it, where you can enter the genus, species, or the common names of the animals, and you can look up its status and whether or not you are required to have a migratory bird permit or a marine mammal permit, an endangered species permit. Is it CITES 1, 2, or 3? So it's a really it's a very, very helpful tool to identify what the status is of the species that you're looking to import. And so now we're going to go through what is new. That is a giant panda, as you can see. So what we're dealing with in the last 5 years is something that has been really helpful for folks like us who apply for permits on a day-to-day basis, and that is making that the information available online and the application process being digitized. It allows for easy access to information, but it also allows for being able to look at the status of your permit, be able to communicate online just via email and generate questions to the permits examiner, see the status of your permit application, and just in general be able to find what permit are you really looking for. Singapore. A few of these digital tools that have become available include the electronic CITES, which is the e-CITES. Member parties have adopted ways in order to do CITES permits electronically, and this would look different depending on the country, the management authority. The United States has implemented one, and so just within the last couple of years, my CITES permits have looked very different between importing an elephant and importing Przewalski's horses from Canada. I don't know if some of you would recognize the old CITES permits. They have the stamp, ink signatures. Now everything is digitally transmitted, and so Customs and Border Patrol will only be able to look at a number, type it into the computer, and know that it is a legal transaction, that it is a legitimate transaction, and that there are documents that that go with this permit to have been issued. And it makes it easy, and it prevents fraud, fraudulent activities, and it streamlines that process. And you would think that the application process would be faster, but I see laughter over there. I believe you have applied for one, so you know. So these are the countries that have implemented. They are the ones in yellow has some form of electronic permitting, and then the ones in green are still developing the system. So I mentioned that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services has one of these electronic tools. E-permits is really crucial, and it was developed in the last 2 or 3 years and rolled out during the pandemic. It allowed for the pros of having an online resource. But because of the enormity of applications that have come in, and then that had stopped being scanned during the pandemic, and then that transition to an electronic system, there's a huge backlog in being able to process application these days. So anything that had taken probably 6 months to apply for an import or an export permit is now taking at least a year. I see a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services agent here. Thank you. She's agreeing with me because it is, and then the application itself is a lot more. I wouldn't say tasking, but it's like writing a dissertation. You really have to justify that import, and you really have to prove that, for example, taking those samples or taking that animal would benefit the in situ populations, and also being able to be as detailed as possible on why it is critical to do this work and do the research and justify it. So in ways, it provides for a lot of transparency, and I feel like there are or at least this is my thought, that Fish and Wildlife is doing away with issuing blanket permits where movement of samples from different countries is just through one permit that allows for this. Now you have to justify each and every import and export that you have to do. So that's something that is fairly new. And so if you're planning to bring in samples from Africa, I would suggest planning 2 years ahead and be able to know what exactly you want out of it and get all of your permits lined up. This is what it looks like, just to give you a general idea. I like the tabs because it allows me to organize all my permits, what's pending, what's still active, what's current, and what has expired. And it allows me to renew permits through this tool. And USDA is also moved into a digital platform. So they used to have what's called e-permits, and I guess just so it doesn't get confused with Fish and Wildlife Services, they call it e-file. If you have an e-permit set, it would not be moved into e-file. You will need an eAuth account to log in, but it allows you to apply for several different permits from the USDA. And I'm a fan of the USDA right now. I'm sorry, US Fish and Wildlife Services, but they're faster with processing permits, at least in the last couple of years. E-File has really generated permits for us in a very timely fashion that we need because we move animals all the time. And that's what it looks like. And then for exporting also live animals, VHEX has been rolled out, and that's a veterinary export health certificate system. Long gone are the days where we'd have to drive through an office just to get a health certificate stamped and endorsed by the USDA. Now we can just put everything online and submit our application online, and the turnaround has been about 2 or 3 days. We can get something that is stamped digitally and that is accepted by the importing country. And that's the platform. That's what it looks like. And then the CDC import permit program, and that's for, they implemented this to facilitate a review of applications of samples that might have come in contact with agents and substances or vectors of disease, zoonotic diseases. And so it's also, if you don't know if you're importing samples that have been exposed to communicable diseases, it's still good to apply, because they could just say, no, you don't need a permit. But if you do, at least you have it. It's not required by US Fish and Wildlife Service. They won't look at it, but it's still good practice to do so. I'm out of time, but I just wanted to pose a question of how are we going to deal with the future? Hybrids, what kind of regulations would be there for these types of species in the long run? These were AI-generated images. And so how do we regulate and do activities and authorize activities for these types of animals? Thank you so much for your time. Wanted to address the couple of questions that had came up from Greg's talk. One is about permitting between institutions, museums, and also with the zoos. So just like any other permits, if there are loan fees and these are endangered samples from endangered species, these would be considered commercial activities and would require endangered species permits. Now, if they are not, you also will need a captive bred wildlife permit in order to do take on species. And so that is a permit that is required by the zoos themselves in order to take samples for these types of purposes. Everything else really is under a materials transfer agreement, that you agree that you're not going to be using the samples for commercial purposes, that you agree that you will only use it for that specific research that you want. You can't bank it and then send it to a colleague for them to use. It's these nature of what are you really using it for and justifying it. So there's the Animal Care and Use Committee that oversees a review of proposals from research institutions and from museums to do work on collections. But really what we're trying to achieve right now is the ability to not keep poking the animals. If we can bank samples opportunistically during our routine vet exams, those don't really require permits. It's a bit of a loophole, but it's also, and they don't collect a lot. They might collect a milliliter, a tube or something. But if they bank it and there's specific use for it, then that's something that I encourage museums and research institutions to ask for. And usually the person at the institution who you go to is the curators, but then essentially where they go to is me or the person who acts as me, and then I get to tell them whether or not that's allowed or what we can and cannot do. The second question I heard was about data transfer. So that's really interesting because, of course, as a scientist, if you wanted to know the source animal, how they behave, what they ate, those are records that are being kept at the zoo level. there is a way, or at least some natural history museums have found a way to integrate data so that it pulls from through an API, it pulls from a zoo's database. ZIMS, which is used by a lot of AZA institutions, however, unfortunately does not currently share that API, but if they pull the data out and then integrate it into the database that museums use, that's also possible. But what we are developing is through custom through our biorepository, we're developing a way so that we have a field for the animal source. So you can look up the stud book number or the animal ID and be able to find out more information about that animal, where it had come from, and all that other information. So I think that may solve that issue. And that's all.
All right.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Awesome.
Thanks.
And thank you.
Is someone's phone up here?
feel free to leave now. But if not, you'll hear a lot about legs and regs, as we call them here at Spinach. I'm Brita Zimkis, and with my co-chair of the Legs and Regs Committee, Dirk Newman, we are hosting this session. I also want to thank the committee members that really helped put this session together. It's been 6+ months of trying to get speakers and invite agencies, and I think we have a great lineup for you. So I did want to thank in person Stephanie Carson, Benjamin Hess, Jeff Keel, Bill Moser, Lori Schlenker, and Greg Watkins-Colwell. A few reminders for the audience, if you don't mind, to silence your phones. Our sessions, for those who are joining us virtually, are streamed on YouTube, and the presentations will be shared after the conference. Unfortunately, we can't answer questions from our virtual audience, but participants can ask questions using Oxford abstracts. For those of you here, we may or may not have time for questions after the individual talks, but I will be giving the very last talk in the afternoon, and I'm actually giving a very short talk so we can have some extra time for questions. So definitely stay around till the end. I think that more or less is it for our presenters. All the presentations are in a single deck, so all you need to do is advance the slides using the arrows. I think everyone has heard, don't press the escape button. Apparently the room will like self-destruct or something. I don't want to be the one that has to fix whatever happens if you do, so we'll definitely stay away from that. And with that, we would like to thank our many sponsors for the session, including Delta Designs Limited and Picturi. Dirk, would you like to add anything? Say hello?
No, just a brief hello also from my side. We are happy that we have so many people in the room. That is not usual for such an interesting topic. So have fun.
So with that, we will hand it over to Bill, who is giving our first talk.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bill Moser, along with Greg, Dirk, and Brita. I'm going to present the results of our spinach, legs, and regulation survey. So a few years ago, and everyone knew what happened, in addition to meeting at the annual meeting, the Spinach, Legs, and Regulation Committee decided to meet quarterly because there wasn't enough time to kind of be ahead of what was going on in the regulation community. And that has evolved into meeting every other month. And speaking for Rita and Dirk, I think if you're interested in joining the group, we would be more than happy to have you attend. In 2022, we wrote a 5-question survey to kind of gauge the needs of the community, what was on their radar, what they didn't know about, what they were really concerned about. And we had 53 total responses to the survey, which is pretty good, but it's about 10% of the Spinach membership. Our first question was rank your concerns with natural history collections. And a lot of this is transaction related. The 3 biggest concerns were international permits and shipping, collecting permits, and permit application and renewal. And the other regulations that we're really not concerned about at all were OFAC, IACUC, and eDNA. There are also, if you looked at concerned and somewhat concerned, there were also some concerns with the Nagoya Protocol and pick and mat regulations. With which the following regulations. Have you had interactions? That was pretty overwhelmingly U.S. Fish and Wildlife 3177, followed by CITES and IATA and DOT. Again, a lot of this is transaction related, whereas the concerns in the community. And there were minimal concerns with APHIS and the Lacey Act, as well as smaller concerns, which are kind of discipline-specific regulations. I mean, and that's not necessarily people weren't concerned. That was just, there were concerns only in your discipline. So some additional things that were mentioned in the comments is we kind of got a reality check that we were fairly zoological focused. So the paleontological and archaeological communities chimed in. And besides the 3177, there's other U.S. Fish and Wildlife concerns, as well as the EPA Toxic Substances Control Act, which is kind of a nasty is not the right word, but it's a difficult thing if you kind of fall into that. With which agencies, organizations have you had interactions? Again, Fish and Wildlife, overwhelmingly the response. And then there was a sharp drop-off, DOT, IATA, and then some other bureaus in Interior, specifically the National Park Service and the Bureau of Land Management. And there were minimal, excuse me, I'm a federal employee, so I'm going to use acronyms. So there are minimal concerns with the NSABB, NRC, and OFAC. We have a talk later that will go into OFAC, and maybe that's a concern you should have. So again, a little bit of the fault in our survey. There are some additional agencies that weren't mentioned. Our survey was pretty strongly US-centric, so our UK colleagues mentioned 2 departments that there's some issues there. US Drug Enforcement Agency, I think that's mainly in the botanical collections. Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Indian Affairs, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the U.S. Armed Forces were also some groups that people mentioned. Did a quick word cloud with what regulatory issue do you find the most challenging? Again, transactions, permits, and shipping by far was big. NAGPRA came up as well, and that's another non-zoological thing to really be concerned about. And also in the comments, they got in more into compliance, which kind of helped lead to our last question, but there's multiple regulatory bodies, and how do you get compliance with them all? The Marine Mammal Protection Permit, where some U.S. Fish and Wildlife people don't think having a specimen in a museum is bona fide scientific research. That's an issue that they're trying to resolve still. And a big frustration with a lot of people is U.S. Fish and Wildlife Port, and even agent to agent has different interpretations, and kind of getting that through, going through which port or what agent you get for the day. So have you experienced issues with different agencies regarding conflicting interpretations of the regulations? And that was approximately a 50-50 split, with a slight edge to people saying yes. As I said before, U.S. Fish and Wildlife with the different ports having different interpretations. U.S. Fish and Wildlife and NOAA, if it's on land, it's Fish and Wildlife. It's at sea, it's more NOAA, and kind of combining that. And then hand carries. We're always really good about informing U.S. Fish and Wildlife about a hand carry, but seldom do we inform the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency, and those are the ones that tend to enforce all the agency's regulations to make sure it clears. So the survey, the biggest areas of concern in the community, what we've seen is its continuation of transactional shipping and acquires. Most interactions with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and this 3177 form. Some of our areas to work on is the survey's fault. It was strongly zoological focused and U.S. centric. So encourage members from other countries and other disciplines to join our committee. And there's a lot of regulations that are not being communicated. So, you know, the community is not concerned with a regulation, but maybe you should be, like eDNA, a marine sample, water sample. I guarantee you'll find CITES DNA in there. And that's the one thing that U.S. Fish and Wildlife doesn't really help you with. That's their line in the sand, is CITES. OFAC is another one you'll get into. So it's trying to gauge the community as well as inform. And, you know, if you get ensnared by a regulation, that's almost too late. Is this kind of letting people know either is it permit L needed again, or just be more consistent putting it on NH-COL. And that's basically the end of my talk. So thank you so much.
Comments for Bill? It would be great if you could come up to the mic so our virtual audience can hear you as well. So everyone's all set with permits. We're good, right?
Everything's good. Yeah.
She's asking about the results being made available.
Yeah, we can do that. We are thinking about either some sort of white paper in the wiki or something in the Spinach newsletter, just to have it out.
This was the first step in kind of disseminating what we learned, and that's probably something we'll talk about at our next meeting.
And I know there's a lot of survey fatigue out there, but we might have to tweak it a little bit and kind of hit on some other topics, especially what we learned today in the seminar.
All right, we have a couple minutes, so talk amongst yourselves for a couple minutes. I would ask the future speakers, it would be great if you could introduce yourselves so I don't butcher your names. So when you get up there, let us know who you are and where you're from.
Thank you.
So briefly filling the gap and using the mic to pick one point up that Bill mentioned. You have seen in the survey that everything is very zoology heavy for some reason. And Bill mentioned already there are other things, other concerns. So from that end, it would, I think, be very, very helpful if we would have members from other disciplines, botany, but also paleo in the group. That would help to structure the work and also to have that insight and opinions represented in the group. So give yourself a nudge.
There's some examples of my reports that I put out on the front table. If you could pass them back throughout the talk just so people can take a look. I just ask that you return them at the end and don't take photos. That's all. So my name is Alice Bernari. I'm going to be talking about navigating CITES as an arts institution and the challenges encountered with loans and acquisitions of organic materials at the Met. I'm going to be talking about our process for a tour of objects, our successes, our failures, and what we envision for the future for the research and permitting process for an arts institution, knowing that this is an ever-evolving landscape with laws changing all the time. So Natanya Schiff is a conservator in the Objects Conservation Department, and she's currently in China setting up the tour that I'm going to be talking about today. And I am the documentation manager for the Objects Conservation Department, and I'm in charge of our department's archives, our database, creating documentation standards, and enforcing them. So sort of preaching to the choir here, these are the main laws regulating our shipments. It's important to note that each one requires different permitting and research, as well as are in constant flux. So what does it have to do with art? In all contexts throughout human history, materials sourced from the local environment, both flora and fauna, have formed material culture. And why bother to send CITES or ESA listed species on tour at all? Omitting these artworks and artifacts when considering international loans and exchanges, especially in light of the ever-expanding CITES and ESA lists, would mean omitting large parts of the material and cultural records of people across the globe, which would narrow the stories which can be told about cultures and peoples and dampening intercultural education and exchange. So all of these pieces are in the Met collection and demonstrate the range of materials which a large encyclopedic collection like the Met is confronted with. There's CITES materials in all of our departments, both flora and fauna, spanning time and geography. And on this slide, you can see pieces made of horn, shell, feathers, wood, ivory, and bone. So all objects which go out for international loan containing material listed as endangered or threatened required documentation and permit applications to both U.S. Fish and Wildlife and CITES. And objects which are considered for acquisition must go through a similar process to make sure that new acquisitions are in line with current regulations. Conservators, in partnership with curators, the registrar's office, and the legal counsel's office, work to identify to the best of their abilities the species used, as well as the correct provenance and history of the works. So our stages of assessment, we group objects by material of concern. We confirm presence of material from ESA or CITES listed species. We perform investigations of material, record and document. We consult curators, review archives, and establish provenance. We seek consultation from experts when necessary. And we submit reports with letters and affidavits to U.S. Fish and Wildlife for permits through our councils and registrar's offices. And permits and reports are then submitted to host institutions for processing. So I'm going to use this example of our tour as our case study, the Shape of Time tour. It's about 130 objects from the Michael C. Rockefeller Oceana collection are currently touring internationally in China and Dubai. They're primarily organics, ivory, bone, skins, plant fiber, turtle shell, mollusk shell, and more. And literature and provenance for some of these objects are thin or non-existent. And species level ID is not possible in some cases. A large volume of works which needed to be filtered out to establish which contains CITES material. So it may look like in this pie chart, like there's not much, out of everything that's CITES, but you have to determine whether it's actually CITES. So everything has to go through sort of the same level of research. And it's also important to note that in recent memory, this tour has the largest number of CITES pieces for a Met tour in the past, because the Met primarily loaned smaller groups of objects or did paintings. CITES was a one-off, hence the poor coordination for this tour. So the next few slides, I'm going to show a few examples from the tour. These all include hawksbill sea turtle. From the left to right, we have a kapap ornament, which is made of a ground Trinacna shell onto which the carved the turtle shell is placed. In the center, we have a funerary mast from the Torres Strait Islands, constructed from interwoven sections of hawksbill sea turtle, with human hair creating the beard. And from the far right, we have a woman's valuable made from a mold formed sections of hawksbill sea turtle shell. And the red herring, which is the Santa Cruz money coil, the red feathers come from a local species, which is not CITES listed. However, the ends are encased in sea turtle shell, and there are pigeon feathers below, which are CITES listed. There's also objects with chambered nautilus, which entered CITES relatively recently in 2016 as a CITES 2-piece, demonstrating the expanding nature of both national, international endangered species lists and the need to stay abreast of yearly developments and changes. Then the last one on the right, and there's zoom-ins in the bottom, is the modern lizard skin drum. So most modern monitor lizards are CITES 2. However, there are about 5 species which are CITES 1. And Natanya's work was focused on establishing that the species seen were not CITES 1, which she was able to do with a reasonable amount of confidence. So the body mask, it has sagopalm, which some species are listed on CITES 2. And to determine the species, Natanya had to source a horticultural reference text, which also had traditional use context. It would not have been possible to determine the species with a high degree of certainty based on visual or analytical examination in the time provided. For this and other pieces, she also relied on the fact that these works were collected by Michael C. Rockefeller before his death in the early 60s and are strongly provenance. On this slide, there's also the Mai mask, which was the only piece rejected from the tour. Natanya identified that the eye inlays were fish vertebra and narrowed the possible genus down based on morphology of the vertebra, the available species in the region at the time, and the cultural practice. However, she did not identify a species, and instead she suggested several possible genus species sources, which were all listed on CITES 1. It was rejected because she didn't name a specific species. At the time when we were discussing this object, it was felt that with sampling, the data, even with the sample, would potentially not be available on open source databases to compare, which is another barrier and gap that would be great to fill. The other 2 pieces are sperm whale bone and ivory, and the little curved figure was analyzed with microsampling and proteomic sequencing and received a positive ID as sperm whale bone. The other species is sperm whale ivory, an ID done based on morphology and cultural context, and supported by a mammalian bone specialist at AMNH. This brings up an important aspect of this work, which is consulting outside experts. We were also able to view the sea turtle collection at AMNH, as well as consult with an expert in malacology at Drexel University. And we also had a third-party conservation source from a private practice who were comprised of 3 conservators. Additionally, Natanya did work with the Department of Scientific Research at the Met to do more precise material ID. So you can see Natanya on the top there, and then our staff member that helped us from Department of Scientific Research on the bottom left. So analysis was done with Natanya and the Department of Scientific Research, which is our object conservation partner department at the Met. and the figure with the toothpick pointed at the eye. We were trying to confirm if bone was present, but it was actually found to be glass inlays done as a later restoration. In the second image, Natanya is looking at an ivory dowel repair to confirm that it was done indigenously before collection before the 1973 date. And then the object with the beads on the right is a woman's adornment called a occipital, and we were investigating the bead spacers to determine if they were turtle shell, as one conservator suggested, or horn. They ended up being a horn from a local water buffalo species, which was not CITES listed. So what was done with pieces where it was not possible to arrive at a conclusion based on available material, limitations in analytical techniques, or a lack of indigenous source? There were several pieces where it was not possible to determine species ID, and for some of these, it was possible to arrive at a genus which was acceptable for the monitor lizard skin drums, but not for the Mai mask. Other pieces were taken off the list due to the lack of availability of CITES listed species in the region at the time of making the object. This example is of the lizard man from Rapa Nui. The piece is 18th century with strong provenance, and based on research done by a specialist in archaeological avian populations and extensive anthropological research into Rapa Nui culture before its decline, it was determined that the piece had bone inlay, which was likely bird, but that the available bird species at the time of making the piece was highly unlikely to be listed on CITES or ESA. And it should be noted that it was really difficult in some cases to arrive at even a best guess and took substantial time at resources. Language was also really important for U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and several requests were made to change the words or phrasing, which did not affect the ultimate meaning of the reports, but it made it fit within the guidelines needed to process the paperwork. And this process in particular was very opaque and last minute, causing a lot of delays. And this has highlighted the need for better communication between cultural and science institutions and clearer guidelines coming from national and international regulators. So I passed around some of our reports, including the affidavit examples. So permits weren't received until April, of this year, even though submission to U.S. Fish and Wildlife was in September, and the Chinese government looked at them and approved them just this past month. And the branch of U.S. Customs after Fish and Wildlife requested a third-party review by a separate conservator before granting permits just before Natanya left for the trip 2 weeks ago. So it was last minute and stressful. And our ultimate proposed solution is that we know that this is a lengthy bureaucratic process that's not going to be streamlined any more than it is. But on our end, we hope to have resources that are organized to make the process as seamless as we can make it. So a lot of work that Natanya did was likely unnecessary and took a total of 10 months. If we had more guidance, or registrars and council's offices were more trained and had a guide for the process beyond what exists on the CITES site, kind of like what exists in the Spinach site, which is awesome. For arts institutions to have communications and partnerships with scientists, that kind of has the potential to make the process better for everyone. So what we're working on right now on the left, we're making a quick guide, and we'd like to make a step-by-step guide for our institution, a flowchart of contacts, who to contact and when, lists of relevant laws, categorized useful references and resources, and then like a general timeline to follow. We'd love to have mandatory trainings for our staff, including the UN and US Fish and Wildlife courses. And then we'd like to have the resources available on our intranet site. And then we just have examples of really good resources like the Spinach Permitting Guide. And ultimately, we'd like to have a dialogue between arts institutions and natural history collections. Well, thank you. If you ever want to talk about this or anything else, here's our contact information. And thank you.
Any questions? We do have a few minutes. I'm glad to hear that the Spinach Permitting Guide is useful. It is very US centric since I put it together, and I would love to think about ways that we can get some more information about other countries. Maybe we do separate pages for separate countries at some point. Yep.
using this mic, it might be worth keeping in mind that the listing dates for CITES are not harmonized in all national laws. So that is worth keeping in mind. The other thing is for the EU, because the EU is special, they have not only 3 annexes as CITES, but they have 4. And it may not be assumed that they translate one-to-one. And also there, mind you, there is a website that is Species Plus. You can easily Google that. That is a very valuable resource for looking up listing dates and if species are listed or not. There is a second page where you can look up the same for the EU.
Is Emily here?
Do you mind if I just adjust the camera really quick?
Yeah, please.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Emily Conforto, and I'm an assistant registrar at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History in the Office of the Registrar. In my role, I'm responsible for reviewing shared stewardship agreements and flagging potential issues before the museum signs. I work in collaboration with collections managers, curators, and conservation staff on these agreements. Today, I'm going to discuss how I approach reviewing these types of documents, and I hope this presentation provides you ideas about what to look for when you're reviewing your own agreements. Just as a disclaimer, this presentation is not intended to be taken as legal counsel. Agreements may exist that won't exactly fit within the parameters of what I'm discussing today, and you should always consult with your own lawyer if you have specific questions about your own museum's agreements. So what is a shared stewardship agreement? A shared stewardship agreement is a formal agreement between 2 or more parties sharing ownership, possession, and/or management of the physical and/or intellectual property related to an object or specimen. The National Museum of Natural History has many different types of agreements that fall under the category of shared stewardship. Some examples that our museum encounters include repository agreements, custodial agreements, material transfer agreements, also known as MTAs. And I want to highlight material transfer agreements. These are the type of shared stewardship agreements that I personally encounter the most in my current role at the museum, and what actually encouraged me to develop parameters for evaluating shared stewardship agreements in general. I'm sure many of you are very familiar with MTAs, but for those of you who are not, MTAs are usually related to the Nagoya Protocol. The Nagoya Protocol was developed by the Convention on Biologic Diversity and came into effect on October 12, 2014. Their website defines it as, quote, an international agreement which aims at sharing the benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources in a fair and equitable way. Nagoya relates to access and benefit sharing, or ABS. Essentially, it allows for countries to exercise control over the genetic heritage contained within their natural specimens. When specimens from a country are sent to other institutions to keep or for loan, it allows the country of origin to maintain ownership over the IP that may be contained within those specimens, even if the physical specimen has been transferred abroad. The country of origin in these cases still controls who can access genetic heritage in the specimens. So to summarize in the most basic terms, the Nagoya Protocol allows the physical management and management of IP of natural specimens to be separated and controlled by 2 different entities. MTAs outline how the 2 entities share the split management of those collections.
The US is not a party to the Nagoya Protocol, but we do respect the laws of other countries. So if the other institution is in a country that has signed Nagoya, then we'll apply Nagoya. So how to evaluate terms? When I began my role at the Natural History Museum, I started to see MTAs on a weekly basis. And I noticed that all of the agreements were vastly different. There really was no standard. So I decided to develop a shared stewardship evaluation chart to ensure that I was catching all of the things that the MTAs addressed. Here is the shared stewardship agreement chart. I broke up the chart by subcategories on the left side and then put different considerations related to those subcategories on the right. I'll go through all of the categories one by one, so don't worry about reading the chart in its entirety right now. I want to note that while I originally developed this evaluation chart for MTAs, it can certainly be used for any type of shared stewardship agreement. And I'm also happy to share a copy of the chart with anyone after this presentation. Just reach out to me via email and I can send it to you. So the first category is general information. Is the agreement with an international or domestic organization? Is the agreement written or translated into English? At our museum, we can only sign agreements that have been translated into English. Who has the authority to sign? For example, at our museum, the Associate Director for Science and Chief Scientist is the only one with the authority to sign MTAs. We found it best to have only one person signing for ease of tracking. Think about if your museum has already signed something similar in the past. What has been agreed to before? For example, our museum has signed many MTAs with Brazilian institutions. So if an MTA from Brazil comes into my office, I consult the terms we've signed in the past and compare the two agreements. This makes it a lot easier than just starting from scratch. You also may want to think about how the agreement may affect the entire museum if it's not project specific. Finally, is there a time frame? Does the agreement ever expire? Our museum has definitely signed agreements in the past that have a time limit, say 10 years, with the option to renew. The next topic is policy. It's always important to see what terms may conflict with your institution's collections management policy. At the National Museum of Natural History, we also have to comply with the General Smithsonian's policy. Legal issues. Is there a specific law or decree referenced in the document? Sometimes it's difficult to find foreign laws, but if you can look up the law itself, it's always a good idea to review it. Where would a legal dispute be settled if it came to litigation? Most agreements say something along the lines of, if this were to go to court, it would be settled according to the laws of XYZ state, country, jurisdiction, etc. If an issue were to arise related to, say, a specimen from the UK, and it had to be settled in the UK court system, consider whether your museum would be able to support that. In some instances where our museum could not agree to the jurisdiction, we ended up coming to an agreement with the foreign institution to remove any mention of a specific jurisdiction altogether, and both parties were okay with that. I also consider whether the agreement requires our museum to indemnify the material. I really love Cornell Law's Legal Information Institute. They have great resources, especially related to IP and copyright, and their definition of indemnity is up on the screen. To indemnify means compensating a person for damages or losses they have incurred or will incur related to a specified accident, incident, or event. So what indemnity may mean in our context with these types of agreements is essentially providing protection from any lawsuits or issues that may arise from the possession or use of that material. Here's an example of an indemnity clause from an agreement we received recently for material that we were donating. It was fairly standard and essentially said that if our museum sent material to this institution, Smithsonian wouldn't be liable for what the receiving institution did with the material if it resulted in damages, expenses, or losses. Another consideration is intellectual property. What IP restrictions are included? Who owns the IP? Is guidance for accessing the IP noted? And what happens to any IP created as a result of the project? One of the agreements I recently reviewed included a clause that stated that any IP created during the course of the project would be jointly owned, and we would negotiate a separate agreement to manage that. It's really helpful to have that spelled out well in advance before the project begins. For MTAs, access and benefit sharing is another complex factor to consider. I'm sure many of you may recognize this website. It's the ABS Clearinghouse. And I use the ABS Clearinghouse a lot while doing this work. I use the profiles on different countries to help determine who has signed the Nagoya Protocol and who has not. There's information on each country's laws that can sometimes be helpful as well. So if the material belongs to an institution that is party to the Nagoya Protocol, do they retain all rights to the genetic heritage under the agreement, or does any IP transfer over according to the MTA? If rights to the genetic heritage is retained by the donor or lender, how does the museum access that IP? Is there a form we need to fill out at a later date? Is there a process for registering our projects with the country of origin? For example, if we want to do DNA analysis on a specimen of Brazilian origin, we know from Brazilian MTAs that we need to partner with a Brazilian researcher or institution, and they can register the project in their national database, SISGEM. And that's how we're able to obtain permission to proceed. The next category is confidentiality and restrictions. Is any data restricted? Are there publication restrictions? Are there restrictions that would prevent typical museum function, for example, feeding to the web for a collection search? How will our museum track and restrict confidential data? I recently encountered an MTA that talked about how nothing in the MTA agreement itself would be confidential, and I found that really helpful. For collections care, are there labeling requirements? Are there storage parameters? Can this material be deaccessioned or used for destructive analysis? It's really important to work with collections managers, conservators, and related staff to ensure storage or preservation parameters can indeed be met. This is an example from an agreement I recently received, which outlined storage parameters that we found perfectly reasonable. You also want to consider what the agreement says about third parties. Can the material be loaned? Can outside researchers access the material? Can the material be sent out to third-party labs for testing? The next category on the chart is reporting and deliverables. What information or data do we need to provide if we sign the agreement? Is there a reporting requirement? Some agreements I've encountered have stipulated that there's a yearly reporting requirement for the rest of time. And this is something we've tried to avoid, as it may not be sustainable to agree to that type of report in perpetuity. The next category is shipping and export. What permits are needed to import or export the material? Is the material CITES listed, for example? Are there any sanctions related to the country or parties involved? The Smithsonian uses the NK denial database to look up if individuals or organizations are sanctioned by the US government, and it's a really helpful tool. What is the shipping method and who's paying for it? Next, considering penalties. What are the penalties for breaking the agreement? Are the penalties clearly defined? What is considered a breach of the agreement? And finally, what happens to the materials at the end of the project? Will they be returned, destroyed, kept forever? Here's language from an agreement I recently reviewed. It gave specific instructions for return, saying that the specimens would be wrapped with water and shock-resistant material, and includes information about the documentation that needed to accompany the shipment. I like that it specified that. I flagged shock-resistant material as something I'd like to have more clearly defined, but I like this paragraph in general as it pretty clearly outlined the return parameters. So this concludes the topics covered in my shared stewardship evaluation chart. I hope you found this presentation helpful. If you have any questions or would like to chat more about shared stewardship, feel free to email me at confortoe@si.edu. Good luck evaluating your shared stewardship agreements in the future. Thank you, everyone.
We do have 2 minutes if anyone has a question for Emily. Personally, I'd be interested to hear what you might say no to. Has there been something that has come across your desk recently that you've admitted that you can't handle the restrictions or
Yeah, one of the things that comes to mind is recently reading an MTA, there was a liability clause that essentially said that the Smithsonian would be liable for what any sort of third party did with the material. And we didn't feel comfortable signing that because we, can't control third parties. So that was something that we had to negotiate. But usually in general, people are really, other organizations, want to work with you. So we haven't had too many issues in the past. Usually it just requires a conversation. Thanks all.
I think I have a minute. Nope, I don't. Okay. So I'm going to speak about how to navigate the maelstrom of state collecting permits. At Peabody Museum, I manage permits for amphibians, reptiles, and fish, and it's about 40 permits per year that I do. So I'm going to be offering suggestions that comes from things I've seen. Okay. So most of the suggestions I have are not specific to ichthyology and herpetology. They should be transferable things like don't be greedy. All right. Doesn't matter if it's a frog or not. Don't be greedy. All right. So the first thing to remember is that state permits are necessary. You must have a permit to do almost everything. There are a few states and a few activities that don't require permits, but by and large, you should assume that yes, if you're doing science somewhere in the world and you're catching something, yes, you need a permit. So in general, people assume that it's complicated and it's hard. I found this easy flow chart at a permit agency webpage. Basically, you start, stuff happens, and you finish. But the start is important. And that's when you decide you need to get a permit, which of course you do because you need it for everything. And then the application process, which can be hard to find the application, but I'll talk about that in a minute. The determination step is when the state agents are reviewing your research proposal and your permit application, and then they will either have questions or issue it to you right away. I've had some states that I don't even know if they read it. They just sent it back to me stamped approved like the next day. And then I've had others where it's a probably year-and-a-half conversation. All right, so it can go either way. You do your research, you field collect, you submit your reports, you reboot. So it's that. What you don't see on the little determination thing is the back and forth between you and the agency. And I tell people it's a dance. All right. So think of it as, where is that? There we go. It is a dance. And you may not know the steps. You may question your decisions in life that led you there. But just jump in because they're asking questions, ask them questions back, have a conversation about what you want to do. And it gives you a chance. In fact, it forces you to think about what you want to do instead of just saying, I want everything. Do you? Where are you going to put it? All right. If you literally had all the things, you'd have no room for it. All right. All right. Some things to remember. Permit agents are people like us. They got into the business for the same reason you got into this business. They like birds. They like flowers, that sort of thing. They chose to go into conservation management and law enforcement. You chose to go into museums. All right. But you're very, very similar people. You can have conversations with them about the cool stuff. All right. It has gotten to the point there are a few in some states that will even text me on weekends and say, man, I got a big snapping turtle. I'm like, cool. Is it alive? They're not bad guys. We're not bad guys. There is a process. You have to learn the process. Process changes. And sometimes the process will change because of the dance you had with them, because of the conversations you had with them. They'll circle back and change some internal policies that make it a little easier. All right. All right, so where do you begin? I would not advise going to whatever state you want to do, northcarolina.gov, and try to click around and find a permit application. You won't. And if you do, it's wrong. All right. I literally every year Google the state and the word scientific collecting permit to get to the right page. And then I contact the person there and say, is this still current? Because things change. And every year I do 40 or so, and at least 5 every year kicks back to me because the form changed, even though I downloaded it the previous month. All right, it happens. Or suddenly we're going online, so we don't do those paper ones anymore. Or we have a fee now, and that form doesn't say that, sorry. But the Ornithological Council has a pretty good web page that summarizes most state permits relating to birds. And it's a good place to start if you just want to look at things and get a sense for the landscape. But keep going. When you fill out the application form, I always include a CV when I send it to them, because I always ask questions like, what are your qualifications? What's your education? Send them a CV. All right. It's the kind of thing that they'll put on file for other things too. So when they get a call about something that washed ashore, maybe they'll contact you because they have your CV. All right. Don't be afraid to share that sort of thing with them. For taxonomic terms on your permit, like I have one PI who does wood frogs and I have another one who does salamanders. So I'll get a permit for amphibians. Instead of 2 permits, I get 1. All right, aim higher. It's okay to lump things together. For localities, almost no state likes the word statewide. They will ask you specifically where you're going to go. And sometimes they'll say, where are you going to go? Because there are places we don't want you to go. And I'll say, well, why don't you tell me those places? And then I'll go to the other ones. So that's a dance, okay? But be as specific as realistically possible. Sometimes I'll say statewide, but especially ... Because if we don't go to the ... we're still covered. If possible, and if of interest to you, for sure include salvage, which is found dead, and anything invasive that's not supposed to be where you're going, if you don't mind taking it with you. Like when we seine, if I seine up a piranha, I'm not letting it go. All right, so I have to have in the permit that non-native exotics are no limit. Florida, that's fun. Okay, it almost should be the other way around. All right. Remember though, you can modify this. We modify things sometimes. If you have a good relationship with them, you can modify while you're in the field. Nothing's carved in stone. You can always change things. And if it's easier to get something simple first, get something simple first. Sometimes with a new permit agent, you need to do that. Get something that's far less than you want first, prove yourself, talk to them a lot, and then the next year you get better. So some permit applications require a study plan. Sometimes they want to know what hypothesis you're testing. So what I usually do is I have the grad students write a 1-page treatise of what they're doing and just keep it on file. And it doesn't include any actual place names or anything in there, but it talks about the research project itself. So I can include that as the research proposal. If they allow subpermittees, don't have a really, really long list. It's tempting to include everyone you know at your institution and everyone you know that lives in that state and friends that might drive through that state and where the conference is next year. Let's include all those people. But someone on the other end does background checks on them. And if they're not really going to go in the field, don't do that. Some states are a little wise about that too. They require those subpermittees to sign the application. If you've got people who live, in another state on your permit and they have to sign it, that makes it harder. A few states still require photocopies of your driver's license. We've moved away from that. We send them photocopies of our Yale IDs because we've argued with them that we don't want to put our government issued ID on file somewhere. All right. One state required social security numbers. I'm like, no. All right, so the fine print, these are permits to collect, not where you collect. All right, it seems kind of silly that if you have a permit to collect in Arkansas, you can collect in Arkansas. It's true, but on what land? So state parks, state forests, national parks, national forest, BLM, indigenous lands, all those things are managed separately. And the first thing they ask you for is your state permit. All right. So make sure you get it and just be ready. All right. So a little bit about us. That map is what I have done in the last 2 years. Last week we got Alberta. So add that to it. So every year I start the renewal process, which is also the report process, in September for permits that expire in December. And I'll start with the states that we don't have anything we collected. So those are easy. You know, dear Alabama, we caught nothing. Your friend Greg. But it does take time. And each one of those states has very, very different rules. Florida now requires me to have a freshwater permit, a saltwater permit, a native permit for amphibians and reptiles, an invasive species permit for fishes, and an invasive species permit for reptiles. All right. Massachusetts requires a special permit for salvaging roadkill. That one they charge you a fee for, but collecting it alive, they don't. So little fun things like that. And it changes all the time. I keep track of things with very colorful Excel sheets. And I would suggest, even if you only have one permit that you're worrying about, do something like this. Even set a reminder on your phone for renewal season starts. Okay. Red on this are permits we already have in hand for this year. Blue are the ones I submitted and don't have yet. Gray are sunsetting or giving a timeout. And then there's another color on there. Yeah, there's a few other colors. There are some that I'm waiting for somebody else to give me one of those little research proposals. All right. All right. So yes, send your reports early. I send the report and the renewal in the same envelope because if you send them separately, they invariably will open the renewal application before the report, and they'll kick it back to you saying, we can't review this until we get your report. I'm like, but it's in the other envelope. All right. So send them together and it makes it a lot easier. Some states are now online and you have to do the online report first using their terminology for taxonomy, which is really fun. Using their terminology for counties. And some of those are actually really, really good because there's been a few times, I think it's Kentucky, where I'll enter in the GPS coordinates the student gave me, and it immediately says, not in Kentucky. So you know, they find the student, they're like, oh yeah, we were on that county road. It might have been, maybe we were in Alabama. Like, but that doesn't border Kentucky. So, but you do have that kind of thing that helps. Yeah, and you have to report even if you have no take. A few times I do that in a cover letter or even an email. Some states will take an email saying I caught nothing. But some require you to submit the big long form that just says nothing on it. So, but that you need to know by conversation. So final thoughts, just be patient, be honest, don't be greedy, modify when you need to, ask questions, answer questions, and keep your permits and any correspondence from them forever. If you get a permit or an email back saying you don't need a permit for that, keep that. All right. That's kind of a permit. All right. But definitely keep all those permits forever. A lot of the students don't. They're like, oh, that year is over. It's like, yeah, but the fish is here. So we need the permit. All right. That's it. I'll make up an answer.
Hi there. A couple questions. First, are you working with any states to develop programmatic permits for large multi-partner projects? Second question, do you know any states that have stepped forward to start requiring specimen management plans? We see, a lot of stuff gets collected and then winds up nowhere.
Right.
Be it simple change could be revolutionary.
Right. There are a few states. I'd say maybe a third of the ones I do actually require you to say where the repository will be. And they actually use the terms. And some of them automatically fill it in as being their state permit museum, and then they say or other. Like, it's going to be another. In terms of programmatic things, there are some states, particularly in the West, that are looking to have neighboring state permits, or at least the same form, which would be hugely helpful. It's a long trek, and I would love it if there was like an Eastern Seaboard permit, or the Appalachian permit, something like that. But it's a long way from that, because each has their own rules and their own things they have to live up to in their own policies. But
Greg, how do you decide which permits not to renew?
I decide that a lot. If we've had that permit every year for the past 10 and no one's collected there, I'll give it a timeout. There were a few where it was a very specific project, wood frogs from Alaska. That project ended, so we don't need that anymore. A lot of the Canadian ones were for wood frogs, and as we get them, we don't need that permit anymore. So, but it does save time when you can say goodbye.
So at a private institution, when you're applying for state permits, some states, maybe all states, basically the specimens that are collected are the property of the state in perpetuity. So have you had conversations about, as a private institution, sort of you're holding these basically in trust for the state?
Is that paleo?
In what?
Is that paleo?
No, this is in Washington. That's true for any vertebrate specimen, any specimen.
Yeah, that's one of those things that varies state by state.
Okay.
Yeah,
And-
very much so.
And so how do you address that? Sort of, do you just sort of say, well, we're not going to deal with that, or we're going to actually try to work out some formal arrangement with the state?
I think you would, and I think you would work out a repository agreement where if your permit says it belongs to the state of Washington, but you're allowed to house it and use it, then work out some sort of repository agreement like you would with a national park. So I think it gets to that level. What's our time like?
That's way up there.
One last.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So just a question about 2020 and the person who was holding a collection permit for an aquarium.
Okay.
He had heart problems, and then there was 2020, and then there was me. There was no mandatory wildlife report submitted for a few years. So I'm like, how do I re-enter that if there's going to be a ding on it as I'm starting fresh with that?
I think you be honest. I think
Okay.
you find a contact person for what state?
California.
California. Try to find a human being that you can talk to.
Okay.
And they understand that, during COVID, all of our permit reports during COVID said we couldn't go anywhere because of COVID. All right. And if you had a retiree, then they have those too. All right. All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jen Donato. I am the registrar at the Smithsonian's National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute. And that means that my main job is to keep my colleagues out of jail. So I actually used to work in the Natural History Museum, the American Museum of Natural History, as a traveling exhibitions registrar. So I feel your pain from the talk that we received from the Met about all the things that you need to consider when you're traveling specimens in the different regulatory environments from all the countries that the specimens are traveling to. But because of that, I really dive deep into permits and regulations in that job. That really helped me was I transitioned from a natural history museum setting to a zoological setting. The only difference is the collections that we manage move, they give birth. So there's a lot of other regulatory aspects that I need to keep in mind. But for today, I would like to speak mostly to the researchers. I work a lot with our scientific teams, and they go out there and they do science, and they collect samples so that they can do their science and analyze samples. And I want them to do their science. The problem is sometimes they can't do science because of the need for permits and because they don't really fully understand how to navigate the regulatory landscape. So I'm hoping that being able to break it down to 5 questions, 5 things that researchers can keep in mind before they go out there and do science, it will help them be able to be better prepared before they go out there in the field. So these are the critical questions. I would like to start with the first 2. What is the local status of the animals or animal I am going to do study? And what is the international status of the animal or animals or species I'm going to study? So I know that there have been a couple of instances where some folks up here have provided some useful tools. I personally like to use there is a species search in the online e-deck with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. So as many of you are aware, all wildlife imported and exported will need to be declared, and we use a Fish and Wildlife Services 3177 form to do so. And nowadays, instead of just completing it on paper, you go into an e-deck, you log in with your account, and then you're able to file the e-deck there. There is a tab that says species search. And when you click on it, and this is the website, you can plug in the species, genus, common name, and then you will have this beautiful chart that has all of these regulations listed here, and it will have a tick box, or it will also say if it's CITES, it will tell you whether it's 1, 2. And also what's really helpful is that you can also look at the subspecies level and at the population level. So keep in mind that an animal or a species or a specimen might not be CITES listed, but that particular one that you're trying to collect in the middle of Montana is actually listed as CITES 1. So it's very, very helpful to be able to determine that prior. So I urge you all to be able to at least look up the status of the species or animals that you're collecting using that tool or any other tool for that matter. And I wanted to point out that the IUCN Red List doesn't really indicate whether or not they are listed under CITES, or the Migratory Bird Act or Endangered Species Act, because it just will tell you their status in the wild. So something that might be least concern is actually a CITES 2 elsewhere. So don't go by what you see on that red list. I would actually go and try to determine the status of that species or animal. I also gave a talk previously at the ZooMu part of the symposium where I went through all of these regulations. I'm not going to bore you with that. I'm pretty sure that many of you have already encountered a lot of these regulations and the acronyms, but I would prefer to focus more on numbers 3 and 4, which is what permits do I need to conduct the study and collect samples? And what permits do I need to bring samples and data back to my lab for analysis? And of course, what if I can't bring them back? So I listed the types of permits that are most common. And then the first 2, the scientific collecting permit, and I saw from the survey that collecting permits are actually one of the things that people want to know most about. Tied to that is research permits. So in many countries, you are required to apply for a research permit or even just a way to enter that area if it's a protected area in order to do any sort of research there, much less collect samples. When you're collecting samples, you have to go through either the state veterinarian or the department or ministry for environment and be able to get authorization and also partner with the wildlife services in order for you to do any form of collecting. You may not even be able to collect samples directly from the wild. You would have to collect or at least asked an organization that's already doing that for protective species and then have them bank it for you. And then that's the only way that you can get them. So they're many varieties in different countries of how you can attain samples. The best way to know and understand is really work with your collaborators, your local partners, and understand the regulation and the permitting landscape. I have a colleague who's in Kenya, and anything that they collect or do research on requires signatures and permissions from 3 different agencies and organizations just within Kenya. So it's really navigating all of that is so painful that I would hope that your researchers, your postdocs, or you yourselves would partner with someone who really know what they're doing, or at least who understand better what the local landscape is like for regulations. And then the other aspect is the transport and import and export. And this is where if you have a research administrator within your institution, or registrars, very, very helpful to reach out to them ahead of time before you even go into the field, what it would take to transport or import the samples, because as I had discussed in a previous talk, this can take a year, this can take 2 years to even go through that permitting process. So you don't want to go in the field and expect that you're going to be taking these samples back. Sometimes you're going to have to leave those samples there. So you have to be able to find a way to have storage, or colleagues that might store the samples for you, or do in-country analysis, partner with a university, or do some capacity building in order for you to not have to take those samples out of the country, because that will take a long period of time. And if you're a postdoc and you're running out of funds, you will run out of funds before, or you will run out of funding before you get these samples. It's that scary. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to run through, and a lot of this I realize I don't really need to talk about because other people will be providing this talk. Greg had given a wonderful talk about state-issued permits. One of the things that I just wanted to focus and highlight is if between museums there is a loan fee for exchanging those specimens. For international exchange of CITES, there's COSI, and that's great. But for within the US, if it's endangered species listed, keep in mind that if there is a loan fee associated with it, that's considered a commercial transaction. So you may have to actually apply for an ESA permit to move or transfer those samples from one institution to the next. And injurious wildlife is something that we also know from being able to, if you're taking skin swabs from salamander species, you do need an injurious wildlife permit to even just transport that from one state to the next. If you're bringing a meerkat from LA to Washington, D.C., you also need a permit for that. So these are things that you need to know ahead of time before you also go out into the field, because you don't know that you are actually making an illegal transaction just by moving it from one state to the next. For international transactions, as you're very well aware of CITES, and then there's COSI, and as Dirk already had mentioned, CITES has 3 appendices, 1, 2, and 3, and the EU has annexes A, B, C, and D, and they do not align. I remember dealing with a situation with a rock pigeon where I thought, oh, no permits are needed. These are domestic rock pigeons. And it got dinged because in Spain, it is Annex A. We had to provide tons of documentation just to prove that it was a domesticated species. And this is a mount, not a real live one. So it's so much easier to deal with specimens when they're crated, they stay in put, and you don't have to worry about them dying in transit. But that being said, it's really important to determine if you're doing any transactions with Europe where that intersects. I put the Kappa CITES app. This really doesn't apply to natural history specimens, to preserve specimens. This is just a tool that is used in breeding and ranching facilities to determine, to make sure that the capacity that they're saying for breeding animals is actually, breeding animals that are protected under CITES is actually what they say it is. So it's a very cool app if you have a chance to look into it. And of course, ESA, so the permits that we apply for these days, when you apply for it, it comes with the ESA provision. But there are certain things that would require a separate ESA. And again, if that is a commercial transaction, please keep in mind that you may need to apply for an ESA. And for domestic transactions, if it is an endangered species or a threatened species in that particular state or locality, then you will need either a copy of that permit to go with the specimen, and you need to keep it for your record, or you need to apply for it if you're the one who is receiving it. Marine mammals, of course, in the jurisdiction that falls under U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services and also NMFS or NOAA fisheries. Fish and Wildlife has jurisdiction over walrus, polar bear, sea otter, marine otter, West African manatee, Amazonian manatee, West Indian manatee, and dugong. I don't expect you all to remember all of that, but when in doubt, just go onto the website in U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service e-permits, where you will find what permits you really will need in order for you to conduct that transaction. We have, I believe, an inspector, a wildlife inspector here, who will be doing a talk, so she can provide more information on that. Migratory bird import export permits are it's a separate permit that require specifically for migratory birds, and this is issued at the regional level. So different regions have different timelines for things. I love dealing with my Region 5, but they are dealing with a lot of backlog right now, as you can imagine, because when e-permits was rolled out, it centralized also the ability of regions to be able to issue permits. And so, as you can imagine, all paper applications have to be scanned, and then after that, all the folks have to go, all the permits examiners have to go to the training, and it had to be rolled out. So there's a lot of backlog at the regional level at the moment, as is in the central level. So I just wanted to point out for migratory bird import export, it actually outlines what you can collect and where you can collect it from and how many. So I wanted to point out it's very, very important to look at the terms and conditions of your permit when you get them. Port exception, so there are different wildlife offices around, wildlife ports around with wildlife offices, so you need to go to a designated port. Otherwise, you have to apply for a permit to go through a different port that doesn't have a wildlife office, because you need to make an appointment for the inspector to be able to examine the shipment or the hand carry or whatnot. So that's something to also bear in mind where you're going to be entering or exiting from the United States. And then the USDA, I don't need to really go through that because I believe Britta is already going to talk more about e-file. So I'm going to skip that over. And the last part, who will help me with all of the above? So something to keep in mind with the process and timelines. So I've already said you need to identify the animal species, note the subspecies, determine their protection status, identify what documentation and paperwork are required, and then shipment date and method of shipment. So I think the next talk will be able to talk about the hand carry versus shipping, and then put all of your documents together. And I would say that do this before you even go to the field, because you can always handwrite like number of samples, types of samples, and all of that stuff, and bring the permits that are necessary with you. And when in doubt, you always have to contact your research administrator or your registrar. And that is me waiting for 5 CITES permits that I applied for 2 years ago. 2 years ago. So with that note, thank you very much for your time.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but maybe Jen can stay till the end of the afternoon session and we should have a few more minutes. So next we have a virtual pre-recorded talk by Benjamin Hess, Communication with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection at the Port of Entry, Shipping versus Hand Carry Imports. And I think it will be a miracle if I can get this going. But
hello, my name is Benjamin Hess. Hello, I'm Benjamin Hess. I'm the registrar with the University of Michigan Herbarium and Museum of Zoology in the Ecology and Evolutionary Biology Department. I'm going to give you a few details about how we communicate with the U.S. Customs and Border at the Port of Entry. Whenever we import, export, or transport specimens, we're always doing a great job of checking with the respective agencies that we may require permits or permissions or certain packaging requirements. When we are importing biological materials, especially when we're actually doing field research and bringing newly collected specimens, rarely do we actually interact with U.S. Customs and Border except for when we're actually at the Port of Entry. If you have attempted to communicate with Customs and Border in the past in advance, you might have had a challenge reaching an agent. Often, we've interacted with the agriculture specialist upon entry into the United States, but do you know that there are now biological agents or biological specialists that are at every major port? Also, near the end of 2020, CBP rolled out a mobile phone application to facilitate communications. In addition to the mobile phone application, there is now a biological group email that can facilitate communication at any port. The CBP also has the right to delay, hold, or deny an entry if they feel a permit or permission is required by another one of the federal agencies. CBP has direct communication with all of the major agencies and can do checks upon your entry. If you are hand carrying specimens, CBP is your first point of contact when you enter the United States. You must declare any items that you bring with you, especially when they're biological specimens. If you're working with zoological material, most of us already are doing this in advance for our 3177s, for our import declarations. And we need to now start considering that U.S. Customs and Border should also be in our early notification. So the CBP agriculture specialist and the biological specialist act on behalf of all the federal agencies. And as they are that first point of contact, we want to make sure we're starting to utilize them also as early notifications. CBP has 5 main mission priorities, and of those, facilitating lawful trade and lawful travel is ones that apply most directly to museum and biological specimens. My goal is that we continue to communicate with CBP earlier and more often so that CBP can actually focus more on sort of the bad actors. And then add this as a new best practice moving forward for natural history specimens. My objectives are to explain the difference between the agriculture and biological specialists, discuss some of the differences between the CBP One app and emailing agents, and then share some of the experience to improve best practices moving forward. CBP is always on the lookout for undocumented items coming in, like smuggled drugs, smuggled gold, and even invasive species that could harm agriculture and violate federal laws. The agriculture specialist, as the name implies, is looking for products that could carry disease or could hurt U.S. crops, livestock, and humans. Their goal is to prevent these potentially harmful plants and animals from actually entering the United States. The biological specialists are comprised of the biological threat exclusion coordinators and the biological threat operations specialists. These agents are biological material experts, from policies and regulations to microscopic materials, and ultimately they are there to facilitate American research, imports and exports. If you are hand carrying biological specimens and importing those into the country, there are two main ways to communicate with the CBP. The CBP-1 mobile application or direct email with Customs and Border at the port of entry. Let's first take a look at the CBP-1 mobile application. The CBP-1 mobile application was launched late October 2020, and currently it's only set up for flight entries for hand carrying, and it's at most of the major ports in the United States. To utilize the CBP-1 mobile application, you must be the traveler to use it. You can't enter details to help communicate for someone else. Once you download the CBP-1 app on your phone, it's really easy to navigate through. The first thing that you actually will need is a login.gov set of credentials to be able to log in. If you already have permits through U.S. Fish and Wildlife, you may already have a login.gov account. So after that, the CBP-1 app has a series of screens that let you know that I am the traveler. I'm either traveling by land, air, or sea, and then I'm requesting a biological inspection. And as of right now, it's only available for air travel. Eventually, it'll broaden out to both land and sea. There's also a series of screens to enter details about your flight, details about the individual flying, maybe editing your name, and then giving that idea of what is exactly the inspection type you're looking for. In our case, it would be biological materials, and then we want to enter details about that material and then begin to add details about the permits. I find that it's easier to enter all your details ahead of time in something like a Word document that allows you to kind of cut and paste your details into each of the screens. Sometimes there's a lot of details you want to add in, and it's far easier to do the cut and paste. But you'll need your flight information, airport code, where you're going to have your inspection, details about the individual that'll be flying, and their passport information. Next, we'll have details about that inspection type, and for research material, we're looking at biological materials for the inspection type. Then you want to enter details about how your material is packaged. Often, I think it's easier to use just other, because then it allows you an opportunity to add unlimited amount of text to really be descriptive on how your material is packaged, how it might comply with things like IATA special provisions, or details about how it's packaged and where it might be packaged. And as I said, this area is really good because there's no limit to the character length, so it allows you the broadest opportunity to add all the specific details of how your things comply with all the regulations. The description of biological material field is a limited number of characters, so it's an area where you want to be concise about exactly what you're carrying, and if you can, give just the bare minimum regulations within that detailed list. The last part of the CBP-1 app is a location to enter import permits. So anything required to bring the material into the country, so your permits for federal agencies like a U.S. Fish and Wildlife import declaration, perhaps permits or statements required by the USDA or CDC, those can all be entered in here. So adding the agency, adding the numbers, and right now this is set up for you to take a photograph of the permit itself. Eventually this will be allowing PDFs to be uploaded, but right now it's set up for a photo. The other way to communicate with CBP at the port of entries is to have a direct email working with the agents. The group email contact box is comprised of two main groups that make up the acronyms for the email. That email mailbox is then monitored by two of the agricultural programs and trade liaison groups, the biological threat exclusion and biosecurity policy. The biological threat exclusion is where the biological threat exclusion coordinators and the biological threat operations specialist or the biological specialists are at all the ports of entry. So despite the name threat exclusion, on our side, we're looking at them as the biological specialists that we would be working with. When you get to communicate with one of the BTOSs or those operations specialists, We're really going to start just a general conversation to describe the material we have, protection status, countries of origin, how they're packaged or preserved, and then different checks that we may be doing with federal agencies. If they think that you may need some additional checks, they'll actually tell you that during email correspondences. When we have researchers getting ready to head back to the United States from international fieldwork, and they plan to hand carry biological material, we try to send out early notification 48 to 72 hours in advance and include all the agencies into one email. So an email might be giving details of what and where. What is the material they're bringing? Where are they doing their work? Where are they coming from? And then where is that port of entry? Who is actually going to be carrying that material? And then when is it destined to arrive in the United States where it's going to need that inspection? I also provide a bullet point list of the details, giving date, who, flight information, when the flight's arriving, that port of entry, what exactly is the material, and then details about the documents that are going to accompany that material. Our list of documentation will give information about what was required to collect in the country of origin, export from that country, any agreements or letters of support that were needed, then details about the import side, the federal agencies that needed to be checked, needed permits or permissions or statements, import declarations, and a specific list of the species. As Customs and Border has biological agents at most of the major ports, they now have a better set of resources online to give you guidance on importing biological materials. Give some examples of biological material, details about the documentation, details about how to get in touch with agencies and other ports, but it's a really good resource that they now have online. If you're missing documentation and your material fails to meet requirements, CBP may require a formal entry. At that point, you will be required to have a customs broker clear the documents, clear the material so it can be released and shipped or picked up by you. Customs broker might cost anywhere between $100 to $500 depending on value, number of laws, agencies required, and in addition to a customs broker, if your material was held by one of the air cargo with an airline, you may incur additional costs. Sometimes it gets to the point where if you are not certain about the requirements, hand carrying may not be a great idea. Early communication with CBP is critical for all hand carry entries, but also for international vendor shipments that might require a lot of different agencies for oversight. CBP is at all these ports of entry as well. My goal is I hope that each of you will start to consider adding U.S. Customs and Border for your early notification, especially when you're hand carrying material, but especially for some of those tricky shipments that you might have as well. Early communication should begin with a biological specialist, and so it could be the coordinators, but it'll ultimately end up being the operations specialist. CBP One app is available right at this time for flights only, and you must be the individual that is flying. And email communication links you to a broader group, gets you in contact ultimately with that operations specialist at the port of entry. With that, I'd like to thank the University of Michigan Herbarium and Museum of Zoology for supporting me to give this talk, Spinach Legislation and Regulations Committee for allowing this talk to happen, and most of all, BTEC Adam Pitt and BTOS Vincent Belil out of the Detroit office for years of communication and trying to help make this a better process moving forward. With that, I have maybe a little bit of time for questions.
So obviously Ben isn't here to answer questions. I will say that Ben facilitated a conversation between the Legs and Regs Committee and the CBP on Zoom, and it was a really fruitful discussion. They're eager to continue to collaborate with us and facilitate our entries when we have hand carry. So that's great news, and we hope to have more Zoom meetings with them and hopefully with additional agencies together in one space. So with that, I think you've all earned your coffee break, and we will come back at 3:30 for the second half of the program.
all apparently are back from the coffee break. So welcome back to the second part of the session, understanding the regulatory landscape for specimens and biomonitoring. We are very happy to have that session and also want to thank our sponsors again that they supported the session, and I'm happy to welcome Catherine Yasuda. So we have US Fish and Wildlife in the room, and I hand over the floor. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm just going to be going over very briefly the import and export requirements for Fish and Wildlife Service. A lot of you already are declaring, but just want to do a refresher, and if anyone's new, explain what the requirements are. It's a lot to go over in 15 minutes, so we do also have a little booth in the vendor area, so come talk to us during a break. So a bit of background, wildlife inspector is a kind of unique job in that we're one of only a handful of countries in the world that have a dedicated law enforcement staff that focuses solely on import and export of wildlife specimens. We also regulate plants, but we're mostly focusing on the wildlife, and we do this in two ways. First, we're intercepting the illegal trade, specifically things that are smuggled. That's what most people think of us as doing, but we also monitor and facilitate the legal trade, and that's where you guys fall in. And the general goal is we're making sure that trade isn't causing species extinctions. So combining what everyone's doing and making sure that it's not collectively causing a problem. So you may be wondering, why do we regulate scientific specimens? Obviously, you also have the goal of not causing things to go extinct. The problem is smugglers. Smugglers know that scientists get a pass a lot of the time for various permits. Scientists are allowed to have a lot of things the general public can't have. And so what they do is they'll claim everything's a scientific specimen. They'll claim they're a researcher. Here's just two random examples from San Francisco. Both of them, they were claiming they were for educational use. Both were being imported for the home decor oddities trade. And so by regulating everything, including your specimens, it allows us to close a loophole for those smugglers, but also it allows us to better monitor wildlife movement as a whole, because our data set is used to influence things like CITES and our own national listings of things as protected. So if there's one slide you remember from this presentation, it's going to be this one. This is basically the general summary of import-export law for wildlife. It's basically all wildlife imported into the US or exported from the US has to be declared to the US Fish and Wildlife Service, with some exceptions. So I'll be talking about these three categories and focusing on scientific specimen exemptions. And so first we're going to start with wildlife. And wildlife actually does have a legal definition under the US Code of Federal Regulations, and it's up here on the screen. But essentially it boils down to wildlife is any animal, whether or not it's born in captivity. So a lot of people will get hung up on the wild part of wildlife, but for the law, it's pretty much anything. And there are some exceptions. So for example, this elephant, it's a zoo animal, it's born in captivity. Some people might not consider that wildlife anymore, but legally it is. So what isn't wildlife? There's a very short list of animals that aren't considered wildlife, and it's here on the screen. So fossils, certain domesticated animals. There's a special fisheries exemption that likely won't apply to research specimens. It's for things that are for human or animal consumption and certain pearls. And then urine, feces, and fully synthetically derived DNA. So fossils in particular are interesting because we do have a legal definition and it's only fully mineralized fossils. So subfossils need to be declared to Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as extinct species need to be declared to Fish and Wildlife. And if you're wondering why we regulate these, it's to protect things like Lazarus species where they may be rediscovered and be a species that's of interest to trade. We want to be able to protect it immediately as soon as it's rediscovered. Case study is the Borneo earless monitor. When it was rediscovered in Indonesia, within a year, probably within 6 months, it was already being smuggled out of the country and in the pet trade. The next option is domesticated animals. It's not what you think, so don't go off of your own logical thing. It's another legal list. It's a very strange list of animals, so double check if you think you might have a domesticated animal, but you also need to meet other criteria. So it has to be captive bred. So if it's feral, like if you're sampling feral house cats, those technically need to be declared to us. can't be hybridized with wildlife, and it can't require special permits, particular CITES or ESA. So for example, there, peacocks are on the list, but because they're CITES listed, they're considered wildlife. And so in summary, wildlife is literally any animal in any partner product. So most of what you're working with, if you're working with animals, it's going to be something you need to declare to Fish and Wildlife. If you're not sure, ask an inspector and we'll help you out. Import and export is pretty straightforward. Unlike customs, we have a very straightforward definition of import-export. It's literally crossing into the US or out of the US, but each agency does have different definitions, so you need to check with everyone. For example, Guam, customs considers that an import or an export. The US, we actually have a port there for Fish and Wildlife Service, so we consider that domestic. So you wouldn't need to declare that to us. And so speaking of the declarations, I'm not going to go into too much detail about declarations, but essentially I'm going to focus on scientific specimen exemptions because this causes a lot of confusion amongst researchers and museum staff. And I'm going to go over the things that have caused problems for museums so that hopefully it won't cause problems for you. So one of the main things we run into is souvenirs in personal use items. So you can't commingle that with your scientific specimens. I know a lot of people will go traveling, go on a field expedition, might pick up some souvenirs. Do not mix those up with your specimens because if there's a problem with your souvenir, your whole shipment might get seized. So you want to make sure you keep those separate and your souvenirs don't fall under any of the special exemptions for scientific specimens. So we created this basic flow chart. It explains when you would need to declare something to our agency. And I'm going to go over it in a little more detail, but the main thing to note is if you're importing or exporting wildlife, you always have to declare it to us. There is no exemption where you don't have to declare it to us. You just might get a little bit of extra time to declare it, but regardless, it has to be declared to us. So we already ran over what wildlife is. The next section is, does anything need a permit? And I'm glad we had some other people go over permits in more detail because I don't have time to cover all that. But there's lots of permits and wildlife inspectors will check to make sure you have all of them. So if you have federal permits, foreign permits, other permits, we want all of them and we want to see them all at the time of import or export. And so this is really important because under the US Lacey Act, most people think of it for the injurious, but it allows us to enforce any foreign state or tribal law that's related to wildlife or plants. So if you don't have a permit and it's a violation of a foreign law, you're going to have a problem. And we want to avoid those problems. So make sure you have all your permits in order before you ship. And so the next one that hangs up a lot of people is the taxonomic and systematic research section. Unfortunately, right now, where there is no legal definition, they're working on that. We don't know when that will come out or what that actually will be, but that's a plan to update that to eliminate some confusion. But generally speaking, most ports, they're interpreting this as things that are undescribed because under the regulations, if you know something to species level, you need to declare it to species level. So this isn't for diet studies, behavior studies, stable isotope studies, things like that. It's for if you're bringing in something for describing it as a new species. There's some ports that interpret that a little differently, so you'll want to check with each port before you ship. But generally speaking, it's intended for new species. So if you know what your penguin is, you need to declare it at the time of import. Another thing that hangs up people is the sport hunted definition. And again, unfortunately, we don't have a legal definition for what sport hunted is. And I know sometimes when you're going and doing field collections, you are shooting animals or you're fishing for them. And so technically that may fall under the sport hunted category. So you need to be aware of that. Generally, Fish and Wildlife Service is interpreting this as if you have a foreign hunting license, something that the general public can get to harvest a trophy animal, that's sport hunted. If your collection permit is specifically a scientific collection permit, that's not sport hunted. So in that case, you get the exemption. But if you are hunting for your personal use as well as the museum, it's all going to be treated as personal use and the stricter criteria for personal sport hunted trophies will apply. This does come up a lot with sport hunted birds. So people will go like duck hunting and they'll bring back a few for themselves and a few to donate to the museum. And it will be a problem if you're bringing back something that's say ESA protected where you can't sport hunt it and bring it into the US. And we've had to seize some shipments like that. So if it's commingled, it's going to be treated as personal use. So make sure you have all your necessary permits in order, or just only collect for the museum and don't collect for your personal use. And so if you meet certain criteria, you get the exemption. So I've highlighted it in red. So essentially it's wildlife that does not need a permit, that is for taxonomic research, and was not sport hunted. And that exemption basically just allows you a little more time to file your 3177 declaration form. And this is only for imports. I'll get into that a little bit later. But you're getting an extension to give you a little more time to figure out what's actually in your shipment and file that to the closest designated port. The intent of this was that everything would be formally described and we'd have all these new species described within 180 days. But obviously, that's not realistic. So you're just going to declare to your best taxonomic level when you file your declaration. And we really think you should declare at the time of import anyways. There's a few reasons. You don't legally have to, but it reduces the number of problems significantly. So first, you can make sure everything has your required permits before it clears customs. That way, if there is a major problem, the options include re-export at that point. So you can send it back to the source country, get your permits in order, bring it back. If it's already cleared customs, the options are much more limited and we may have to seize your specimens and we don't want to do that. So if you declare at the time of import, we have more options to get something fixed if there's a problem. It also lets us notify customs in advance so they don't hold your shipment for us. That was mentioned briefly in a previous talk, but in a lot of ports, customs is trained to hold any wildlife they find if they can't get a hold of a wildlife inspector. And that's because smugglers lie. And so they love to say they're scientists. So they're trained to not believe anyone if they say they're a research scientist, even if they have paperwork showing they're research scientists. Smugglers are really good at faking documents. So that's why they're trained to hold it. If you let us know in advance that you're coming in on, say, a Saturday, we can give customs a heads up. Hey, we're expecting this researcher coming in with fish from Papua New Guinea, and then they won't hold you up. And an important note is it's easy to lose track of that 180-day timeline. And if you go over, technically your items are contraband and you're going to have problems if you want to export them in the future on a loan, or if their site is protected, you could run into other problems. So generally, you should declare at the time of import if you're able to. And in many cases, you're going to have to declare at the time of import anyway. So there's that little asterisk at the bottom where 48-hour advance notice is generally required. This is required for all exports, anything that's perishable or live. A lot of your specimens will fall under perishable, or if inspection is requested or required at the time of import. So that includes all hand-carried baggage. So if you're hand-carrying specimens, you do need to declare it to us at the time of import, again, to the best taxonomic level possible. And that 48 hours is a minimum. Generally, we recommend at least a week. More is preferred, especially if you have a big research expedition. And if you have no internet, just let us know before you leave when you're planning on coming back with a rough estimate of what you're bringing. That way we can have a general idea of what to expect. And then you can amend your EDEC once you actually are here and know what you have. And so declaration, don't have time to go into it in too much detail. That's the website. Now you can file electronically. We're trying to get everyone to file electronically. You can still do a paper declaration, but there's lots of benefits to doing it electronically. You can upload everything online. If there's fees, you can pay them online. And if you send out a lot of loans, you can actually duplicate declarations, and that makes things a lot easier. And then the last thing I want to mention is clearance. There are a lot of agencies in the US who regulate this. And so if you're tracking something on, say, like FedEx, and it says cleared customs, that only means it's cleared customs, these guys in the blue. It does not mean you've cleared Fish and Wildlife. The only way you know you have cleared Fish and Wildlife is you'll have a cleared declaration from us. And you want to keep that record pretty much forever as long as you have the specimen, because again, you'll need it for loans and permits in the future. And if you have questions, ask us about our regulations. Don't ask customs. They sometimes give you bad information. So ask Fish and Wildlife specifically, Fish and Wildlife questions. If you have customs questions, ask customs. Ask each agency specifically. That's our website for more information and a general email box for my office. If you have questions here, go ahead and email me. I'll answer you in the future. Contact your closest port. We do have a table in the vendor area, so you can stop by and ask us questions, but I might have a minute or so to do a quick question or two. Sure.
Anyone have a question? Can you?
Yeah, I'll try to summarize it for. Yeah,
The question
so-
is about permanent and temporary exports.
Yeah, so it does apply to both permanent and temporary. There are some specifications for like CITES permits when it's a permanent loan versus a temporary loan. But in general, regardless of how long it's staying overseas, you have to declare it. So you have to declare it going out and then when it comes back. And I took the slide out, but there's a problem with unsolicited shipments. I know some museums will just randomly get boxes with mystery items in it. If that happens and it's coming from overseas, contact your local port and then ask them what to do. So as soon as you open it and realize, oh, this is something protected or this is wildlife, just contact your port, like reseal the box or secure the specimen, and then contact us and we'll figure out what to do with it. And then obviously tell the person shipping it not to do that again.
Questions about making eDex in perpetuity findable, searchable, available.
Yeah, so the theory is the current version of eDex is supposed to be now archived permanently, but we're the government and we sometimes will randomly have something crash and everything will get lost. So I recommend saving it on your own personal system as well. But in theory, it's supposed to be saved now forever, in theory. No guarantees on that. And that does bring up a good point. Legally, you do have to keep your records for a minimum of 5 years. But obviously, these are permanent museum specimens usually, so you'll want to keep them basically forever.
Thank you very much. And if you're able to stay till the end, we'll have a little bit more time for more questions.
And also, we have our booth too, so come ask us questions there.
Thank you so much.
So, and then it's my turn. So I will give you some insights into the last changes to laws in the EU and regarding imports and shipments to the EU. In principle, we heard that already in the previous talks. When we ship international material, we have different legal areas we need to consider. That is conservation law, vets and phytosanitary regulations, IATA, customs law, also cultural heritage laws and protection, and Nagoya Protocol is becoming more and more relevant. Compliance with the regulations of the European Union. You can see here that map. We have those 27 EU member states here, but the EU laws also apply to all countries in the Schengen area. So that is Switzerland, it is Norway and Iceland. There is a specific status for Northern Ireland at the moment after the Brexit, but there are also other associated countries which may or may have not their laws aligned to laws of the EU, for example, here on the Balkans. And mind you, the EU is larger than you may think. There are these overseas territories, and also in some of the overseas territories, the EU laws apply. And it is worth having that in mind, as the laws and the regulations of the EU apply actually to all EU member states, so they are directly enforceable, and they cannot be transposed into national law. So they're usually very, very powerful and override national laws if they would be conflicting. There is a full list of the different areas. You don't need to learn all these regs, but I did take the time to put all the links behind those regulations, and that leads you to the website of the European Union, and you have all these laws available in all 27 languages of the EU. For the symbols here, you see that mostly the laws and regulations are implemented from the European Parliament and Council. The European Council is basically the representation of the EU member states, so that is the ministries of the respective EU countries. Then you have the EU Parliament, and for implementing and enforcement, but also for later amendments, the European Council is in charge. And you can see that also here, so the implementing regulations is basically how that is then imposed or translated into action, and there may be some specific guidance documents to keep things harmonized and aligned. A second level are directives. Directives are also legal acts, but they only define goals the EU member states need to achieve. And huge surprise, that is nature conservation laws, because each EU country has a different understanding or may act a little bit stronger or less strong on that. But in general, it is the Habitats Directive, it is the Birds Directive, so all birds in the EU are protected. And then you have the Water Framework Directive. Cultural heritage is also increasingly monitored, especially after the different situations in the Middle East and the contraband that was shipped from there. It is interesting to note that after the UNESCO Convention from 1970, there was that UNITROIT Convention, and that actually builds on a EU Council directive. So that EU Council directive to protect cultural heritage was actually adapted as a principle on UN level. And now into the fine print. So since March this year, the new EU import regulations are turned sharp. So that means that everything that enters the EU has to be declared. The reason behind that was a lot of dodgy shipments, specifically from Southeast Asia, e-commerce shipments. And so the laws were amended. The problem with that is previously we had an exemption for scientific samples, and that was completely removed. And now the difficulty is that we have to squeeze our identifications into some legal understanding of either traded goods, which it is not, or gifts. And that usually is the only two options that you can select, for example, when you prepare your shipment with FedEx or UPS or DHL. And that causes a lot of troubles. It is important to know that the carriers are liable, that the declarations are made before the things are exported, for example, from the US. And just as a side note, some carriers like FedEx Germany refuse to send CITES shipments back into the US because US Fish and Wildlife is too burdensome, and they don't want to take that responsibility. And that is a concern there, because we have heard that also from other postal carriers, that they consider to refuse scientific samples to be shipped. And if we want to do biodiversity monitoring, we have to assume that the number of shipments will increase. And that is not entirely clear how that works, but we are already, at least on the European side, in contact. One important thing that changed, and that was also touched in earlier presentations, customs, specifically customs and authorities want to know who you are. And so in the EU, that is done through the EORI number. So that is a specific customs identification number. You have to, each trade partner has to apply at customs to be registered with that number. And if you receive material, you should call for that EORI number, because you need to add that when you ship the material back. That is a requirement. And also you should use the custom tariff codes. That is either the harmonized system for the US or the combined nomenclature that must be declared. That is interchangeable and rests basically on the same understanding. You have here the list of the custom tariff codes we want to use. That always is 9705 for anything that is a preserved museum object. And then you have man-made archaeological or ethnographic artifacts. You have human specimens, that is anthropology, and you have anything else. So here for zoological and botanical materials that are protected, it is not unclear which kind of protection status, probably CITES, and then all the rest. And you should make sure that this appears on your label if that is printed, together with your declaration, so that this is clear and accurate. It is strongly recommended to use the terminology preserved museum objects and then describe in more detail what that could be. So to write preserved insects, formalin fixed fish, whatsoever. Avoid commercial invoices, because that indicates actually that you are shipping traded goods, which our samples are not. Avoid pro forma invoices, because that indicates that you have some sort of manufactured goods or samples. And avoid manufacturer's declarations, because that again implies that this is some sort of commercially manufactured goods. So that is basically the language we want to use. Dead museum specimens with a more proper description. Be specific that this material is transferred between repositories, and be also aware, we have heard that earlier, that universities may be a red flag, specifically if that is scientific research groups, which are sometimes a little bit dodgy. And you should describe for what kind of research you transfer the material, biodiversity research, and how the material was treated. It is good to notice, so CTAF, that is the European Lex and Rex equivalent, actually engaged with the European Commission. And for animal health regulations, we achieved that we have a specific derogation from declarations. So again, we are identifiable, and if that is the case, and if that material is exclusively exchanged between museums and educations, then we are derogated from any sort of import permits and usually from inspections. That all fits in principle on one page. I usually, when there is a change, you may have noticed that I circulate that on NHCall. That is basically a language that has evolved over the last 10 years and is applicable. You have the reference to the recording laws here. And on the lower side, you can add any information that helps customs or any regulatory agency to identify, to positively identify your institution. You will notice that we also add our CITES number there, even if we are not shipping CITES specimens, because also there, the acknowledgement that goes through a regulatory process where federal agencies or national agencies are usually involved. And all that helps all the partners involved in the shipping to understand who you are. And with that, let's do better.
Time for one question for Dirk.
So some couriers like FedEx are now requiring the equivalent of EORI numbers for non-EU countries, and those institutions are having a hard time finding something to give us. So we've had to full stop a couple of shipments to Switzerland because of that.
Yeah, because the institutions there were not aware and didn't start to register. Sometimes they are already registered, but the colleagues in the collections don't know. So it is worth that they engage with their administration, and the recommendation is check the paperwork when you receive loans, if they are complete, if the registration numbers are there, and try to clarify that beforehand. Usually scientific loans are not a surprise.
Hello, my name is Amanda Robinson. I'm presenting a talk on how invertebrate zoology at Smithsonian Institution has been managing the import and export of museum specimens, especially those responsibilities pertaining to oversight by the Department of Treasury and the Office of Foreign Assets Control, or OFAC, since we love our acronyms. Just some fine print. I want to make sure it's clear that this talk is not intended to serve as a substitute for legal advice or export control expertise. Instead, we just wanted to take the opportunity to sensitize you to a compliance area that you may not be familiar with, and which has become an issue that we've focused on more significantly over the past few years. Each export situation is unique and has to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. We're basing our talk on guidance that we've been given when we've run into questions. Although you can reach out to OFAC directly, they're not in the habit of providing comfort advice or weighing in on compliance obligations. It can take 6 to 9 months to get a response on a single license request. So you want to understand your collections, your activities, and your basic licensing or approval obligations yourself prior to contacting OFAC if possible. You'll also need to be aware that contacting them regarding compliance challenges can be considered voluntary disclosure and can be subject to enforcement. So you need to understand what you're asking and disclosing and have a strategy in place. Ultimately, these are just compliance suggestions. Each organization's needs are different and should adopt their own tailored solution that works well for their environment. As we all know, there are many agencies and laws that provide oversight to the collection, acquisition, and trade of biological specimens. This is a list of some of the important ones, but by no means comprehensive. Which laws apply depend on the taxa or the region where the specimen was collected. In addition to these laws, we have to keep in mind one aspect of what we generally refer to as export compliance managed by OFAC. And to stay in compliance with all these laws, we have to make sure that our collection practices are responsive enough to answer to all of these needs. The U.S. Economic Sanctions Program is administered by the Department of the Treasury and managed through the Office of Foreign Assets Control. I'm going to be focusing on the sanctions programs, which are more likely to intersect with day-to-day issues transacting specimens and materials. The role of OFAC is to administer and enforce economic sanctions programs, primarily against countries and groups of individuals, and they use the blocking of assets and trade restrictions to accomplish foreign policy and national security goals. The U.S. Export Control Program is primarily concerned with sensitive data and technology that can benefit an adversary militarily. The economic sanctions program administered by OFAC are intended to be comprehensive and to economically and diplomatically isolate certain countries and individuals. The result is that these sanctions can have much broader applications than just banking by blocking virtually all activities with certain countries, including the exchange of materials with academics and scientific researchers who are citizens of or located in a sanctioned country. This means that sanctions can reach professional research areas where it's not intuitive that they're subject to additional controls, and in our case, museum specimens. These sanction programs change as well as the degree of the sanctions, so it's good practice to periodically check. Currently, countries with some of the strictest sanctions that are kept on the radar are Iran, Cuba, North Korea, South Sudan, and Syria. Research specimens are not the top priority area for OFAC sanctions and enforcement, so this hasn't been an issue that's been at the forefront of most research institutions' radar. Unfortunately, there's just not currently a carve-out for exceptions with scientific specimens under most of the sanctions programs, so we're left trying to comply as we're best able. It's important to note that these sanctions apply to the country of origin of an object, specimen, sample, data, or individual, and the origin refers to where the specimen was collected, not necessarily where it's being sent from. So if a museum in France is sending a package to us at the Smithsonian that contains a specimen that is collected from a sanctioned country, this would be subject to OFAC regulations and would require an approval before the package is shipped. These laws apply to all U.S. citizens and its institutions that may engage with in trade with sanctioned entities, as well as foreign institutions that exchange material with U.S. institutions. The sanctions programs and regulatory schemes vary country by country, depending on the particular foreign policy and economic objectives related to that sanctioned country. The constant flux and variation in this space speaks to the importance of having somebody in your organization monitor these laws and stay apprised of your organization's activities. One of the takeaways here should be that activities involving specimens from sanctioned countries is that they will need to be checked against that specific sanction program. You may need an OFAC approval or license if you are sending a specimen from a sanctioned country internationally, sending physical material to a sanctioned country, and in some cases, sending images of a specimen to a researcher in a sanctioned country. As a general matter, you can usually communicate with researchers from any sanctioned country. The key issue to consider is transferring actual materials back and forth or technical data that could possibly have a military or dual use application, such as drones and underwater acoustics. You may host visiting researchers from sanctioned countries, but should still check restricted parties lists. Depending on what kind of technology and data that they would encounter while visiting your lab or collection, that could also potentially require a license. It's always advisable to check the U.S. government prohibited parties list when working with individuals from foreign countries. There are several lists, and your organization could consider paying a small fee to utilize a software tool that allows you to run checks on third parties before working with them. MK Denial is a tool that offers this that Emily mentioned earlier. Violations of sanctions are subject to stringent criminal and/or civil penalties. Fines and penalties are usually institutional, but individuals can also be personally liable for violations. There's a maximum civil penalty of $250,000 per violation for individuals and $1 million for institutions. Institutions and individuals can face disciplinary actions for violations, and that could include loss of export privileges, termination, or imprisonment. And I don't want this to sound just fire and brimstone. It's just a matter of making everybody aware. You want to strike the right balance in your organization of putting basic compliance mechanisms in place, but not squelching the research and exchange of ideas that we all need. Virtually everything that our institutions want to do in collaboration with international parties is approvable. It's just that you have to get the right licenses and approvals in advance. I also just want to make sure to stress that items, artifacts, and specimens collected from targeted foreign countries that predate the sanctions still need an OFAC license to be imported or exported from the US. This applies to material collected from those countries that are deposited in museums around the world, not just the US. Without an appropriate OFAC license, US institutions can't receive or return a loan from a sanctioned country. If an institution outside the US sends us specimens in violation of OFAC regulations, those specimens have to be sequestered indefinitely until they can be legally exported, if they can at all. We can't make any guarantee about when or if they will get their material back. Even if a foreign country that doesn't have restrictions against a country that the US has sanctions against, the restrictions still apply once it's shipped to the US. So knowing the country of origin for specimens before anything is shipped is essential. You can set up an export compliance office in your institution, but the responsibilities fall to the organization or the individual to learn the rules and how they apply. It would also be up to that person to apply for permits or report any infractions to OFAC per the counsel of a lawyer or export control specialist. There are consultants who operate in this field if you're interested in engaging outside assistance. There's not a defined validation process or training provided by OFAC, and the sanctions can change at any time, so specific FAQs can be helpful but might not address your exact situation. Each situation on any day has to be evaluated at the time of the proposed transaction. Having a dedicated resource in your institution assess these and other legal matters is important to avoiding violations. OFAC provides detailed documentation and explanations of these laws on their website. There's a lot of material, so it can be a daunting task, but it's a good place to look as an initial reference to familiarize yourself with sanctions. And as we've been grappling with these issues with export compliance, we have come up with some suggested updates to collection management workflows. The practice that all institutions need to adopt is that before a parcel is sent, you must notify the recipient about the contents and the purpose of the shipment. This should include the country of origin as well as the taxa. In addition, all scientific visitors to your institution must inform collection staff if they're hand carrying any specimens and disclose the contents before arrival. We have to give similar consideration to country of origin that we do to CITES designation. To reiterate, no unsolicited parcels or hand carries. Once it's been received, it's usually too late to fully resolve issues. We have to be able to ask the right questions about specimens before they come to us. And we have limited avenues once the package is already on our doorstep. In collection management, we also need to provide training for collections and research staff, including interns, volunteers, postdocs, students, anybody that might be involved in transactions. Make sure that trained staff are communicating with outside researchers and are the ones receiving packages. Funneling all incoming and outgoing packages through collection staff is how we make sure that a trained pair of eyes has been on any transaction. Keeping in the communication loop and centralizing package processing gives us opportunities to catch problems before they occur. And I just wanted to include my list of links that I keep bookmarked for reference, not just OFAC, but CITES, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. The OFAC website can be overwhelming, but the information is there. I would just like to thank our Smithsonian colleagues who have been helping us navigate this issue. It takes a full team to navigate these challenges and compliance objectives. Also want to thank Bill for this little contribution. That's it.
Thank you very much. We have, I think, time for 2 questions. Okay. Then I have one.
Okay.
What about eDNA samples or soil samples? That is something worth considering and discussing also with the regulatory agencies. There is how are you dealing with that at the moment?
I think a lot of that is still up in the air, how we're dealing with that, especially with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, because I mean, a lot of people just think of them as, oh, it's just water samples. But as Bill mentioned earlier, a lot of those water samples contain CITES listed DNA. So I don't know if we've fully resolved that issue, but it's something we're definitely working on resolving. Yeah. I think we'll have to work closely with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on that.
On a side note, I was asking our regulatory agency in Germany, they also do a lot of field work, and the answer was, oh, we haven't considered that now. but it is good. So there is some interest to get that tabled in the CITES discussions. I think we need a solution there.
I wish I had one.
And maybe a second question, how do you deal with countries that are currently embargoed, where you receive material that was before these countries established, for example, South Sudan or North Korea?
Yeah, unfortunately, where that specimen was collected, even if it was before that country was even established, it's still technically that country now. So we would have, if we were trying to import a specimen that was collected in what is now known as Iran, we would have to get an OFAC license to import that before we import it.
So no more questions. Thank you very much. Oh, there's one.
Yeah, my understanding is that it would be like a one-time use for that specific shipment. Like it wouldn't be a sort of blanket, you're allowed to do this in the future. It's just for that specific shipment.
Okay, then thank you very much.
Thanks.
My glasses on. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Erin Bilyeu, and I am the Assistant Registrar for Acquisitions at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History. I have a background in collections management throughout the natural history field and have been practicing provenance and acquisition review for over 15 years. My presentation today can be best summed up in a single phrase: read the permit. But I am going to walk you through the details of doing so from an acquisition and accessioning point of view, with the goal of mitigating what one might find in that permit. So whether you're a field researcher, a collections manager, or a registrar, this discussion is vital to everyone's mission. I'd like to start with a few basic best practices that apply to all museum collections. Provenance, or where an object comes from, details both the origin and the collection history of the object. For newly collected specimens, that often starts with a collecting permit. This permit is meant to set the stage for all activities pertaining to that object's future. The permit will state if the material collected is regulated, whether there are usage restrictions, and in today's regulatory climate, can also be the bedrock for documenting the ethical collection of the material. At Smithsonian's Natural History Museum, we often start by reviewing whether the material being acquired is cultural, biological, or geological. Each of these divisions have concerns that may or may not be issues for the others. For cultural material, a primary concern is whether the objects have been ethically collected and whether they represent cultural patrimony. Biological specimens, primary acquisition concern is regulatory status and collection history regarding country of origin. For geological specimens, land ownership and collection history stand out as risk factors. Most importantly, however, is to understand that regardless of the research field you align with, whether that is zoology or anthropology or mineral sciences, that the specimens you may be collecting or acquiring can cross all of these boundaries. A meteorite may contain cultural significance for an indigenous group. An ethnological item likely contains biological materials, as we've heard earlier, when we all know that biological specimens carry heritage and land management rights. It is vital to consider all aspects of the material being collected and what regulatory requirements you will have to pass before collection and acquisition. So what exactly is a collecting permit and what are the different forms one can take? A permit is at its foundation a contract between the permittee and the issuer. Once received, a permit is not a blank check to simply collect and research. It is the documentation of intersecting wildlife laws, heritage responsibilities, and ownership permissions that will follow the specimen in perpetuity. In general, you need to consider the laws, the context, and the activity being conducted in all museum specimen acquisition. So who can issue a permit? A collecting permit can take many forms. It can be issued by a foreign or domestic federal or state agency for specific collecting, or it can take the form of a general activity permit, such as a hunting or fishing license. A letter from a landowner or documenting a phone call of permission with a private landowner can fulfill permitting questions and requirements. Activities can require one or more of these types of permits. It is easiest to document formal permission, but documenting all attempts to gain permission for any activity can suffice. Even the lack of needing a permit can be documented by noting the source of the information. You can see in the website screenshot here that noting that public collecting is allowed in very specific areas of Calvert Cliffs, Maryland. In acquiring fossils collected from that locality, documenting that public collecting is allowed and citing your source is the documentation of permitted collecting. The documentation should follow that specimen throughout its life. Any permitted activity should show what you can and cannot do based on that permit. Many permits show not just who the permittee is, but who else can use that permit. If there are limits to what can be collected, how or where it can be collected, that information should be noted. If the activity you want to conduct is not listed on the permit, you may need to do more research on the activity you would like to engage in. If you are acquiring a specimen for a museum collection, you need to research other risk factors that you may be aware of that may not appear on that collecting permit. So as you saw in that admittedly outdated example in the last slide, not all of the information that you might need lives in the license or permit itself, but may live in the application or even in federal laws that may not be cited by the collecting permit. There are some concerns that you should think about before determining whether the permit or license allows you to permanently acquire specimens in a natural history collection. Has the permittee been granted ownership of the specimens? Does that include any and all usage of those specimens? Can the specimen be transferred to a third party with or without notification to the permit issuer? If you don't know or can't find the answer to these questions in the permit, you will want to do more research about the provenance of the collection and ask the donor more questions. So let's go through some specific, some permit terms that you might come across while considering acquiring specimens. My first example from the government of Bermuda is actually quite simple. It is a single page and it shows exactly who, what, and when the collection can be conducted, and that only research usage is permitted. No commercial access has been granted. Additionally, it states that the material will always be considered the property of the government of Bermuda, which means that another institution can hold the material, but access to genetic resources remains solely the property of Bermuda. Any other usage must be authorized by the issuer. So what can you do with this material? You can use it for any other research purpose that is not genetic access. Loans, destructive sampling, or transfer in custody are not specifically prohibited. The only restriction here is genetic access. I'd like you to note that this permit is from 2008. Laws may have changed. Do not apply terms from one permit to materials not collected under it. All permits apply only to the materials cited in the permit and only for the collection date defined. Another example is from Nevis, a small island of the nation St. Kitts and Nevis, from 2013. This is a letter permit, and you'll note that there are additional terms that must be reviewed in conjunction with the permit application that I have not shown here. My purpose in showing this specific example is to highlight that all parts of the permit matter. There are standard terms that may not show on a single permit approval. Review the permit and determine whether gaps exist. Having received this from a collector or a potential donor, I will have to go back and ask for the permit application to see if it does cover the specimens being acquired. Ownership by the government is retained, and that should trigger a restriction on the acquiring museum. While this permit has a pretty benign benefit sharing term, the research access to the specimen must be considered under those terms. So how do we mitigate permit restrictions? We have seen permit terms and applicable restrictions get tighter and tighter as access and benefit sharing policies are enacted throughout the world. It has been a confusing time in natural history research, but that does not mean that we cannot see our way through to some clear paths forward. Remember that nations are just as interested in the potential outcomes of research as we all are. Just because ownership of the material is not transferable does not mean that acquisition for research is not possible. Collections arriving under permits that do not transfer ownership is not a loan, as the permit allows for custody and responsibility of care to lie with the acquiring institution. I've noted an example here from the National Park Service that specifically allows that custody to be with the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. You'll want to review your permits to see what repository is noted. If that repository is not, if your repository is not noted, you can go back to that permit issuer and have that conversation to see if they would change the repository and give permission for custodially holding it. So natural history museums have a responsibility and an opportunity to work collaboratively more than ever. We must document those collaborations and ensure permit association with specimens so that work is not stymied by unknown restrictions. Smithsonian ensures that permits follow specimens by creating digital records from acquisition to specimen. Restriction records are attached to catalog records to ensure that allowed third-party transfers are recorded and pushed to end users. A final note on risk mitigation. What can you do if there is no collecting permit and reasonable efforts have not shown that public collecting is allowed? As with every acquisition, I ask every one of you to carefully consider each acquisition of specimens on a case-by-case basis. There is no one answer fits all, but there are options. Consider the wildlife laws that exist when reviewing a collection, whether that is country of origin, consider the wildlife laws that exist when you're reviewing a collection. Is the material CITES listed or protected by other wildlife laws? Consider the source of the material, whether that is country of origin, donor, or collector. Can your institution risk acquiring material that may break laws simply by holding that material, let alone by loaning or publishing on that material? By considering what agreements or laws may be broken, you can usually find your way to either acquiring permission or by responsibly returning material to an appropriate institution. In some rare but egregious scenarios, you may have to embargo research or return the material to prevent involving your institution in illegal collecting. So, reviewing collection permits starts with the easiest part, reading what's in it and determining what restrictions have been placed on the materials associated with that permit. Collectors are at the start of this process, and knowing what is in the permit before they collect is vital to responsible collecting and ensuring access to those scientific collections in the future. I know I've probably made this sound a little simpler, maybe a little bit basic for some of the trickier permits that I know you've all encountered, but please feel free to reach out in person this week or at this email address. Every permit is different, and you will want to ensure that you are following what has been assigned to you as an agreement. That's all I have for you.
Thank you very much. We have, again, time for 1 or 2 questions.
Hi, thank you for that talk. I was wondering how you, how either the Smithsonian handles or how you would suggest kind of noting specimens or records that come in that do not, or came in at a time or were collected at a time when permitting was not a thing,
Right.
and how to go about doing that.
So we will place restrictions on specimens, on entire collections, if the risk of utilizing that collection is high. So something that might be CITES regulated, something if we don't have the EDEC, if we don't have proof that we entered the country legally, we won't loan it. And so we use our collections information system, we use EMU, we use our database to ensure that everybody is aware that these specimens have restrictions. And so it's not the answer that anybody wants, but sometimes the answer is you can't do the thing you want to do, which is why it's so important to make sure that you have done that review at the time of collection, at the time of import, at the time of acquisition, because nobody wants to deal with those restrictions in the long term. For very old specimens, again, it has to do with risk management. Are you willing to risk losing that specimen if it's seized?
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another question?
Well,
Then I have a quick one.
yes.
How would you document that no permits at that time applied?
That no permits were required. So like I showed with that one example of being able to publicly collect at Calvert Cliffs, you just print that screenshot. You know, if you have a phone call with a landowner and they're like, yeah, whatever, go collect, I don't care. You just have to document. And that can become a case of a he said, she said. And in that case, it comes down to, again, like I said before, a little bit of risk management. How are you going to document this? And should you look for a more formal way?
Yeah.
If you're talking about like fossil collecting from somebody's private land, do you really want to go with a phone call, document it, like writing down so-and-so said I could collect from his land? Maybe not. You might need to seek out a formal signature.
But then you would give that a document number and link that to the specimen so that
Exactly. Exactly. And again, I think we're incredibly lucky in this day and age to be able to link all of our paperwork to individual catalog records. It just makes that kind of research easier and easier.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
The arrows. Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. So building off on the Smithsonian trend of presenting in a row, my name is Jessie Nakano. I am the Assistant Registrar at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. Today, I'm going to walk through 3 case studies and scenarios that kind of highlight the obstacles and perspectives for acquiring and managing paleobiology collections. As we all know, the regulatory field and policy can be very complicated. So therefore, each case I talk about required a lot of individual assessment and supplemental investigative work, specifically within NMNH, but also in the paleo community, but also within the natural history community overall. And before we get started, I also have a disclaimer. I am not a lawyer, and as most of us know, it's a very fine line that we walk when handling registration and collections management work. We are all actively trying to figure out how to manage in these emerging regulations and policy topics, and even rethinking the past topics. So these cases, as I said, are in consultation with our Office of General Counsel and also with the clarification about our own Smithsonian policy. So I always encourage everyone to make sure that you are talking to your general counsel and your lawyers, and also referring to your institution's policy and understanding. This other slide is also to help clarify some of questions people might be having, because there seems to be a lot of assistant registrars now at the Natural History Museum. So I wanted to talk more about our new kind of structure and how our offices and departments for the museum have kind of shifted. So while Emily and Aaron are both in the central OR, I am actually designated to the paleobiology department and specifically working to be the primary manager for the registration and paperwork for the National Fossil Collection. So this role of the Paleo Registrar streamlines the collections processing in terms of transactions, and it emphasizes a focus for me to learn and understand existing and emerging legal regulations and ethical considerations for the paleobiology collections. The role itself has allowed offloading responsibilities from our collections managers, but also allowing me to provide specific registration support for the day-to-day functioning, which is obviously a lot of things that have been talked about when they pop up, and having someone who really can focus on that. It also has allowed us to enhance that we are collaborating within the museum and helping us kind of really better build our communication internally, but also restructure and know that like the information we have is always clear and distributed and available. And similar to things Aaron had started talking about in terms of documentation, a lot of the work I've been doing in the department is not just day-to-day, but also a lot of legacy cleanup. So that will be discussed as I go through the cases. So a big takeaway before I jump into these case studies and each of the topics I brought up within this session, we've already heard about a lot of emerging and evolving expertise and processes for addressing challenges faced with domestic and global regulations. And I think it's really important, the repeated thread that I always want to emphasize, and what I've been realizing from my role, is that we're all people and we're all very friendly people. And so continue to communicate and encourage conversation and asking questions has really been beneficial and helpful for handling all these different cases and issues that pop up. Sharing our experiences and the thought process and decisions itself, and disseminating our effective methods and standards to tackle the issues is important. But I also always find that there's a lot of reflection, especially within these cases that I have that are technically like closed. There's still a lot of thoughts I have about what could have been different or how this could impact the next step, or if something similar pops up in the future. So the first one is field collections from U.S. federally managed lands. So very specific, but it is a very clear and ongoing topic. And these are the core elements that I have that really help what I start with when we start going through any acquisitions or any collections that are being proposed to be used in this way. So this is a general summary that I'm going to do, and then I'll go into what the regulations and policies could be applied, and then specific details about cases. So for field collections, the biggest thing I always emphasize with that, especially when it comes to within the US, is getting GPS coordinates or as much locality information we can to basically check where it actually was collected and what that actually says on a permit, and how that could correlate or doesn't correlate. Because sometimes you are understood to be collecting from a certain area, but if that coordinate actually is slightly off or just a little in a different location, that could really change and impact the documentation we have. And we want to make sure that we are taking the steps proactively to get that cleared up and clarified ahead of time. So obviously with federally collected, federally managed lands, the biggest thing on the radar is always the Paleontological Resources Preservation Act. So with the implementation regulations that were effective in September, that really started adding more clarifications about what we need to consider, especially when it comes to repository agreements with those federal land managers, the expectations of the repository, how it applies museum-wide, the length of the agreements. These all start to have big components that we have to think about. And for us, this is an ongoing conversation because it is with each of the agencies below. So Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, National Park Service, for us specifically for paleo, and how that is impacting. So how we currently document new acquisitions and continue to comply with the management of the material from legacy acquisitions is continually adapting. And so I'll get a little bit more into that with the specifics. So the first two cases that I'm combine them because I think they're very similar, but also hit on a lot of points is for Bureau of Land Management, we have fossils. We have collected fossil plants from Wyoming in land that is managed by BLM. The big component about these fossils and with this researcher in our museum is that the collections themselves, he's been collecting in that site since 1980s to present. So over that time span, there has been a variation, obviously, in the policy and the law when it comes to if you need a permit or not. So that's something we've been trying to work together to enhance, because even within each of the transactions we have for acquiring it and holding it in our collections, that varies each year. So one year there was a permit, he did have a permit, and then the next year they said you actually don't need one, and then the years before you did need one. So I'm trying to working with him and using his field notes and his institutional knowledge and his obviously all experience, and enhancing that clarity is having records that document what years he did have a permit or was issued it, or if he received a statement saying, I was told I don't need a permit, we at least have that also recorded to know those years that are implied and how that fits into our overarching acquisition transaction records. And so that's been really important to kind of see that thread and just clarify and that overarching variation that keeps happening. And then as you see on the other side with the fossil insects from the Kishineam Formation in Montana, our researcher, the permit itself is just a special use permit for the field collections. They didn't, at the time when he first started collecting there, they didn't really have anything that fully was targeted for allowing him to collect fossils there. So they kind of went with what they had existing, but they're trying to enhance and make that a better documentation for it. So that's always been another case where what we have there is what documentation we have is really going to be variable year to year. And so having that clearly noted in that record and what happens, while it may seem understood, even with the researcher, we try and make sure it's at least clear and constantly going through that way. So a big takeaway from these with the federally managed lands is I'm always really trying to emphasize open communication and clear documentation, especially with talking about repository agreements. And as we continue to have that go back and forth, with both of those cases, we've had other material that's collected that wasn't necessarily listed on the permit. So that was something where I helped engage with the entity, with the agencies to make sure that they knew that we also had this material that was received and that actually we probably wouldn't be the best repository. So how do we go about the process to change that repository for that specifically for that type of material? And that I think is always the big thing of knowing that like it's going to be constantly changing and how we communicate and who we communicate is going to vary. So this is just a general outline too of what the process is and the questions I pose as we go. For the second one, this is a big one where it comes to provenance research for international purchases. The biggest component for this always ends up being the chain of custody and really trying to encourage this moving forward. The case I'll specifically talk about is regarding fossils in amber, and what that means for us, what the extra steps we've been taking to make sure that that is fully documented, because it's not as it wasn't always as clear, because if someone purchases it and then offers it a donation to us, that's a very different. Ultimately, we was like, oh, it's just a donation to us. But there actually is that thread that we do want to make sure we're documenting and recording, because there could be other elements that could cause issues in the future in the long run. So for this, and as Amanda had already beautifully outlined with OFAC, that is something that we use a lot when it comes to getting informations about all of the regulations regarding that. So I try to make sure that we can check the sanctions list in terms of individuals and companies that could be listed on there and how they could be impacted or part of anything that would be of concern for us when it comes to donors who are trying to donate things to us that were purchased from other entities. So we try and get as much information overall. So with the donations, we try and make sure they at least can provide the collecting site, the collector name, who's the seller, and their full contact information and where they bought it. And if they have any other context about like how this trip goes about. This has happened a lot, especially if we have Burmese amber and the regulations there. And then also with Baltic amber, this has been popping up a lot for us as well. So the big takeaway for this is establishing chain of custody. We always want to clarify with the donor this full process and as much information they can provide. And if it's not something they can provide, we have to really consider what that means for us and any risk that could be effective. Okay. So the last case is rights for cast replicas and reproductions. This one is kind of probably more open-ended and has a lot more questions than answers. So just so you know, the big policies that kind of influence this is just comes down to U.S. copyright law, but also Smithsonian policy, especially with our open access policy and what that means for us in terms of replicas and reproductions for physical and digital. So I'm going to focus primarily on reproductions, physical reproductions, which include casts and molds. This is kind of where it started when we currently have a defrag collections project going on that really has brought up a lot of casts that we have in our collection from other institutions that we're trying to reconcile and make sure that we have proper documentation that we have it and that the institution knows we have casts of their originals, and vice versa for us, where there are institutions holding casts of USNM specimens, and we just want to make sure that that is also understood. What the policy or whatever the terms of agreement could be between us. It's a very common practice within the paleobiology community to mold and cast and to also then distribute those casts. And also even with digital, that has become a new thing of people scanning. So when it comes to mold and casting, we often have found that we ended up making a new agreement that specifically talked about the transfer of casts to other institutions. So we'd be donating those to them to make sure that they know and ensure that it's always linking back to the original specimen. And there's a note at least saying it's a cast of USNM PAL X1234. And that's really important for us to keep that linkage and that connection that thread that goes through all of our through all of the data and any publications that come or use of the casts. In that agreement, we've also included terms about scanning a cast and what to do. So we know that if someone does scan a cast and they upload that data somewhere, it is clear that it's a scan of a cast, because that has been popping a lot for us. And so we wanted to make that very, very clear. But with that, we've ended up having a lot more questions and concerns when it comes to comparing what that means for the physical versus the digital reproduction. So that's really kind of added more questions for us that I think others hopefully are also going through, and we can work together to figure it out. But for us in this example, the best way to kind of identify for us, the situation comes down to assessing who's requesting it, what's the purpose of it, and that kind of from there has us assess what's going on, but there is no consistent pattern of how we're going to address it. This example here just talks about kind of the complicatedness of it all, where we actually manage the digital data of this specimen, as you see in the image there, but it also there are 3D prints and models of that being made. So how does that all relate, and whose management and the long-term care of that overall? So that tends to be a big question that keeps popping up, and if we can compare it to the molds and casts, and if that's similar, if it's a digital reproduction or print of it versus a physical mold and cast. Yeah. So ultimately, my big takeaway is collaboration is important, especially when it comes to big questions and big topics that seem to be causing issues causing a lot of thought and process with everyone. And I always want to encourage that we continue to engage and talk about it or reach out. And if you have similar issues, I'm always happy to talk through and really want to hear if you're going through similar topics or having similar cases and requests come through, that maybe we can work together and figure it out so we don't have to do it individually and then meddle later. But yeah, thank you. And this is my email, and that's my resource account email. So you can email both, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we would have time for one very brief, quick question. Then I think we just proceed with the last presentation, which is the dear colleague, Brita Simkes.
Thank you for staying till the bitter end. So my plan is to be brief so that we'll have a few extra minutes for questions. So I'm hoping this is more of a lightning talk than a 15-minute talk. But I wanted to discuss the new USDA APHIS e-file system and give some guidance for submitting permit applications, because we at the MCZ were unfortunately a bit surprised when we didn't get notifications that our permits had expired and we needed them. And so we had to very quickly navigate a whole new permit system. So the USDA is responsible for protecting animal health, animal welfare, and plant health. Import permits may be needed for organisms that can cause disease in livestock or poultry, or vectors carrying pathogens. Generally, my experience is that the USDA is not concerned with human health, but they want to make sure that local bird populations and livestock and animals that are part of our whole food system are protected. So things that are regulated include birds from specific countries, and that's associated with exotic Newcastle's disease and highly pathogenic avian influenza, bovine, equine, swine, and primates, bees, live plant pests, noxious weeds and soils, and some restricted or not authorized plant material. So we at the MCZ have a few different permits related to birds. So we have 3 permits, one for importing treated material, one for importing untreated material, and one for transporting material. And because of those permits, which have to be renewed annually, we also have 2 facilities that are BSL2, Biosafety Level 2, which require inspections every 3 years by the USDA. So what happened is that we quickly found out we needed new permits and that there was a whole new system. So the USDA APHIS retired their e-permit system in September, at the end of September. No notifications were sent out from e-permits to let people know that if your permit expires after September 30th, you should plan to use this new system. They just, what I think is quietly introduced e-file as a new system. I will say that on the right, you see this APHIS e-file assistant. It is helpful. It asks some little questions, and you may be able to more easily navigate with the new e-file system because of this assistant that they provide. So for us, we had to use the Veterinary Services Permitting Assistant. That's a mandatory first step in the process. Apparently, prior to this, it was an optional step that you could use. And it essentially prompts you to determine whether you need a permit or not. So for us, we were renewing our 16.6A permit, and it tells you to start the process through this VSPA, and then you can actually add your existing permit information, and then it will let you later adjust the processing fee since it's a renewal and not a new permit. So one of the issues that came up very quickly is that the MCZ has blanket permits, so that can be used multiple over the year for multiple imports. But there was no option for a blanket permit. So I had no idea what to do when I had to then choose a country of origin. So what I ended up doing is emailing APHIS and asking them what to do. And it sounded like I was not the first person to have to do this. And I was a little surprised when they said, just choose any country. It made me really nervous that I was gonna have to select a country, and then I might get a permit that said I could only import from Canada. But I did it, and there was a workaround later on in a certain section called supply chain. If you answer no to one of the questions, it will provide you with the text box, and you can specify that you want to basically have various importers outside of the US. So that is what I did. We did get our permits without issue, and we got them very quickly. One of the major changes is that there are new permit numbers. There is a system-generated permit record number, which is not the permit number, which can be confusing. And it's not a smart number, so it doesn't represent the year or the permit type or anything. I believe you can essentially just ignore that number. The number that you care about is the APHIS permit number, which is a smart number. The format includes the program prefix, the calendar year, the ordinal day, and the sequential number. And that's really the important number. So if you are referencing that permit to Customs and Border Patrol or another agency, that's the permit that you want to cite. So the challenges and opportunities that arose from this new system are that obviously, it's nice to know when your permits expire. I had relied upon this automatic notification system to let me know you have 60 days, and then I would start my renewal process in more than enough time, and that didn't happen. The good news is that the processing time was much, much faster with this new system. So normally I would have to wait 4 to 6 weeks, and because of this new system, it only took 2 weeks. So we really weren't without a permit for very long. I would have preferred if the data automatically was migrated from the old system to the new system, and the new system has a lot of new and different questions, and it was difficult, but thankfully APHIS was very fast in responding to my emails. If you do want to speak to them, I would suggest not leaving phone messages. I know others have left phone messages, and they do eventually get back to you, but they're much faster with email. So I highly recommend that. And again, there was a workaround to select a single country of origin and then later kind of essentially change that to a blanket permit. So with that, I'm happy to start a discussion about the USDA, APHIS, or anything else about any of the topics we've heard today. I know there was at least one of our topics that ended up in the repatriation discussion. So Jessie Cohen spoke about NAGPRA this morning, I believe, but I think is here. So I'm happy to give the microphone up to anyone that has comments, questions, whatever you may have. And we have our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Inspector in the room. So if you have questions, take the opportunity to ask them.
Thanks, Brita and everybody. Those were great. So Dirk, I had a question for you for Europe, because you said do not use pro forma or commercial invoices, but we send everything through FedEx and you have to pick one of those. So, and I can't really, we have a commercial account through UC Berkeley with FedEx. So we get very reduced rates on shipping, and so we're not going to start using DHL or anything. So what do you recommend?
Yeah, the recommendation was, so as you file paperwork still, you don't want to use that in your paperwork. And for the electronic systems that are provided by FedEx and DHL, you have to use the fields that they provide. But in anything you do with your descriptions, be clear that that is not commercial.
Right.
The problem is that the entire system is tailored for trade, and that the old exemptions for scientific material have been removed and are not again in place. That is something where I would be happy also with the US agencies when we could start a dialogue, because that is an issue. I understand the reasons behind why this is the case, but we have to assume that the number of materials that are shipped will increase. And so we need to find a compliant way that makes the parcels also smart for the shipping companies, because they are liable. You assign them as your broker. And so we need also to talk with them. We did that back in 2010, at least in Germany. That was very helpful. We invited FedEx, we invited UPS. Andy Bentley did that a few years back here in the US. And I think that is definitely something we want to do next year.
Okay. So
not, again, as always,
really
not the straight answer.
Right. So I'm still like, do you have one you think is better, or just still pick one, do the commercial invoice, but then say, yeah, this is not commercial, this has no value. Like, yeah,
Go ahead. So recently we started having them do a pro forma, but also a customs declaration. So the pro forma is for FedEx, and then the customs declaration is for customs on the other end. And it's worked so far, I think.
Yeah, and keep in mind, so even though the companies are working with that language for everything that is imported to the EU, the highest thing that you can do in your paper forms is a proper customs declaration that is signed. There is nothing that overrides that. And if you assign FedEx as a broker, in the end, even though they want to have everything smart, when it comes to the end, they have to use the paper file. If they don't do that, you can claim that. And again, including this gives you some sort of security also when the parcel gets stuck, because then they pull that. And if they compare the paperwork that is associated and make sure that that is on the outside of the parcel, then that is helpful. That is the best I can recommend at the moment. Any other questions?
I did it one more then. So I'll just take over here. So sorry, other institutions, I wonder, do you use brokers? Because we don't use a broker with MVZ. We file everything ourselves. And I mean, we talked about it, and I know like art institutions and other people do use a broker, but we just file it through FedEx and we upload all the information in our Fish and Wildlife declarations and everything ourselves. So
yeah, with that, you actually select one broker.
Pardon me, sorry, what was that?
When you choose FedEx and tick that box, then you assign FedEx as a broker.
I see, yeah, okay.
I know we only occasionally use a customs broker if it's something like a huge fossil shipment coming in. But generally, yeah, we're just having FedEx be our agent.
Just commenting on the broker end of things, it's always helpful to have one, but there are actually certain countries that require that you have a broker, especially for export. Jamaica, for example, will require you to have a Jamaican broker in order to export. So even it has to be also filed within their system before you could even reach the airport. I've had to talk with one of our researchers who are at the airport in Jamaica because they're like, they won't accept all the documents because they needed to be uploaded through a customs broker. So within like an hour, we had to find a customs broker in Jamaica, I had to upload all those documents, speak to them on the phone just so he can get on his flight. So check to make sure if there are any broker requirements from for imports, not so much, but for exporting from the country they come from. It's worth checking.
Any other questions? So that's one. Poor Breeder is doing the sports program here.
I always hate bringing up things that have disappeared because you hate to see them come back again. ACE. Anybody remember this ACE thing?
It was supposed to be the big thing. But
So is it gone away? Yeah. I'll meet you.
So I
somewhere.
take the second microphone.
There you go.
So ACE is still a thing. ACE is a program to basically unite all the U.S. customs agencies. So in theory, at some point, you'll be able to just file one declaration form and it'll apply to everyone. So APHIS, Fish and Wildlife, NOAA, Customs. It's still in works. It is open and people can file it. So we do have some commercial entities using it. The problem is you have to build your own interface to communicate with ACE. So they're working on that. So that's one advantage of using a broker is some of the big brokerage companies do have that, but it is still in the works. They keep telling us any day now, but they've been telling us that for like 5 or more years. So at some point it will come live and you'll be able to use that. But until then, we don't know.
And maybe as a side note, in the EU, there's something similar, which is called traces. Right from the start, we avoided that scientific samples would fall into traces because declaring them is so painful that it was easier to get into contact with the Commission to find a way to positively identify scientific research institutes and to have the amendments in a way that gives the security for the border inspection posts so that they can positively identify and can check the paperwork without charging the institutions. And that worked really well. And we have seen that we have different legal areas. And at least on the side of the EU, it is interesting to see that the regulations are talking to each other. So you have the connecting points and that makes life easier. Bill.
I had a question is it U.S. Fish and Wildlife preference to have a 3177 filed through whatever port it came through or through the port that's closest to your institution that deals with you the most?
So it depends. If you're using that 180-day exemption, you can file to your close. Is it still working? Okay. So you can file to your closest port in that case. Otherwise, it's your port of arrival. So if you're hand carrying, it's the port you're arriving to. There is an exemption I didn't talk about where scientific specimens can come into any port in the US. In that case, it's the closest designated port to that port. So for California, if you were to fly into Sacramento, that's not a designated port. You can bring in scientific specimens there, but you would declare to the port of San Francisco. And if you're bringing in stuff to a non-designated port, it's good to contact the closest port well in advance so we can let customs know what's going on. But it's kind of tricky, and each port does influence it a little differently. We're working on getting a unified process set up, but generally speaking, if you're going to have to declare at the time of arrival, so like you're flying in, declare to that port. If it's in the mail, you would declare to your closest port.
Then for FedEx, UPS, and DHL, they all have a designated official port. So for FedEx, you'll be declaring to Memphis. For DHL, it's a non-designated port, Erlanger, Kentucky. And then for UPS, it's Louisville. But again, each port does things a little differently. So you'll have to talk with both ports and figure out what each one wants you to do, unfortunately.
If it's okay, I have 2 follow-ups with that. And then I'll have Breda grab the microphone. A lot of times the shipping companies, we really have no idea where it'll go through. And it is a decision, it may be going through Louisville, it may go through Cincinnati, it may go through wherever. So we start the communication with the port we're thinking it's going to go to, and this is especially with CITES, but then we might, oh crap, it went 1,000 miles away at this locality because that was the quickest flight to get there. So
yeah, so that does come up a lot. That is why we strongly discourage people to use international mail. So like U.S. Postal Service or International Express, and instead use like DHL, FedEx, or UPS, because they do all have a central primary hub for the U.S. So you would declare to that port. But we also recommend researchers include in the box a draft copy of your declaration or some indication that you intend to declare. That way, if it does arrive at an unusual port, like for FedEx, if it arrives to San Francisco instead of Memphis, when the broker goes to look at the paperwork for the shipment, they'll be able to say, oh, there's already a declaration filed in Memphis, and then we just switch port codes. So it's very easy to switch as long as it gets held. But with international mail, there is no brokerage company with the Postal Service, so it's all on you, and you can't actually stop a shipment. So that's why we recommend not shipping that way, because at least with FedEx, we can pull stuff back to the port if we need to, and DHL, UPS.
And who would change the port code? Would that be Fish and Wildlife?
I believe the filer can change it, but if not, just contact one of the ports and give us the number, and we can swap it for you.
And this, finally, I'm a little bit alarmed by the whole non-definition of taxonomic research, because the vast majority of what we send is taxonomic research where there might be a name on it, but, that might change or whatever. So we've kind of really relied on that 180-day rule. And we've found that ports are now saying that doesn't apply because there was a name. So that's not considered taxonomic research. So we've got an issue now. So
yeah, so there is supposed to be a legal definition in the works. So whenever Part 14 is rewritten and published, that will come out, and then you guys would be able to have comments on that and suggest things through the Federal Register to update that definition. But until then, that is sort of how we're enforcing it, is if you do have a name, declare to what you know at the time. So if it changes in the future, that doesn't make your item illegal because you still declared at the time with what you knew. And so with research specimens, a lot of times you'll be able to declare to like family level or genus level or even order level. And as long as you're able to confirm that to the best of your knowledge, it is not a federally or internationally protected species, you're okay. So as long as you can eliminate CITES species and ESA species, that's the main criteria.
thank you.
Okay, sorry, more questions. Thanks, Catherine, for answering all these. So 2 things. One, the non-designated port. So my understanding and what I tell all my students is do not fly into a non-designated port because you have to file a non-designated port like application. You have to pay a fee. There's a bunch of extra things you're supposed to do. And so always fly to in and out of a designated port. And so I was a little confused by what you just said. Can you clarify?
Yeah, so generally we do recommend flying through a designated port. There is a special exemption for certain scientific specimens. I believe it's the same taxonomic exemption for 180 days. It's another part in Part 14. I can look that up for you and verify. But that also is going away in Part 14 rewrite. So it'll just be, you can import scientific specimens anywhere. So scientific specimens would not need to get that special exemption permit.
Okay, so that hasn't really happened yet, but
yeah,
at some point.
So
okay.
it's sort of
So
started, but not
okay.
fully.
Okay.
So it's still in progress.
Okay. And then in terms of, I mean, because I'm importing vertebrates always, but my specimens, when I'm doing my edicts, they always show up as perishable, which then are not, the 180-day thing doesn't apply anymore, right? And those, is that Is that because they're vertebrates that they're considered perishable? Is it all scientific specimens? I'm a little confused.
Yes, so in edicts, all scientific specimens automatically flag as perishable. But in terms of the enforcement of that 180-day rule, it's the actual specimen itself. So that's just letting us know when we're reviewing the edict that this is something that needs to be prioritized, because that applies to not just museum specimens, but also like biomedical research specimens where it's like on dry ice and we need to process it right away. But so for perishable, like if you're importing like bone specimens, that's not perishable, so you're okay there. But you would still potentially have to declare it if it's being like hand carried in. It has to be processed right away.
Okay, thank you.
I think you guys. This has been a great conversation, and you guys should all continue it. Catherine's going to be here all day tomorrow, and we have a couple of other officers, enforcement, a bunch different folks that will be at tables in the Grand Ballroom B. So please continue the discussion, and we'll see you all again tomorrow. Thank you.